Love and Charity, written by Bree Livingston, copyright 2023. Chapter 1. Maggie Lawrence checked the time on her phone as she stuck her earbuds in. Music always soothed her before a show. In 15 minutes, some unknown assistant with the Davis-Jones Late Show would stick their head in the door and tell her it was time to go on. The green room before the show was the part she loved the best. It gave her a chance to take a deep breath and prepare. She wasn't particularly thrilled with doing the interviews, but she put up with it because being on a live show brought in donations for her Middleman Foundation. She scooted down in one of 6 bright red cushy chairs and put her feet up on the coffee table, crossing them at the ankles. At least this time she wasn't sharing space with someone else. Thinking about the last time with that crazy musician made her shiver. It was weird to think that 5 years ago she was a housewife/writer, aching for the opportunity to be on a television show giving an interview. If they knew she was M.G. Law, author of the Famished series, the interview would be completely different. Famished made her a household name, and the quiet anonymity she enjoyed would be wishful thinking if she had done an interview then. It was Mark who had given her the advice to go with a pen name. Her husband, Mark. The name slammed into her. If she hadn't listened to him, the public would know about the car accident, his death, all of it. She wouldn't be anything other than a widow, and all the questions would come back to that. The thought made it hard to breathe. The phone in her pocket vibrated, tickling her hip. She pulled it out. Laura, her best friend. What Maggie didn't need right now was a conversation about anything other than her interview and her 2-week press junket. She gulped a lungful of air and cleared her throat. Hey. She hoped her voice didn't betray her. Hey, Maggie. Laura sounded cheerful on the other end. What's up? Maggie wound her earbuds up and stuffed them in her wristlet. There's been a change of plans while you're in New York. Great. Not what she wanted to hear. You know how I feel about change. Yeah, but I also know how much you love helping people. Fine. You were supposed to meet Mrs. Stevens from the Living Hope Foundation, but she had to reschedule. Anne. I received a call from Levi Martin's rep, and he wants to meet you for dinner tonight. Oh, really? Laura laughed. He thinks he'll flash a pretty smile and you'll donate to his Geeks for Fibrosis fan experience. Levi Martin had more than a pretty smile. The 38-year-old actor was gorgeous, dark hair, brown eyes, and modestly built. He usually took roles where he played the lovable goofball. He was in shape, but not so large his head was too small for his body. But lately, he was becoming known more for his wild parties and drinking than the sweet-natured guy next door he used to be. Why didn't you just tell him no? I tried, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. You sucker. Maggie laughed and looked at her watch again. 5 minutes. I know it's totally last minute, but Levi is in New York for an audition, and he could fit it in. Have you already told him yes? Laura paused. That would be a yes, Maggie said and rolled her eyes. Yes. All right, when and where? He said he'll have a car waiting for you after your appearance. Okay, I'll just tell him no. Ruthless. Yep. Maggie grinned. You know what today is, right? You promised, Laura. A pregnant pause. I know, but it's Mark's birthday. I know, Maggie whispered and shifted in the chair. You need to move on, Mags. It wasn't your fault, and carrying that guilt is making you miserable. I'm fine. You're completely isolated with no friends at all. I wish I hadn't moved east. Greg couldn't turn down that promotion. At least you're in Florida where it's warm. Yeah, but I miss you. I miss you too. The door clicked and in popped the show's assistant. She tapped her wrist and smiled enthusiastically. Okay, I gotta go. FaceTime. Promise to call me and tell me everything about Levi. Maggie paused and reluctantly said, "I promise." Laura squealed. If Maggie was honest, the success of her philanthropy started with her friend. Laura first suggested it. It was Laura, the CPA, who volunteered to manage the finances, but it was Maggie who bulldozed through those first few charities and made them change how they operated. She made them take a hard look at how they spent money and whether or not it actually helped people. Maggie became famous and sought after because of her dogged determination to make sure the money her foundation gave away wasn't wasted on exorbitant salaries. The assistant stopped at the edge of the stage and pointed to the corners of her smiling lips, hinting that it was time to put on a smile and be charming. Maggie closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and pulled herself into the talk show frame of mind. Then she heard, "And now, please give a round of applause and welcome for Maggie Lawrence. Time to be more than just Maggie."
Levi Martin splashed his face with water and studied it in the hotel bathroom mirror. Just a few months ago, he was shooting the series finale of his show and enjoying the idea of a break. In truth, as much as he loved the show, the last 3 years had been hard. Amelia's death and then Rachel's affair, both events left him raw and broken. The tension built in his neck and back, and he rolled his head trying to loosen it. He'd only come to New York for an audition, but somehow, his best friend, Gary, managed to get him actual FaceTime with Maggie Lawrence. Before he'd gone to her website, he'd pictured an unattractive, sour-faced woman. He'd been pleasantly surprised by the photo. Unattractive was not a definition he'd apply to her. Only a couple years younger than he was, the 36-year-old was just his type, beautiful with long chestnut hair, piercing blue eyes, and a heart-shaped face with just the perfect number of freckles across her cheeks and nose. Her picture alone had made his heart race. Maggie was famous, well, more like infamous, for her charity work. According to her bio, the Middleman Foundation was the result of her own disappointment with charitable donations. Money going to pad wallets instead of helping people. She might be tough, but Levi was confident he could flash one of his signature smiles and have her ready to write a check. So far, he hadn't met a woman immune to it. Levi dug his phone out of his jeans pocket, tapped the screen, and lifted it to his ear. "Speak to me, baby," Gary joked. Levi could barely hear him. "Hey, man, how is it?" So awesome." Gecko was on his 15th hot dog, and Barker totally barfed. "No way, man. Barker? Is he out?" "Yep. Jaeger might have a shot this year. Gecko has 4 hot dogs on him, but he's slowing down." Levi sighed. "I missed Barker barfing. It's so not fair. You had an audition. What was I gonna do in New York? Plus, you're meeting scary charity lady. She's not scary. And you could have come with me. It would have been the best friend thing to do. Like I'd missed the Covina Festival. I haven't missed this contest since we moved here. It's like a tradition, man. Is it really tradition if I'm not there?" Gary laughed. "Okay, so maybe not as traditional as it should be." Levi yanked 2 shirts from his suitcase and let out a sharp breath. "I'm holding up 2 shirts. Left or right?" Left, right, left, right, right. Solid blue it is. What can I say? I'm good." Levi slipped the shirt on, buttoned it, and partially tucked it. "Keep going, man." "What?" "All the way in. Remember, Maggie has the ability to make Geeks bigger and better. You want to impress her." Levi sighed and finished tucking in his shirt. "Did her CPA tell you what we would need to do?" "Nah, man. She said Maggie would fill you in. That is if she'll work with you." "Hey, it's me." Levi quickly glanced at his phone. 30 minutes. "By the way, how did the audition go? I love our talks." "So ADD." Gary screamed into the phone. "What?" "Nothing. I think it went great. I should hear something next month, I think." "That's good." Levi remained quiet. Gary didn't need to know that he wasn't excited about the project or the director. Hey, man, I need to go. See you tomorrow night? Yeah. Levi heard a click. Hello? He looked at the phone. Nice. More than anything he wished he was with Gary at the festival, but when an audition for Lou Remick's new film came up, he couldn't pass up the opportunity. Personally, he didn't care for the guy, but his films were always hits. Even his low-budget films dwarf most films. Levi slipped his jacket on and took one last look in the mirror before heading out the door. Being late to meet Maggie Lawrence was the last thing he wanted. If he made a good impression, Geeks for Fibrosis could get the monetary shot in the arm it needed to be huge. Chapter 2. Hello? Levi looked up, and intense sky-blue eyes locked with his. Maggie Lawrence gave the word gorgeous something to strive for. She was downright breathtaking. Her flowy purple blouse hung off one shoulder, and the bottom grazed the waist of her body-hugging jeans. Little ballet flats finished off the look. She wore no jewelry that he could see, but it wouldn't have done anything to improve her beauty if she was. Her hair hung loosely over her shoulders in waves, framing her heart-shaped face and plump, pouty lips. Hello? Her hand was stuck out toward him. Levi shook his head and stood. Oh, yeah, hi. I'm Levi Martin. The moment her slender fingers slipped into his, a zing of electricity raced up his arm, and it was like his heart was on nitrous. It hit the gas, and he thought for sure it would beat out of his chest. He wondered if she'd felt it too. Her smile was warm, and her little nose wrinkled. I know. She slid into the booth across from him. His heart raced faster as their eyes locked again. There was such an intensity about her, like just below the calm surface raged something he couldn't put his finger on. So, are you just in New York to promote your Middleman Foundation? Primarily. I've got 2 weeks of shows lined up, and then I'm heading back home. On your website, it said you lived in LA. It's partially right. I live right on the edge of the Angeles National Forest. Like, one more foot north and I'd be in it. Levi raised his eyebrows. That's incredible. How did you manage that? There was a huge old home on 20 acres. It was completely destroyed by an electrical fire and being sold as a fixer-upper. I didn't need that big of a house, so I tore it down and built something else. What did you build? Her eyes sparkled. I built a tiny house in the middle. You can't see it from the road, and I've planted trees to replace the ones that had been torn down for the old house. It looks like an extension of the National Forest. Most people don't even know it's there. That sounds really cool. And peaceful. He couldn't imagine living in a place like that, so isolated from the world. But the peace of it was definitely appealing. Maggie shrugged, and then a waitress walked up and placed 2 glasses of water on the table. What can I get you guys to drink? The water's fine, said Maggie. And I'll have what she's having, and a scotch. The waitress batted her eyes and smiled at him. Okay, I'll be right back with those. Can I get you started with an appetizer? They both shook their heads, and Maggie picked up a menu. Okay. I'll be back in just a minute with those drinks. So, this house you built. What's it like? Asked Levi. It's a tiny house. Less than 1,000 square feet. He lifted an eyebrow. Wow. I wouldn't have expected that. I like simple things. Levi nodded, and the waitress reappeared with Levi's scotch. She took their orders and left again. I also like to get down to business. Why are we meeting, Mr. Martin? Maggie narrowed her eyes and clasped her hands in her lap. Her picture may not have done her justice, but her reputation was accurate. He leaned back in the seat and took a sip of his scotch. Well, I was hoping you'd be persuaded to donate money to Geeks for Fibrosis. He flashed his best smile. How much research have you done on me? I thought I'd done pretty well, but now I'm not so sure. Mr. Martin, I know you are probably used to flashing that nice smile and spreading the charm on thick to get your way, but I'm not a fan. You're going to need more than good looks to get me to donate. You think I'm a good-looking charmer with a nice smile? She cast her gaze down. I think we both know that to be true. He shrugged. I can't help it. I believe you. Levi's breath caught as she lifted her gaze and blue eyes peeked through a fringe of lashes. His heart stopped racing, and then it took off again. He smiled. What would I need to do? Before she could answer, the waitress stopped at the table with 2 plates of food on a tray. That was a fast delivery. I guess it pays to dine with a celebrity. Levi laughed and thanked the waitress. I'm just shocked you ordered a bacon cheeseburger. I didn't peg you as a burger girl. I thought you'd be more of the salad, vegan type, prone to spontaneous fits of yoga poses.
He laughed, and it took at least 5 heartbeats for Maggie to find her breath. You're funny. If Maggie was remotely interested in dating, she'd need oxygen. Levi was beyond attractive, making breathing difficult. He exuded confidence, and his playful, flirtatious nature made him extremely likable. She could understand why he was well loved by the public. It was a dangerous combination, even for her. She'd come to the meeting, determined to tell him no. But now that she was sitting across from him, her lips couldn't form the word. Yeah, he was attractive, but something deeper was just below the surface. Maggie cut her burger in quarters and took a small bite, studying Levi. A small scar above his lip drew her attention. It was the wrong move to make. His lips were heart-shaped and full, the type of lips she could see herself kissing. Her heart skidded to a stop along with the errant thought. It was Mark's birthday, and here she was thinking about kissing another man. A man she didn't even know. Or, well, know personally. How long has Geeks fan experience been in business? About 2 years. So, this Geeks for Fibrosis, why did you start it? Levi shrugged one shoulder. It seemed like the thing to do. I had a really good friend die about 3 years ago from lung complications. Her name was Amelia. She and I were really close. Cystic fibrosis is expensive. I started it because I wanted to help families struggling to afford medical care, and I thought it was a good way to keep Amelia from being forgotten. Tell me about Amelia. Levi looked at his glass and turned it on the table between his fingers. He looked stricken, like he'd lost more than a friend. She typically used the answer to gauge the authenticity of the charity, but Levi's response made her rethink it. I'm sorry. You don't have to do that. It was insensitive for me to even ask. He inhaled sharply. No, it's okay. I don't mind talking about her. She was amazing. Other than Gary, she's the only other friend I've ever had. You would have liked her. Well, everyone liked her because she was so kind. She was outgoing, loving, and she never let anything stop her. She is, or was, my hero. I'm sorry. I truly am. From his answer, Maggie gathered Amelia was definitely more than a friend. Why wasn't he being forthcoming? Levi eyed her. For once, I believe it. Most of the time, I get an I'm sorry thrown in my direction and it always feels contrived. Yeah. Levi looked down at his plate. But if the finances don't change, I don't know what I'm going to do. She tilted her head. Why do you need money from my foundation? With your fame and connections, it should be bringing in plenty of funds. I'm pouring money in, but it's always broke. That made no sense to her. If he had money pouring in, where was it going? Do you have a CPA? Yeah. Do you know him personally? Is he a friend? No, but he was recommended. Was he recommended by someone you trust? A close friend? No. Maggie leaned back and took a deep breath. Levi didn't know the man taking care of his finances. That was the first red flag. You need to fire him. What? He's a respected CPA. Respected doesn't mean anything to me. But. Listen, Mr. Martin, I have spent years building a reputation, and I intend to keep my reputation. People donate to my foundation because they trust me and my foundation. If I donate money to your Geeks for Fibrosis, you and I will be working closely together. When is your next event? July. So, we've got 2 months. Yeah. I'll need all of your financials, everything. I want to meet the people you've helped. I want to walk the center where Geeks is held. I want to know everything. Everything? Yes. I'm not giving money so it can go to an organization's operations. We help real people. Levi scratched his jaw with his fingers like he was trying to decide what to do. All right. Think you can handle me? He flashed a broad smile. I think I can suffer through that. That smile. It made her cheeks warm. Maggie wasn't sure she could handle him. She took a long sip of water. Good. She pulled out a card. Here, email your statements and copy me on them. Laura and I will go through them. Understand, though, we may ask you to make some changes. Changes? If we see something out of place or wrong, we may ask you to change it. Okay, he said and picked up the card. Could you put your mailing address on this? Maggie narrowed her eyes. I guess. It's quicker to email them, though. I know, but it never hurts to have an alternate way, he said and handed the card back to her. She took it and cautiously regarded him before adding her address on the back of the card. They'd both forgotten about their food. Maggie picked up a homemade potato chip and took a bite. I have an early meeting tomorrow. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I need to get going. Okay, and I'll get those statements from my CPA. I'll make sure you get them ASAP. Maggie asked the waitress to box up the rest of her food and stood. When the waitress returned, Maggie slipped her a few bills. It was nice to meet you, Levi. I look forward to working with you. Levi stood. Me too. On the way to the door, she cast a quick glance behind her. There was something different about Levi. She wasn't sure if she was going to enjoy working with him or end up regretting it. Chapter 3. The sun sat high in the sky as Maggie wiggled her nose and then rubbed it across her forearm. She was right in the middle of making lasagna noodles, and of course, that would be the time her nose started itching. Cooking helped her de-stress after dealing with television and interviews. She'd only been home 3 days, and while she was appreciative of the opportunity to promote the foundation, she still missed her own bed. One last crank of the handle and the final noodle rolled out and into her hand. Next to her, homemade sauce bubbled. She closed her eyes as she took a deep breath, and her mouth watered. 2 weeks of eating restaurant food made her hungry for something home-cooked. Over the music playing, the sound of a motor turning off made her nervous. Her door was wide open because people didn't just show up at her home. When she got to the front door, Levi Martin was dismounting his motorcycle. As he pulled off his helmet, his gaze wandered from her to her house and back to her again. Then he smiled. He was a different type of sun, and it would be easy to burn in his atmosphere. A jittery thrill raced down her spine. She let out a slow breath as heat raced from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. What are you doing here? She knew giving him her address was a bad idea. He shrugged and deposited his helmet on the seat of his bike. I wanted to see your house. Have you ever heard of calling? Nah, didn't want to give you a chance to say no. Right, well, what if I wasn't here? I would have tried some other time. Maggie crossed her arms over her chest and rolled her eyes. Fine. Let me wash my hands, and I'll give you the tour. His face lit up, and she turned to walk back in. He had to stop smiling like that. Are you cooking? Great, now she was going to have to invite him for dinner, otherwise, it'd be rude. And she wasn't rude. She just didn't like how good-looking he was or that he smiled. And his cologne was amazing. It took all her willpower not to lean in and take a long sniff. Why couldn't he smell like socks or something? Yeah, by the time I'm finished traveling, I'm tired of eating out. Oh. Phew. Maybe she wouldn't have to invite him to stay. When Levi entered the living room, his height made the place look like a matchbox. This is the tiniest house I've ever seen. Well, when I designed it, I didn't expect visits from the jolly green giant. He chuckled and shrugged off his leather coat, which left him in a fitted long-sleeve shirt and jeans. Levi was her kind of gorgeous. His gaze darted all over the house. This is kinda cool. Is that your room up there? He pointed to the loft. She pointed to the right. Yeah, and that's the bathroom with my closet and laundry room attached. She followed him into the bathroom. This is nice. He peeked into the closet. You don't have the clothing I expected you to have. Levi twisted to look at her. This closet isn't anywhere near full. I have about 30 or so pieces. I want what I spend my money on to matter. He looked at her, puzzled, and followed her out to the living room. Where's the kitchen? Maggie smiled. Follow me. She walked through a kitchen-like nook with a small sink and pushed 2 doors apart, which opened to a back patio complete with a full kitchen. She stepped to the side, and Levi walked out onto the deck. This is freaking incredible, but how do you cook when it rains? She smiled as she picked up a remote and tapped a button. A large awning rolled out, covering the entire deck. Levi's mouth dropped open, and he looked up. You must have awesome parties here. Maggie tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. Other than my contractor and Laura, you are the only person besides myself to ever be here. She chewed on her lip as she watched for his reaction. Wah, what? He looked dumbfounded. I don't have any friends. Well, none other than Laura. And I guess you could call Ellis a friend, but she's never been here. I usually meet her in LA. No friends? I don't believe you. He gave her the same look Mark had given her when they first met. It wasn't uncommon for her to be alone, and when she first met Mark, he couldn't believe someone as funny as her wasn't surrounded by people. The memory tugged on her heart, and she had to remember to keep the smile on her face. Maggie shrugged. It's true. I don't. I moved here about 5 years ago, and I mostly keep to myself. I'm sorry. She smiled and took a deep breath. Why? I'm happy. I live here with my thoughts and my music. But no friends? Don't you get lonely? That hit her hard. Mark was the only one to be so direct with her about her solitary habits. It was his insistence in college that pulled her off the wall and into a group of friends. For a brief moment, she let herself think back but quickly locked the thoughts away. No. I have to admit, this is incredible. Thanks. It's peaceful. I drove past it, like, 4 times, trying to find it. How do you even get your mail? Maggie giggled, recalling her first mail adventure. I actually had to stand out at the road and wait for the mail carrier. Like, for an entire week. Levi laughed. I bet. I'm sorry, would you like something to drink? I have water and a little bit of lemonade left. Lemonade would be great. Maggie grabbed 2 glasses and poured them both a drink. What's that smell? Homemade spaghetti sauce. It needed to be stirred again, so she walked to the patio and swirled the spoon in it. Levi followed her. It smells pretty good, actually. Is that dinner for one? He lifted his eyebrows while the real question remained unasked. Well, so much for not inviting him. I wasn't planning on company for dinner, so you probably don't want to stay. It was like inviting him while pushing him out the door. I don't have anywhere to be. Really? Fine. Would you like to have dinner with me? Love to. He smiled. A sudden urge to drink a glass of wine hit her. The butterflies in her stomach needed to relax. What was she going to do with him until it was time to eat? She was not prepared for another dinner with Levi. At least, not yet.
Luck was shining on Levi. Or, at least, that's how he looked at it. Ever since their meeting, Maggie had occupied his thoughts. Her tough act didn't fool him. Do you always leave the front door open? Most of the time. I mean, until today, no one had ever just shown up at my house. Oh, the statements. Hold on. Levi jogged out. When he returned with the stack of papers, he handed them to Maggie. I'll email them too, but... You wanted an excuse to see my home. He hadn't blushed in years, but the heat spread from his neck to his cheeks. Yeah. Thanks. Maggie took the stack of financials and set them down. Laura and I will go over these later. Sure. Man, she was beautiful. He wasn't sure how she did it, but somehow, she looked good in everything so far. When she'd first appeared in the doorway in her simple t-shirt and shorts, he'd nearly dropped his bike. No makeup, nothing fancy, and she could still outshine any woman he'd met. He hadn't felt such an attraction to a woman in years. Even Rachel couldn't compare to Maggie. The electricity he felt when she touched him in the restaurant never happened with Rachel, and Rachel was too caught up in herself to ever let anyone see her without makeup. Levi? Yeah. Sorry. Did you ask me something? Can you tell me about cystic fibrosis? It's an inherited disease. You have to be a carrier of the gene in order to have it. It affects the cells that create mucus, making it thick so that it blocks tubes and passageways. It traps germs, and those lead to infections. Most CF patients don't live past their 20s. Their 20s? Yeah. How old was Amelia when you lost her? A lump formed in Levi's throat. Just the mention of her name brought back the grief as though he'd just lost her. He could still hear her wheezing and coughing. She fought for every breath. 16. Only 16? Levi nodded. She was bright, sunny, full of life, and she made the world a better place. She made me a better person. The subject needed to be changed. Talking about Amelia made his heart hurt. I'm sorry you lost her. That must have been heartbreaking. More than you know. The words were just above a whisper. He cleared his throat and decided to change the subject. How about you? Tell me about yourself. Something not on the Middleman Foundation website. She eyed him. What would you like to know? The website's pretty thorough. Anything you want to tell me. What if I don't want to tell you anything? He appreciated that she'd let him change topics. He chuckled. I thought we were going to be working closely together. I'd like to get to know you. Maggie was quiet a moment, like she was trying to decide what to tell him. I love to cook. I can tell. That sauce is making my mouth water. Thank you for inviting me. You call it an invitation. I call it an intrusion. Her lips spread in a playful smile. Hey. You did invite me. After you showed up unannounced. I'm spontaneous. I'm not. He narrowed his eyes. Maybe we need to work on that. Her mouth dropped open in mock shock. Are you saying I'm not perfect? Levi threw his head back and laughed. Not only was she gorgeous, she was funny and smart. And he liked her, despite the fact that she seemed insistent on keeping him at arm's length. You're funny. What about you? Who are you really, Mr. Martin? Something about the way she asked the question made him stop short. He locked gazes with her. To be honest, I don't know. Maggie tilted her head. Why is that? As he looked down, his mouth started moving, and words poured out. I don't know. I feel like I've been drifting without a purpose forever. I thought starting the yearly Geeks experience would give me purpose. Acting was, or is, great, but the passion was gone at the end. I'd lost Amelia. Rachel had cheated on me. I'm surrounded by people all the time, and I always feel alone. When he finished, he looked up, startled he'd said so much. Why did you feel so alone? Why? It wasn't a question he knew how to answer, and he wasn't sure he was ready to find out the answer either. He couldn't handle the direction the conversation was heading, regardless of the great meal he would miss by leaving. You know, I think I should get going. He stood. If Maggie wanted him to keep going, she didn't say anything. Sure. They walked to the front door. Levi turned to her as they reached the steps. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm having a party in 2 weeks. Be there or be square. I don't do parties. Levi's eyebrows rose. Oh, you do now. Remember, we're going to be working closely together, right? Well, this is a donor party, and you can't miss it. Maggie faced Levi, arms crossed. All right. Date, place, and time? My house. I'll text you the address. 2 weeks from this Friday. Party starts at 8. It was almost imperceptible, but Maggie took a step back. She frowned. Okay, I'll see you there. Levi grinned. Awesome. He flashed Maggie one last smile and walked to his bike. She was coming to his party. The idea sent a thrill through him. He liked her, and he liked the thought of getting to know her better. Chapter 4. Yo! Gary! I'm here, Levi called from the door of his empty-looking house. His phone buzzed, and he looked at it. A text lit up the phone, basement. He took off his coat and hung it up in the closet just inside the door and then tossed his keys in the dish on the entry table. In the basement, he found Gary with a headset on, playing a game. No, dude. He raised his hands up, questioning whatever had just happened. Man, this guy blows. I had the shot, and he blocked it. No game etiquette, eh? None. Gary suddenly looked at him and frowned. And where were you? Maggie Lawrence's house. Gary quickly pulled off the headset and glared at Levi. What? And you didn't take me? You know I so wanted to go. I know, man, but I wanted to go the first time by myself. Levi plopped down onto the worn couch and put his feet on the coffee table, crossing them at the ankles. He picked up a gaming magazine and thumbed through it, not really paying attention to the pages. His thoughts were still on Maggie and her probing questions. Who was he really, and why didn't he know the answer to that? You like her. You do. Gary pointed a finger in his direction. No, I don't. Not in the way you mean, anyway. She's friend material. He smiled and continued to look through the magazine. He definitely liked her, and she was certainly interesting, and skilled at avoiding questions about herself. She'd turned the conversation back on him so fast he didn't catch it until it was too late. Then he'd run like a chicken. You, sir, are a liar. Levi dropped the magazine in his lap. Even if he was interested in her, he wasn't ready to say it out loud. Gary, I don't. She's just a nice woman who gives out money to places, and I happen to have one of those places that need her money. I invited her to the party in 2 weeks. Gary's eyes lit up. Awesome, man. I wanted to meet her before, but now I demand to meet her. Oh, you demand to meet her? Yes, I demand to meet her. I thought she sounded cool from your meeting at the restaurant. You don't know the coolest part. Tell me, now. She has this minuscule house. I feel like a giant in it. He loved it. The next time he visited her place, he wanted to see the grounds. Taking a walk with Maggie held an appeal too. Well, you are 6.5 feet tall. Yeah, but her house is super tiny. I'm not kidding. And she had a full kitchen on the back patio with this remote awning that rolls out so she can use it when it's raining. Gary's mouth dropped open. If you leave me next time, I promise I will do something horrible to you while you sleep. Laughing, Levi grabbed his stomach and fell over on the couch. I'll try to work it out so you can come next time. So I have to wait 2 weeks to meet her? Yep. I need to ease her into meeting you. I'm offended. Gary is a good guy. Levi grunted a laugh. Who frequently and randomly breaks out into third person. This is true about Gary. Levi sat up. Seriously though, you'll like her. Unlike Sunjanja. Gary exaggerated her name and burped. You really dislike her? Yes, Levi, yes I do. I didn't like Rachel either. Levi punched him hard in the arm. Gary sucked in a sharp breath. Ouch. Never mention that name. Okay. Gary rubbed his arm. Dude, that hurt. Tell me about it. I'm gonna have a bruise, though. Oh, I have a bruise, but it's on the inside. Shut up, dude. Levi chuckled. Seriously, don't mention her name again. I thought it had been enough time. There will never be enough time. Okay. I won't mention the name again. Gary leaned far away from Levi. Maggie's okay, though, right? Levi smiled. Yeah, she's safe. Good. I think I already like her. She has a stone pizza oven too. Gary's mouth fell open, and his eyes widened. We don't kid about pizza ovens. You know that, right? I'm not kidding. Swear it. Levi crossed his heart with his hand and held up 2 fingers. Scout's honor, dude. And you left me home. So not fair. Next time, I promise. Grab a headset. You owe me. Levi picked up a headset and grabbed a controller, settling in to play video games for the night.
Rain gently hit the window, and gray clouds kept the room dark as Maggie stretched in bed. Days like this made it infinitely harder to wake up. Sighing, she pulled her covers over her head. The buzzing of her phone on the floor next to her bed broke through her haziness, and she picked it up. Hello. She yawned. Hey, Laura said. What's up? Have you looked at the Geeks financials? Yeah, they're bad. After Levi ran out the night before, Maggie took time to check them over. Much like she suspected, there was plenty of money being donated, but most of it was going to bloated salaries and expenses. Yeah, they are. Wait. I just got these this morning. How did you go over them? He showed up at the house yesterday and gave them to me. Wait. What? He came by your house? No one comes to your house. I've known you over 20 years, and I don't just show up at your house. I know, but he did. And I didn't want to be rude. The silence on the other end of the phone was deafening. Laura? I'm sorry. I'm just in shock. Stop it. I spoke to him this morning. He's funny, by the way. Without even thinking, Maggie blurted out, and downright gorgeous. He's got this little scar above his lip, and his laugh is infectious. Plus, he's got a smile that could stop traffic. Maggie slapped a hand over her mouth. It was like handing Laura ammunition. She'd never hear the end of it now. Oh, wow. How long was he there? I was in the middle of making dinner. He kinda invited himself. He did he? Don't get excited. That sure was a dreamy-like description you gave. It's not happening. He's just a client. A very attractive client. Who likes to party and drink. Which reminds me, he invited me to his next party 2 weeks from now. He says it's for donors. A party? Wow. Uninvited guests and now a party. My girl is getting her groove back. I've got a groove. Laura snorted. If by groove you mean no groove, then sure. Cut that out. I'm fine. We both know that's not true. You've been alone for years now. Because I like it. Sure you do. She sighed. Mags, listen, you went through something no one will ever understand, but this is not how Mark would have wanted you to live. Isolated and alone in that house. If you're interested in Levi, even just casually, do it. Live. Be happy. Maggie wasn't a casual person. She never had been. When she got involved with someone, she was all in from the beginning. That's what scared her about Levi. There was substance underneath the playfulness. Her gut told her he was a good man, just like Mark. The memory brought a tidal wave of grief with it. Losing him had crushed her. She couldn't imagine moving on. What would it say about her to just move on with someone else, like Mark never existed? Can we change subjects, please? Okay, but this isn't over. I know. It was never over because Laura always brought it up. So, about this party. You're going, right? Yeah, kinda have to. I made this big speech about us working together, and he said it was a donor party. I kind of feel like I'm obligated. Wow. Maggie Lawrence at a party. I may call Levi and ask him to take pictures and video as proof. Hush. Although, she did have a point. Maggie couldn't remember the last time she'd attended a party. What, exactly, was a Levi fundraiser party like? You sure you can handle that? Lots of people are going to be there. Maggie took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She yanked the covers over her head again. I guess. I don't know. It's at 8. What time does it get dark? I don't know, but I'll take a cab. Will you be okay? I'll have to be. It's not like I could tell him I'm afraid of driving at night. I don't even know what I'm going to wear. I mean, it's not like I have a ton of clothes. I'll send you something for it. Maggie scoffed. The last time you sent me something it wasn't fit to wear. It was too. You are just too prudish. Laura, you could see my boobs. No, you couldn't. Yes, you could. Just make sure it's decent, okay? I'm not trying to impress him, but I don't want to look like a hobo either. I promise it will be awesome. Fine. Laura's clapping filtered through the phone. My little wallflower is branching out. I'm so proud. Shut up. Maggie rolled her eyes. Rude. Promise me it will be decent. Laura was quiet for a moment. Promise. Good. Maggie sat up in bed and stretched again. Did I tell you Greg has planned a trip to Hawaii for me and the kids? Really? Yeah, next summer, which is less than a year away. That's awesome. You could come, you know? We'd totally love to have you. Maggie had no desire to be a third wheel. No, I think I'll stick with my tiny house in the middle of the woods. Okay, Grizzly Eve. Maggie chuckled, remembering the first time Laura called her that. It was right after Maggie purchased the property and told her what she planned to do with it. Whatever. Okay, listen, I've gotta go. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Maggie dropped the phone on the bed and flopped back down. She didn't want to get up. Levi's party was going to be exhausting. Charity parties were one thing, but she had a sinking feeling Levi's party would be nothing like the stuffy ones thrown for old money donors. She sighed, grateful she had time to prepare herself mentally. Chapter 5. The cab pulled away, leaving Maggie standing on the curb. The sun still peeked over the horizon, and she sighed in relief. Since the accident, she'd sworn to stay off the streets at night. The drive home would be horrible enough. She'd need to psych herself up for that. Her gaze roamed over the two-story Spanish-style home in front of her. Levi's home was what she expected a star to live in. It wasn't overly lavish, but it was grand. The California wildflowers that filled the planters running the length of the house made her smile. They gave the home a friendly feel. Cars ranging from Autos to Ferraris to Lamborghinis filled his driveway and the street. There were even a couple she couldn't name, but they looked expensive and fast. As she approached the massive double-wood doors sitting inside the covered round porch, loud music thumped from behind them. Her whole body seemed to throb with the tempo. She paused, second-guessing her decision to come. Parties were something that never appealed to her. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and rang the doorbell. Just as she was thinking no one could have possibly heard her over the noise, Levi answered the door and smiled. Her breath caught. She shouldn't have been surprised that he'd look good in something as normal as a t-shirt and jeans, but he filled them both out well and made her grasp for words. Hi. Maggie smiled in return. Levi fumbled with the door. Yeah, hi. Wow, you look incredible. She looked down and pushed a strand of her hair behind her ear. Heat rushed to her cheeks. The compliment didn't cause the issue, it was the person giving it. Thanks. May I come in? She looked up and locked eyes with him. Levi jumped and held the door open so she could pass through. Oh yeah, sorry. Please, come in. He touched her elbow on the way in, and her stomach fluttered. The skin where his fingers touched tingled. There wasn't a recent memory where a man had made her legs feel like jelly just with a touch. Whoa. This place is huge. There was a perfect view of the ocean, even when standing just inside the front door. Both sides and the back of the house were lined with large windows that allowed an unobstructed view of the beach. The home seemed to fit his personality, or at least what she knew so far. It was wide and open. It looked like an entertainer's dream. Only compared to yours. Levi chuckled. Or any other normal home. I'd take you on a tour, but I'm supposed to be mingling. That's okay. Would you like a drink? Sure. By the way, I'm sorry I'm late. My cabbie had no idea how to find this place. I think he just moved to LA. Levi smiled and placed his hand on the small of her back while they walked to the bar. It's okay. I'm just glad you came. The warmth of his hand went through the flimsy blouse and made the butterflies in her stomach dance harder. There are a lot of people here. Do you know all of them? He shrugged. Most, but not well. What would you like to drink? Water? Levi looked at her, puzzled. Water? It's a party. I really don't drink. His eyebrows wrinkled together and he smiled a crooked smile. You don't drink? Ever? Not usually. It's not something I enjoy. Levi narrowed his eyes. I think there's more to that story. She looked at the floor and shook her head. Even if she did want to talk about it, she wouldn't want to talk in a room full of people. Plus, she'd hidden from those demons so long that if they got loose, she wasn't sure she'd be able to gather them back up again. Good thing I snuck a few sips before you got here, then. I wouldn't want to drink without you. Levi leaned into the bar and spoke to the bartender. When he leaned back, he held 2 bottles of water. He handed her one and took a drink out of the other. I need to stay hydrated, anyway. Levi said a few sips, but from what Maggie could tell, it was more than a few. She'd caught a faint whiff of alcohol on his breath. So, how long do your parties usually last? He shrugged. I don't know. As long as they last. Don't your neighbors have a say in that? They don't mind, he said and pointed to a couple standing at the other end of the house. That's one of my neighbors. I learned early that if I didn't want complaints, I just need to invite them. Oh. I guess that's good. Are you okay? You seem anxious. Maggie shrugged. I was honest when I said I didn't do parties. I'm out of my element. Stick with me. I'll make sure you have a good time. Maggie smiled and nodded. She was sure good time meant something completely different to Levi than it did to her. This wasn't even close to her definition of a good time. Just then, a guy came running in, waving his hands at Levi. Hey, Gil needs you at the grill. Levi touched her arm and smiled. Hey, I'll be right back, okay? Sure. Maggie craned her neck left and then right as she looked for Levi. Her now empty bottle of water crackled as she squeezed it, trying to alleviate the anxiety filling her. The crowd seemed to push in on her, making her feel squished and out of place. She stood on her tiptoes again and hoped to spot Levi. She found herself enjoying his company and missing him when he wasn't around. The crowd parted, and it was like watching a horror film. He stood with his back to her, a petite blonde holding him around the waist. She reached up and kissed him. And from what Maggie could see, he was kissing her back with equal passion. Her heart skidded to a stop. She'd completely misread the situation. Why hadn't she considered that he would be involved with someone? He was rich and famous. Of course he'd have a girlfriend and a hot one at that. Hey. A deep, silky voice came from behind her. She whirled around, and her breath left in a gasp. Bay Unger. He was one of the hottest leading men in Hollywood. Are you okay? He asked. I feel very out of place. He tapped his ear and shook his head. I feel very out of place, she said loudly. Bay put his arm around her shoulder and led her out of the throng of bodies. Come on. Her anxiety melted the further away they got, until she realized they were going upstairs. Maggie stopped. This is good. It's still too loud, don't you think? I can hear you. Bay smiled. It was a nice smile. Okay, it was a great smile, but she was comparing it to Levi's. And up against Levi, it was no contest. There was something special about Levi's smile, a boyish charm and mischievousness. His smile gave her goosebumps and sent a zing down her spine. I'm Bay Unger. He took her hand and kissed the top of it. Yuck. She politely pulled her hand back. I'm Maggie Lawrence. He lifted one eyebrow. Oh, that Maggie. I've heard about you. You have? I was thinking of starting a charity, and it was recommended I consult with you. By who? A friend, but they didn't tell me you were drop-dead gorgeous. I would have made an appointment long before now. Bay might have a great smile, but it was covered in green slime. Maggie wanted out. Her water bottle crackled. I drained this whole bottle. Let me use the restroom, and I'll be right back. She smiled as she darted around him and up the rest of the stairs. When she reached the top, she found herself with a choice. She looked one way and then the other. Maggie could swear music was coming from the left side, so she decided she'd go left. Halfway down the hallway, she almost turned around and ran out of the house, but she didn't want to run into Bay again. Plus, music was coming from one of the rooms, and someone had great taste. She knocked lightly on the door. Hello? At first, she thought she was being ignored, and just when she was about to leave, the knob turned. The man who greeted her was almost the same height she was, with hazel eyes, stick-straight light blonde hair parted on the side, and a bushy beard that hung down far enough she couldn't see the underside of his neck. The red-checked flannel shirt and corduroy pants made him look like a logger. You're not Levi, he said. Nope. Trying to escape the party? Maggie grimaced. And Bay Unger. That guy's a creep. Slimy and creepy. He chuckled. I hate these parties. I hate any party. I'm Gary, Levi's best friend. I'm Maggie Lawrence. Gary's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open. You're Maggie Lawrence? He looked her up and down. Of course you're Maggie Lawrence. Wow. You look great. Thanks. Why do you look like a mountain man? He looked at her funny, and she pointed to his beard. Gary stroked it. I grow it in protest. Protest? Where's Levi? Shouldn't he be with you? She didn't press when he dodged the question and shrugged. He got called away. Then Bay Unger showed up, and I think he was trying to get me upstairs. I told him I needed to use the restroom. Thought I could. You thought you'd hide for a while. What she really wanted to do was run out the door. Levi had a girlfriend, and her desire to be at the party was gone. Yeah. Me too. You have great taste in music. You like Frank Sinatra? I like all kinds. How would you really like to hide from this party? Maggie narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? I mean, we have a basement, and I think I can own you at foosball. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. Really? Come on. Gary took Maggie by the hand and pulled her behind him. By the time they got to the basement, she wasn't sure she could ever find her way out of the house. I think I should have dropped breadcrumbs on the way. He laughed. Yeah, well, don't worry. I'll make sure you find your way out. This basement is huge. Yeah, it's the man cave. It's kinda my castle 'cause Levi knows I hate these things. Especially when Sonia does them. Sonia? She wondered if that's who was kissing him. Mentally, she kicked herself for ever thinking he could or would be interested in her. It wasn't like she was interested in him, so what did it matter if he had a girlfriend? He could put those kissable lips on anyone he wanted. Oh, yeah, you know, Sonia. The one-name wonder, he said with a hint of disgust in his voice. Maggie blinked. Sex tape Sonia? I wondered who he was kissing. He didn't tell me he had a girlfriend. Gary squeaked as he laughed. Is that what people call her? I don't know what other people call her, but that's what my friend Laura and I call her. Wow, mocking the great Sonia. Maggie leveled her eyes at him. Don't want to be mocked, don't make a sex tape. Problem solved. Gary wiggled his finger at her. I like you. I like you a lot. She smiled. I like you too, Gary. And she did. There was an easiness about Gary that made him comfortable. Maggie could see why he and Levi were friends. And she definitely couldn't understand anyone not liking him. He straightened. Wow, you're one of very few who likes me. What? People just don't like me. Levi's my best friend, but he's my only friend. How could Levi tolerate anyone being unkind to his best friend? If people love Levi, they'll respect the relationship he has with you. She wasn't expecting that. Levi didn't strike her as someone who would let others hurt his friends. Okay, I take it back. I don't like you. I love you. Maggie giggled. Are you going to own me at foosball or not? Gary's eyes sparkled. Absolutely.
Chapter 6. Levi glanced over his shoulder at Maggie as he walked to the patio. He hated leaving her, but he didn't want anyone getting the idea of pushing her in the pool. Previous parties had proven he was right in being cautious. When he'd opened the door and found her staring up at him, he'd lost all thought. She smelled like sunflowers, and her skin glowed in the late evening. It looked so soft and touchable. The dark emerald of her flowy off-the-shoulder blouse made her eyes sparkle, and the dark washed jeans hit every curve just right. The freckles really got him. His mouth went dry at the sight of her and again while just thinking about her now. Holy smokes, she was gorgeous. And normal. He wasn't used to normal, especially in LA. Levi stopped next to Gil, his thoughts still on mysterious Maggie. When she'd said she didn't drink, the split-second storm in her eyes spoke of a heartache he was all too familiar with. Rachel. Amelia and Gary had hated her, but Levi was hard-headed and stupid. He'd married her, and before long, she'd left him heartbroken. "Yo, Levi, who's the girl?" asked Gil. "New Geeks consultant." "Oh, that's Maggie Lawrence?" "The one and the same. I've heard she is one tough cookie." "Maybe." She was tough, but there was much more to her than her reputation. Levi found himself wanting to know more about her every time he saw her. "No, seriously, dude. My buddy Jerome Tyler brought her in on his charity to help it, and that woman tore through his stuff. He said she was brutal. In the end, she walked away because he didn't want to get rid of anyone. I've got no hang-ups about firing anyone. I started this thing to help cystic fibrosis. There's no point in continuing if I'm not using it to bring in money to help people." Well, Jerome would have been firing his parents and his aunt. "I guess family came first." "My family is coming first." Gil scrunched up his face. "What family?" No one really knew about Amelia. His career had barely started when she died. Whenever questions did pop up, Levi deflected or merely said she was a friend. They didn't need to know about her. She was too precious to share with people who wouldn't appreciate what she'd contributed to the world in her short life. "Never mind. What did you need help with?" "Nothing." Levi tilted his head. "What?" "I'd like a shot with her if you're not interested." "I mean, you're dating Sonia, right?" "What?" "Look at her." Levi looked over his shoulder. Maggie stood on her tiptoes, craning her neck. Most likely she was looking for him, and he felt bad now that he knew Gil only wanted permission to hit on her. "I'm looking at her." "Well, she's gorgeous. I'd like to ask her out." Anger welled inside Levi. "She's too good for the likes of you." He wasn't even sure why he was angry. He barely knew Maggie, but for some reason, the idea of Gil asking her out made Levi want to deck him. He knew Gil, and Gil was known for one-night kind of dates. "Maggie is my guest, and she's helping me with Geeks. She is off limits to you." Gil cocked an eyebrow. "You know, with the way you said that, I'd almost say you're interested in her." "I'm not. I just don't want her to feel like I invited her to a singles party instead of a donor party." "Leave her alone." "Fine. I'll leave her alone, but you'd better keep a watch on her. I'm not the only one who's going to notice a beautiful woman, but I'm the only one willing to ask if she's fair game." "Well, she's not." Okay, but at least I asked." "And the answer is no." Levi could feel his blood boiling. He hated the idea of Gil anywhere near her. She was too good for the likes of the womanizers standing next to him. Maggie was the type of woman who needed someone better. The taste of alcohol lingered in his mouth and made his stomach turn. She needed someone better than himself. A woman like Maggie needed someone who had it together, and Levi was in pieces. He let out a frustrated sigh and ran his hand through his hair. "Maggie is off limits to everyone here. She's my guest, and she's not a partier. She's not used to this stuff." "Oh, so you're her knight in shining armor?" "Who's a knight in shining armor?" asked Sonia as she stopped next to Gil. Gil wrapped an arm around her waist. "Oh, he's got it bad for Maggie Lawrence." Levi rolled his eyes. "Oh, he does he?" Sonia snaked her hands around Gil's bicep. "I do not have a thing for Maggie Lawrence. I don't even know her." Besides, Sonia is my girlfriend. Levi pulled her away from Gil and draped his arm across her shoulders. Sonia smiled wide and hugged him around the waist. That's right, Gil. She tiptoed and kissed him. Levi hated when she kissed him in public. He didn't want to kiss her at all, but they were pretending to date. It wasn't like he could push her away if he wanted to keep up the ruse. As much as he didn't want to, he pulled Sonia close and returned her kiss, breaking it before it went on too long. Gil lifted an eyebrow and used the tongs to point in the direction Levi had left Maggie. I get the distinct feeling Maggie didn't know about Sonia. He looked over his shoulder to find Maggie with her lips parted, an unreadable expression on her face. A split second later, the crowd swallowed her, and his heart was on the floor. Why did Sonia have to pick that moment to kiss him? Why did it matter, anyway? He wasn't interested in her, and even if he was, she wasn't interested in him. For some reason, that bothered him, and he wasn't sure why. Levi searched the house for Maggie, but when he couldn't find her, he suspected she'd gone home. She'd seen him kissing Sonia, and the look on her face was pure shock. It made him wonder why. Maybe she'd felt the same spark he had. His skin tingled from the memory of their handshake. Disappointed didn't seem to cover how he felt. He'd wanted a chance to get to know her better. Although, now that he thought about it, a party probably wasn't the best place to get to know someone like Maggie. He closed his eyes and inwardly groaned. The farce he'd been living out for the press and everyone else not close enough to really know him had gone on long enough. It had been his life for so long that it was too easy to forget what it must look like to others. There was no way Maggie would have anything to do with him if she thought he was dating someone. He still couldn't believe he'd sunk to making a deal with the current Hollywood train wreck, Sonia Stiles. Sonia had won an Academy Award 2 years ago, and after a few bad role choices, her career and life had spiraled, leaving her broke. He agreed to let her live at his place if she pretended to be his girlfriend. It was a mutually beneficial agreement. She had a place to stay, and he got the paparazzi off his back. Sonia might be a train wreck, but his life wasn't much better. He'd just been smarter with his money and friends. His plan was backfiring on him now though. He decided he'd had enough of the party when he caught Sonia flirting, more than flirting, with Bay Unger, Hollywood's current go-to for a leading man. Not that he cared, but for appearance's sake, he wished she'd show some restraint. He headed for the basement. At least he could hide in there. Voices filtered out as he walked down. For a second, he wondered if he had forgotten to lock the door. Then he realized the voices sounded familiar. Oh no, you didn't. Gary? Who could Gary be talking to? Is this what owning someone feels like? Because I'm pretty sure that's what I'm feeling, Maggie said, chuckling. Levi rounded the edge of the basement wall and stopped at the foot of the foosball table where Maggie was on one side and Gary on the other. His heart did a somersault. She hadn't left, and she was hanging out with Gary. She was so different than Rachel. Without taking his eyes off the table, Gary said, "Dude, a warning, Maggie is a foosball shark." Maggie grunted as she spun the handle. "I never said I couldn't play." She acted as though she didn't notice Levi had even entered the room. "Oh yeah?" asked Levi. The fact that she was ignoring him wasn't lost on him at all. Something was definitely bothering her. "You didn't say you could either." "I believe in putting my money where my mouth is." She quickly spun another handle, and the score flicked over, giving her the winning point. "Yes." Gary bent over the table with his head in hands. "That's 3 in a row." Maggie smiled and laughed. "Guess I own you." "Wow, you're serious about that game." Levi smiled. "No, but if I'm gonna play, I might as well win." Her baby blue eyes were stormy, and she wouldn't quite meet his eyes. Gary straightened. "Dude, she's a beast. The first time I thought I'd go easy on her, and she kicked my butt in, 5 minutes flat." Levi walked to the foosball table. "Think you can beat both of us? That doesn't seem quite fair." "Why are you hiding down here with Gary, anyway?" Levi asked and put his drink down. Maggie played with the handles on the table and shrugged. She looked at Gary, and something unspoken passed between them. I didn't know anyone, and you left. I waited, and I was standing there like a sore thumb. So, man, she is, like, the coolest girl. Maggie's cheeks turned light pink, and she covered them with her hands. It was a good look for her and made her even more kissable if that was possible. He stopped and took a breath. Where had that thought come from? Let's play. Levi gave her a lopsided smile. We are going to kick your. Gary slapped a hand over his mouth. Levi stopped and crossed his arms. Do I need to get the jar? Gary closed his eyes and gave a frustrated sigh. Jar? Maggie asked. We need to show her the jar. No, she doesn't need to see the jar. I don't need the jar. I think we need it. Come on, man. You tell her, or I will. Levi walked off. Fine, Gary huffed. About 2 months ago, Levi bet me that I couldn't stop swearing. I said I could, and if I couldn't, I'd shave my beard. What's that have to do with a jar? Maggie asked. Well, Levi added the monetary incentive because. When Levi returned to the table, he was carrying a gallon-sized pickle jar half full of money. This is the 4th jar. Maggie lifted her eyebrows. Wow, you were prolific. Gary slumped. Yeah, I know, but I haven't put even a nickel in that thing in more than 2 weeks. She walked around the table and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, Gary. You haven't said a swear word the entire time we've been playing. I think you're doing pretty great. Thanks, he said, but his voice held a tinge of disappointment. No, really, Gary, it's okay. I know, but. He won't be able to keep it up, a silky female voice said from the direction of the stairs. A blonde, a little over 5 feet tall, came gliding into the room. She held a hand out to Maggie. I'm Sonia, Levi's girlfriend. Gary's lip curled into a snarl. Maggie shook her hand. Hi, I'm Maggie Lawrence. Sonia looked her up and down. He told me about you. Oh. She turned on Gary. So, Gary, have anything to say to me? No, Gary said sharply. Come on. Play nice, you too, said Levi. He hated it when they fought. He should stick up for Gary, but Sonia was unpredictable. He didn't want her running to the press and telling them there was no relationship. Sonia returned her gaze to Maggie. Why don't you come back to the party and leave this mountain man to his basement? There's better company upstairs.
Chapter 7. Maggie cut a glance to Levi and stepped close to Gary. I think I'll stick with the mountain man. He's more my speed, anyway. Sonia shrugged and spun on her heels. It's probably better that way. If he's your speed, then we certainly aren't. Come on, Levi. She wrapped her arms around Levi's bicep. Maggie was gobsmacked. She would have never guessed Levi would be such a coward. You're seriously going to let her talk to him like that? She asked Levi. Gary looked away. It's okay, Maggie. No, it's not. It's never okay. How can you speak to someone like that? Maggie asked Sonia, unable to keep the disgust out of her voice. Sonia cocked an eyebrow, and one corner of her lips curled into a snarl. And who are you? Why do I care what you think? Maggie's cheeks burned from anger. Not caring what people think is why your career is non-existent. Perhaps you should care a little more, and maybe people might actually want to see your movies again. Gary's eyes bulged. Oh snap. Sonia started forward, and Levi put a hand up. Stop. She glared at Maggie a few seconds and then crossed the room and went up the stairs. Stop? That's all you can say? Maggie was livid. Levi glared at Maggie. You don't know anything. I know you didn't stick up for your best friend. That says plenty. Without saying a word, Levi stomped up the stairs after Sonia. Thanks for that. I can't believe you said that to her. She made me mad. I don't understand why he let her talk to you like that. Why did you let her talk to you like that? Gary shrugged. Because her opinion doesn't matter. There are things you don't know about Levi, and they aren't mine to tell. I love the guy, so I put up with a lot of crap. Maggie hesitated, remembering their first meeting and the feeling that there was something more to Levi than she had expected. Okay. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. She glanced in the direction of the stairs. For now. You are the coolest girl I've ever met. Well, other than Amelia. He told me about her. She was a friend of his. You have to promise to never tell him I told you what I'm about to tell you. Promise. Okay, you promise? You have my word. Amelia was Levi's sister. She died about 3 years ago of complications from a lung transplant because of cystic fibrosis. His sister? Yeah, his only sibling. Wow. That must have been hard. He told me she was only 16, but he didn't tell me she was his sister. He doesn't tell anyone. Maggie furrowed her eyebrows. But wouldn't a personal story, a personal connection to the disease, bring in more donations? Probably, but I think he holds her close because she's precious, and he's afraid of letting people have any pieces of her. I think he feels like if he lets anyone know who she really is, it would feel like he was losing part of his connection with her. Maggie nodded. Most of the people Levi hung around used people like they were nothing. Keeping Amelia close to his heart, even if it did keep people from knowing what the charity meant to him, made sense. His behavior a moment ago had no excuses though. That's still no excuse for the way he treats you or how he lets others treat you. I know, but her death hit him hard. They were really close. Levi hasn't been Levi since Amelia died. Maggie replayed the scene in her head. In context, she could see the hurt in his eyes, and it wasn't just because she called him out on his behavior. It was layered with loss. Maggie wilted onto the couch. Now I feel bad. I mean, he should know how to treat people, but loss has a way of making you numb. You didn't know, so don't be hard on yourself. I'm so sorry. And then I was rude to Sonia too. I feel awful. Gary sat down next to her. You really are the coolest girl I've ever met, aside from Amelia. I'm glad you came to the party. Thanks. I think I need to go though. Go up the stairs, turn right, and just walk straight. You should be able to find your way out from there. Okay, thanks. Maggie stood and held out her hand. Gary, I really enjoyed hanging out with you. From this point forward, all parties I'm forced to go to will require your attendance. Gary grabbed her hand and shook it. Thanks, Maggie. She walked toward the stairs. Bye, Gary. Bye. She hated that she'd lost her temper. Typically, she was pretty good at keeping her cool, but she couldn't stand it when people were hateful to people she liked. Witnessing Levi just stand by idly left a bad taste in her mouth, but she'd always been of the opinion that her behavior wasn't dependent on how other people behaved. Before leaving, she made a point to find Levi. She needed to apologize. Not because what he did was okay, or what Sonia did, for that matter, but because she felt bad for her part in it. He stood on the edge of a crowd of people with his back to her. She walked up behind him and tapped him on the shoulder. When he turned around he was laughing, and his face fell the moment his gaze landed on her. Got any more comments? No, actually, I wanted to apologize. I let my anger get the better of me, and I shouldn't have. This is your house, and Sonia's your girlfriend. I should have respected you enough to watch how I spoke to her. If you would, please tell her I am sorry for being so rude. Levi sighed and leveled his eyes at her. No, you're not. We're just actors. We don't have real feelings, so why should you care what you say? You meant what you said, you just didn't expect any pushback. Your high road wasn't as high as you thought it was, that's all. That's not true. I don't think that at all. It's obvious you have real feelings. If that's the impression I gave, I'm sorry. Right. Because you aren't a good actor too. Maggie tightened her jaw. You may not believe me, but I am sorry. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going. She turned and quickly walked away. He'd hurt her feelings with that last remark. Sure, she'd lost her temper, but it wasn't like he was innocent. At least she had the grace to apologize. Levi hadn't even spoken up for his best friend. The jerk. He should have defended Gary himself. Instead, he just stood there like a lump, letting Sonia steamroll over Gary. Outside, she dialed for a cab and then sat down on the sidewalk and pulled her knees up to her chest. It'd be at least 20 minutes before the cab arrived. She slid her hands around her legs and hugged them as she rested her chin on her knee. Her heart hurt, and she didn't know why. She hardly knew Levi, but she liked him. Finding out Amelia was his sister wasn't a shock. Not when she remembered how crestfallen he'd looked when she'd asked about Amelia. Or how he'd come to life talking about her. She should have put it together before Gary said anything, but Maggie didn't like people pushing her, so she didn't push. She understood privacy. Famish didn't become a bestseller until after she'd lost Mark. No one really knew who she was, other than the face of the Middleman Foundation. It helped to keep her personal life personal. The Maggie Lawrence known by the public gained her notoriety because of her charity work. She wasn't even sure how that had happened. One minute she was just a writer with a passion, and the next thing she knew, charities from around the country were contacting her to consult. She wasn't even sure why Middleman was still bringing in donations, other than they'd gained a reputation for being trusted. Small, lesser-known charities were mostly served by her foundation. Still, keeping her real identity secret was important to her. The idea that the public could find out what had happened made her sick to her stomach. She could almost hear the questions late-night show hosts would ask. Who are you, Maggie Lawrence? The answer came in a tiny voice. She was a broken widow who'd allowed herself to be comfortable drifting through life with barely any attachments or the hope that life could hold something more. She wasn't even sure why she was thinking about it. It didn't make any sense. Levi wasn't the first attractive man she'd met since her move to LA. He was taken, anyway. He was a client. He had a charity. That was it. Maggie quickly wiped her eyes and forced back the painful memories. She'd wait for her cab and go back to the safety of her home, away from parties and Levi. She'd help him, but she could do that at arm's length through Laura.
Levi stood next to the bar with his gaze pinned on his drink, half-heartedly listening to the conversation taking place around him. Mostly, his attention was directed toward the front of the house and the body illuminated by the street lights. Placing his drink on the bar, he swallowed his pride and walked in Maggie's direction. Before he got to the door, Sonia stepped in his path. Where are you going? We have a party to host. You host. I'm going to go sit outside a minute. Sonia followed his gaze to the sidewalk. Don't you think it's rude to hook up with another woman in front of your girlfriend? Exasperated, Levi sighed. Sonia, I'm not hooking up with anyone. Besides, you didn't seem to have any problem chatting up Bayunger. Whatever, Levi. Go hop in her pants, but if you do, don't expect me to pretend anymore. Better hope you get a call back before you go getting all demanding. She was irritating him more than usual. Sonia curled her lip. Just go, Levi. You're drunk. Levi rolled his eyes and stepped around her, continuing on his way to the curb. He sat next to Maggie. I'm sorry, he said, mirroring her by drawing his knees to his chest and resting his head on them. Maggie rolled her head and held his gaze. "You were defending my friend, and I was out of line when you tried to apologize for something you shouldn't have had to apologize for in the first place. He's my best friend, and I let Sonia just roll right over him. Thank you for that." She nodded. "Are you giving me the silent treatment?" Maggie laced her fingers across her knees and set her chin on top. She cleared her throat, but it couldn't hide the sadness in her voice. "No, I didn't know what to say, and I figured it was better to remain quiet." "That's good advice. I can smell the alcohol on your breath from here, by the way. It's a party. People drink at parties." Although, if he did any sort of introspection, he was drinking way more than just at parties. "You're going to have a hangover tomorrow." Levi smiled. "Probably. I really am sorry." There was a sincerity in her voice that tugged at him. "I am too." "You forgive me?" "Of course. Do you forgive me?" "Forgive her?" Yeah, Maggie was definitely not like Rachel. How many times had he and Rachel fought, only for him to apologize and hear nothing back? It was always one-sided. "Yeah. Only, I deserved it, but you didn't deserve what I said." "It's okay." "No, it's not. I was a complete jerk." He scooted closer. "I'm glad you came tonight. I know Gary is too. I've thrown a few of these parties, or, I should say, Sonia has. It's her party. She just uses my house. I like Gary." Her voice was soft, and the light cast from the lampposts and the half-moon made her skin look soft. It took control not to touch her. Levi grinned. "He's a likable guy. You are a real person with real feelings." Maggie reached out and combed her fingers through his hair. His breath caught, and he froze as a fire ignited in him. Her touch was unlike any he'd ever experienced. No woman had ever brought that reaction out of him. "I'm sorry you hurt so badly. Believe me, I wouldn't wish that on anyone." Her voice cracked, and her hand dropped as she looked away. Words lodged in his throat. He'd suspected there was more to her than she'd let on. He was sure of it now. Before he could speak, her cab arrived, and then Maggie was inside it, riding away. Levi stood and stumbled before gaining his balance. "So, is she my competition?" Sonia walked up behind Levi. "What? No. You sure, Levi? Seemed pretty close there to me." Maggie is not like that." "Like what?" "She knows you're my girlfriend, and she wouldn't do anything like that. In fact, she asked me to tell you she was sorry for being rude to you." Sonia looked past Levi in the direction of the cab. "I bet she did." She pulled his arm over her shoulders and helped him walk back in the house. "You need to sleep this off." "I'm fine." He untangled himself from her. "I thought maybe I'd stay the night in your room. You know, since I'm your girlfriend." "Sonia, we've talked about this. It's not happening." The idea made his stomach turn. He had no desire to have a relationship with anyone. And if he did, his sights would be set on Maggie. She held up her hands in defeat. "Okay, fine. Fine. I'll stick with my guest room." Levi shrugged. "Just make sure you stay there this time." The only reason he called her girlfriend was because it kept other women off his case and paparazzi from asking so many freaking questions. Sonia ran her mouth enough that he never needed to say anything, which was fine by him. Their arrangement didn't include the benefits she was always pushing for. He had no interest in her outside the cover she gave him. He lumbered down the stairs to the basement and walked to the couch where he flopped into the seat next to Gary. He clumsily put his feet up on the table and laced his fingers behind his head. "I like her," said Gary. "Figures. She plays foosball like a champ, dude." Gary flinched as a shot barely missed his character on the screen. "And she's gorgeous." Gary stopped playing a moment. "How much scotch did you drink tonight?" "I stopped counting." "I'm right, though." "Yeah, You see her eyes? Man, they were, like, crazy blue. Oh, I didn't miss 'em. You need to get over she who must not be named. It's time. I've kept quiet because I love you and I didn't want to rush you because I know she really screwed you over, but seriously man, Gary stopped. Levi could hear Gary talking, but the more he talked, the more they fused together into a stream of white noise. Good night, man.
Chapter 8. It was nearly noon the next day, and Maggie didn't want to get out of bed. She groaned and turned over as she snatched her buzzing phone. Hey. Laura's tone was upbeat. Maggie grumbled into the phone. Did someone wake up on the wrong side of the bed? That would mean someone is actually awake. Are you going to ask me why I'm calling you on a Saturday? I assumed because you're my friend. Laura laughed. What do you want, Laura? 2 things. The first? I'm still poring over the financial statements from Geeks for Fibrosis. So much waste. Levi really trusted the wrong people. Also, did you know he was married? Maggie sat straight up in bed. I'm sorry, what? He was married. No way. Maggie sighed. Her name was Rachel Glassney. They dated, married, and divorced, all in roughly a year. How long ago? They got married maybe 3 years ago. Why? Maggie sagged back on the bed and groaned. His sister died around that time too. Reminds me of someone. Don't go there, Laura. Fine. How was the party last night? Meh. I hate parties. She especially hated Levi's party. He was a big dumb jerk. But then he'd found her and apologized. Next thing she knew, she was running her fingers through his hair. He'd looked so lost. I know. I met Levi's best friend, Gary. I like him. He was funny. Looks kinda like a mountain man. Laura giggled. What? He has this long beard, and apparently, he's a prolific cursor. Oh. They have a bet going, and when Gary uses a swear word, he has to put money in a jar. Levi brought out a half-full jar and said it was the 4th one in, 2 months. Yikes. I also met Levi's girlfriend, Sonia. Laura gasped. Sonia? As in sex tape Sonia? That's the one. Wow. Just wow. She is not a nice person. Oh. She talked to Gary horribly, and I kinda got nasty with her. You did not. I couldn't help it. The poor guy was just standing there, and Levi wasn't doing anything. Levi had apologized, but it still infuriated her, thinking about it. Gary was sweet and likable. Tell me everything. When Maggie finished the story, Laura was silent a little too long. Okay, I told you everything. I know, I'm floored. Gary is the nicest guy. He was the only reason she'd enjoyed the party at all. Sonia sounds like a witch. Oh, she was, but I don't think we should call her names either. Oh yeah. You said she wasn't nice. Yeah, but I feel bad thinking of her like that, now that I've met her. I mean, she's a real person with real feelings. Plus, just because her standards are low doesn't mean ours need to be. Laura sighed. True. Now I feel bad. Well, I can cheer you up. How? I kicked Gary's butt at foosball. You didn't tell him you were a champion in college? Where's the fun in that? Wow. Hey, you think Ellis might be interested in him? Ellis? My assistant? Well, yeah. He doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I don't think so. He mostly takes care of Levi, I think. I'm still trying to figure that out. Ellis is nice, right? I guess. I mean, I mostly just meet her in LA when I need something done. I don't even know if she's seeing someone. I'm not exactly Mary Matchmaker. I'll do it. Laura squealed into the phone. Okay, so what are your plans for the day? I'm gonna hang out at home and hope I have no surprise visitors. You think Levi will come by? I doubt it. When I left last night, he was so drunk I doubt he could have found a phone in a phone booth. The last thing she wanted was Levi showing up unannounced yet again. Not after the party. He had a girlfriend, and he made her feel things she shouldn't. I think you need to go easy on him. You know? I think I will treat him like I treat everyone else, and he will just have to deal. Maggie. Laura. Okay, but remember he's hurting, and I doubt anyone besides Gary has cared about him. Maggie yanked the covers over her face. But someone has cared, and Levi has made choices. Just like I made choices. Yeah, but, Maggie, not everyone can do what you did. No one knows about your past. You were able to bury it. Levi has had his pain and hurt paraded around on news sites. I know because I've Googled it. Can you imagine having every mistake you've ever made thrown back in your face? Maggie flung the covers away and swung her legs over the side of the bed. You've made your point. Good. Can I go now, Mom? Yes, sweetheart, go outside and play. I think you need some vitamin D. Fine. Bye. Bye.
When Levi woke up, his face was smashed in between the couch cushions and his back hurt from the way he'd spent the night sleeping. He pushed up and scratched his head, squinting as he looked around the room. He could barely make out a lump in the chair across from him. Gary? When there was no answer, Levi stood and stumbled. Gary? No answer again. He walked to the chair and pulled on the sleeping bag. Empty. He yawned and shuffled to the stairs. Gary, he yelled. Kitchen. Levi winced as the headache throbbing behind his eyes pounded harder. As he trudged up the stairs, the smell of bacon and eggs made his stomach grumble. When he got to the kitchen, he slid onto a stool at the bar and put his head in his hands. Bad? Levi groaned. Here. Levi peeked through his fingers. Gary pushed a glass in front of him. Tomato juice with salt, a tried and true hangover cure for him. Thanks, he said with a groan and took a big gulp. Gah. I'm making bacon, eggs, and toast. Want any? Yeah. What time is it? The drink stuck to his tongue and made his voice thick. About 2. 2? Gary looked over his shoulder. Yeah, man, I tried to wake you up earlier, but I couldn't even get you to move. I think I may have drunk too much last night. Way more than he should have. His mind was a jumble of memories and faces. That's a fair assessment. Did I do anything I should regret? Gary didn't answer, and Levi wasn't sure he wanted to know. Where's Sonia? Hopefully, gone. Levi peeled his face out of his hands to look at Gary. I don't know where she is. I haven't seen her. She was supposed to be in her guest room. All I know is when I came upstairs, there were a few people still here, and I made them go home. People were still here? It's a Sonia party. We're lucky the cops weren't called. Levi nodded. Maybe we should have a bet to see if you can stop drinking. I only drink at parties. And at lunch and at dinner and at night. I haven't had a drink all day today. Look, Levi. You know I love you. I consider you my brother. So, when I say you need to slow down, I'm doing it out of concern for you. Levi knew Gary was concerned. If it weren't for Gary, he wasn't sure where he'd be. The last few years, he'd taken advantage of their friendship and thrown Gary to the wolves more often than not. He wasn't even sure why Gary stuck with him. What was wrong with him? Why was he still behaving so badly? What would Amelia say? He hung his head and stared at the bar top. I know, bud. I know. Will you accept it if I say I'll try? Gary smiled. That's all I'm asking for. Did something happen with Maggie last night? She was here, right? The only thing he could remember was a dream where she was running her fingers through his hair and telling him she was sorry he was so lonely. Yeah, she was here. She's awesome. Like, if there was an award for awesome, she'd win. I don't remember anything except she was here. A tiny spark of hope fluttered. Maybe he hadn't been dreaming. She rocks foosball. That got Levi's attention. Foosball? She kicked my butt, Gary said and held up 3 fingers. 3 times. Like, total annihilation. She beat you? No one beats you. Maggie killed it. That girl was. Levi chuckled. Awesome? Awesome, man. And she has a stone pizza oven. Dude, I gotta see her house. Now that I've met her, I've got to see her house. Well, I'm gonna call her later to see if she wants to see the building we rented for Geeks this year. You gonna show it to her today? I don't have the keys yet. Maybe later this week. I think you just want an excuse to see her. If I want to see her, I know where she lives. Yeah, but you like her. I do not. Gary stopped cooking, palmed the kitchen bar, and looked Levi in the eyes. Yeah, you do, and I think it's great. I have a girlfriend. Sonia is a girl, and adding friend on the end is a stretch. She's not that bad. You really don't remember last night, do you? The night before was a blur. The only thing he could recall was how beautiful Maggie had looked when she arrived, and then those fingers running through his hair, sending tingles down his back. Then Maggie had looked like she was about to cry. Next thing he knew, she was gone. Oh, and she had seen him kiss Sonia. His heart sank. How had he forgotten about that? Levi could barely look at Gary. No. Gary turned around and started cooking again. He plated some eggs, bacon, and toast for Levi and himself. Sliding a plate to Levi, he then set a plate in front of the seat next to him. Are you going to tell me what happened? Nope. Come on. Just tell me what happened. Gary walked around the bar and sat on the stool next to Levi. Nope. He stabbed a fork into his scrambled eggs and stuffed them into his mouth before following it with a bite of bacon. Gary, come on. No, he said with a mouth full of food. Levi sulked and sat quietly, eating his food. He must have been pretty terrible for Gary to not tell him what happened. His drinking was becoming a problem. At first, it was just a way to cope with Amelia's death, and then it became a way to deal with Rachel. Now, it was an excuse to be a jerk to people, but most of the time, he was the biggest jerk to the people he cared about the most. Gary finished his food and slid off the stool. He walked toward the basement stairs but then paused. I should probably tell you what happened, but maybe, for once, the best thing for you is to wonder what happened. For the last 3 years, I've coddled you because you're my friend and you were hurt. Maybe it's time for some tough love because what I've been doing isn't working. I don't know you anymore. Levi twisted on the stool and looked at Gary. His heart and mind raced. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I was a jerk. And if it was that simple, maybe it'd be enough, but sorry isn't enough anymore, Levi. Who are you, and what did you do with my best friend? Without another word, Gary descended the stairs, leaving Levi wondering how to answer the last 2 questions.
Chapter 9. Saturday, a full week after the party, Levi called and asked if Maggie would like to tour the warehouses charity would be renting. If she were honest with herself, she'd admit she was glad when she heard his voice and that she'd spent the entire week thinking about him. Now that she knew why he behaved the way he did, it made it easier to understand. He was hurting, and she knew that feeling well. Her choice was closing herself off. His choice was partying and drinking. She couldn't get the way he looked that night out of her head. The way he'd looked the first time they met. Lost, hurt, and lonely. Someone needing comfort, and before she could stop herself, she ran her fingers through his hair. It was just as silky and wonderful as she'd imagined. There was definitely an attraction to him. The lie she'd been telling herself all week was that he was just looking for a donation. Attraction meant nothing. Add to that the fact that he had a girlfriend. He was the very definition of unavailable. Maggie opened her eyes just as the cab stopped in front of a large industrial complex. She paid the driver and stood in front of the building with her arms crossed over her chest. It was the typical commercial building. This one was one story, but it covered an entire city block. She wasn't sure what it had been used for in the past, but if Levi's charity was using a building of this size, it meant the expected crowd would be huge. Hey! Levi's head was sticking out the door. She jumped as his voice caught her off guard. Come on in. He smiled. Maggie smiled and followed him in. The area she walked into was completely open, which could be used for registering people. From the main room, the place split into hallways with rooms attached. So, what do you think? She took a deep breath, which was a mistake. It was really musty, like it hadn't been used in a while. I think it has potential. I also think the doors need to be left open. Maggie wrinkled her nose. Yeah, it's why we got the place kinda cheap. Plus, it's bigger than last year's. Bigger, more people, more donations. Will this be where you hold it next year too? Levi shrugged. I don't know. I guess it depends on the turnout. Maggie nodded and continued to look around. Over here, we'll have our volunteers registering people who are getting tickets when they walk in if we have any. Last year we sold out pretty quickly. Okay. Now, these hallways will have different vendors who will donate part of their sales. The rooms will have panels or one-on-ones. Like, some shows have an entire cast and they'll be all together. For some of the others, we'll just have them in a room answering questions from fans. Okay, what else? Well, we'll have rooms for gamers. Plus, this year we're going to have a cosplay contest. Cosplay? Yeah, you know. People dress up as their favorite characters from shows like Star Wars, comic books, Star Trek. Maggie lifted her eyebrows. Oh, that's a real thing? Levi smiled and nodded. Yeah, that's a thing. Okay. I guess if it works, then great. Was this part of the financial statements you sent to Laura? Yeah, have you talked to her? I sent the rental receipt to her last week. Maggie tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. No, I haven't talked to her since last Monday. Levi didn't need to know they'd had a bit of an argument over him. Laura was pushing Maggie to explore the attraction she had for him, and Maggie adamantly refused because he had a girlfriend. She didn't understand why Laura pushed it so hard since she knew that. Levi narrowed his eyes and stepped closer. He smelled like spice, but unlike most guys, it wasn't overpowering. It was on the long list of things she liked about him. I got the impression you guys talked a lot. We do. I've just been busy. He took another step, and she shuffled back, hitting the wall. Am I making you nervous? No. Then why do you keep scrambling away from me? Maggie straightened her shoulders and pushed off the wall. I'm not. They were inches apart and too close for her comfort. She could almost picture what it would be like to kiss him. The thought was like a slap, and she skirted around him. Levi had a girlfriend, and Maggie wasn't that kind of woman. Sonia may not be a nice person, but Maggie still respected her enough to stay away from him. Why was he so flirtatious, anyway? Her heart dropped and sadness filled her. Because he wanted a donation. He wasn't interested in her. He just wanted her money. She'd let him play her. It made her angry. Where's Gary? He's around somewhere. I think he took off that way. He pointed down a hall across from them. Did you and Laura have a disagreement or something? No. I've been busy. Really? With what? Things, she said and walked off in the direction Levi pointed. Gary? She didn't want to talk about anything with him. Not anymore. Now that she figured out why he was being so charming. Wow, you really don't want to talk about it. Levi jogged to catch up with her. Gary! Yo! Gary popped his head out from a room at the far end of the hall. Hey, Gary! Maggie! He came running, grabbed her by the waist, and swung her around. She laughed and squealed. Play any foosball lately? Yes, but now I feel as though I've just been playing really bad players. Hey! Levi interjected. You've been playing me. Exactly, Gary said, smiling at Maggie. Come check out this room.
Levi didn't understand what happened. In a blink, Maggie's attitude had turned from friendly to frosty. What could he have done to cause that kind of reaction? He mentally scanned their conversation, trying to piece together a clue, and came up empty. He followed Maggie and Gary to the room and watched them laugh and talk. It irked him that they were so easy around each other. Why were they irritating him so much? The more Levi listened to them talk, the angrier he got. He stalked out of the room and back down the hall. The fact that they were getting along so well should have been the best thing ever, but it wasn't. He slid down the wall facing the hallway and sat on the floor. It felt like forever before Gary and Maggie came out of the room. They walked together, talking and laughing and grating on the very last nerve Levi possessed. He rolled his eyes. Are you two done flirting? Gary came to a complete stop and furrowed his brows. Dude, what is wrong with you? Nothing. Nothing is wrong with me. I just need to know if you're done so we can go. I'm sure Maggie has other things to do. And other guys to flirt with. He looked down at the floor. What bug has crawled up your butt? Gary asked. I think I'll go. You two sound like you need to work something out. Maggie chewed her bottom lip. Gary placed a hand on her arm and leaned close to her ear. Would you wait outside, please? But don't go. Please? She nodded and walked outside. Then Gary turned on his friend. What is your problem, dude? You are acting like a complete jerk. To me. To Maggie. What happened? You were fine a moment ago. Levi leaned his head back and looked up to avoid Gary's stare. Come on, man. What is going on with you? You have a girlfriend, remember? Gary crossed his arms over his chest, and his jaw clenched. She's a girl and putting friend on the end is a stretch, remember? Hey, I've never liked Sonia, but that didn't seem to matter. I didn't like Rachel either, and that didn't matter. When it comes to your love life, you don't seem to consider my opinion on it at all. Even when they're complete witches to me. Levi shifted against the wall. I know. Gary sat next to him. So, talk to me. You haven't really talked to me in years. He glanced at him sideways, his eyebrows pinched together. You're my best friend. It's almost like you left home and I'm taking care of your cat. And we all know cats are. Do I need to get my phone and start a tally? The forced introspection by Gary was making him uncomfortable. Gary socked him in the arm. Shut up, dude. This is serious. Levi took a deep breath and ran his hand through his hair, making it stick up in spots. I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe it would help if you started talking. Stop trying to carry all of this on your own. I'm here. I'm a good listener. Gary stretched his legs in front of him and crossed them at the ankle. Levi clasped his hand on Gary's shoulder, his eyes watering. I know. His voice broke, and he cleared his throat. And Maggie. I like her, but not like that. She's totally gorgeous and completely amazing, but it's just not there. I wish it was because she's the best. If you like her, stop being a jackwagon. Levi, you are the coolest guy I know, but the last few years, you've become someone I barely recognize. Levi bit his lip and looked away. Give me a little more time, okay? I've given you 3 years. Gary bumped his arm. I know, but I don't know how to put into words what's wrong. Just a little more. I promise. He sighed. Okay, a little more time, but figure it out and stop taking it out on me and Maggie. I can do that. Gary got up and pulled Levi off the floor. Let's go see if she actually waited for us. He laughed. Levi followed Gary out and locked the door behind him. Maggie sat on the sidewalk in front of the building with her knees drawn up to her chest. The moment she saw him, she stiffened. How was he going to fix the issue when he didn't know what he did wrong? Had he said or done something at the party to drive her away? Is everything okay? She asked, keeping her attention on Gary. The iciness he'd felt coming from her hadn't thawed at all. Levi smiled, grabbed Gary around the neck, and ruffled his hair. Yeah, things are okay. Gary pushed him off. Yeah, and what do we say, Levi? I'm sorry for being a jerk. He hoped she could hear the sincerity in his voice. It made him think back to the party again. A stab of guilt hit him. He'd been a jerk more often than not. He felt like he should have been apologizing for the last year as a whole. You should get that on a recording. It'll save you time. Maggie smirked. Gary laughed. Good one. He walked to her and held his hand up to give her a high five. You want to come have a bite to eat with us? She slapped his hand and laughed. I can't. I need to get home. Why? Levi asked. Maggie narrowed her eyes. Because. Her chilly shoulder was now sub-zero. Okay, fine. A cab pulled up in front of the building. Maggie stood and slipped into the cab without looking back. What's with her? Would you please tell me what I did at the party? Maybe you should ask her. Levi nodded. His drinking was becoming a problem. A problem he didn't like anymore. Chapter 10. Levi knocked on the frame of Maggie's wide-open door. He'd tried calling, but she wouldn't pick up. Whatever he'd done the night of the party or at the warehouse must have really upset her. The only thing he could remember for sure was her seeing him and Sonia kiss. But why would Maggie care about that? It's not like she was interested in him. Even if she was, there's no way she'd come near him if she thought he had a girlfriend. When Laura called earlier, he knew he had his way in, and he'd called Maggie the moment they hung up. When she didn't answer after the 5th call, he'd jumped on his bike, hoping she'd be home. Levi? Maggie stood in the kitchen, her gaze trained on him. Yeah. I need to talk to you, and you wouldn't pick up. You could have left a message. It's not the kind of thing you leave a message for. Laura said you have some suggestions for Geeks. Her lips were pursed as she eyed him. I can email them to you. Can I come in? Can we talk? It almost felt like he was begging. Not almost, he was begging. Not only did he want to know what he'd done, but Geeks was important to him. The way Laura talked, his foundation was in more trouble than he realized. I don't want to talk to you. Please leave. Levi held up his hand. Maggie, please. I need your help. I'm well aware of what you need. Like I said, I'll email you. He had to think quickly. He didn't want an email. He wanted to hear her voice and be near her. I thought you helped charities. You said you'd help me. Are you going back out on your commitment? She sighed. Fine, come on in, but we're going to discuss Geeks and that's it. You got it? Okay, sure. At that moment, he would have promised to dance naked on the roof if that's what got him in the door. He stepped inside and followed her to the back patio. Maggie pulled her chair away from the fire pit, giving a wide berth to Levi. She didn't waste any time and started before she even sat down. First, you need to fire your CPA and your board members. The harshness in her voice made him flinch. All of them? Why? The CPA came highly recommended, and the board members are friends of mine. Levi sat in a chair, leaving 2 chairs between him and Maggie. Just because someone comes highly recommended or claims to be your friend doesn't mean they can be trusted. It just means you haven't figured out they're not that great. But Maggie leveled her eyes at him. Do you want my help or not? If you do, great. If not, see yourself out. Wait. No, I do want your help. I'm just overwhelmed. He leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. So, is it that bad? Your CPA has been charging you over $200,000 a year, and each board member gets $100,000 a year. Levi felt the color drain from his face. He couldn't even finish the statement. I had no idea. I thought he'd started the charity to help people. The idea that so much money was going to pad the pockets of people he trusted made him sick. No wonder he was killing himself with his fundraising. It was all going nowhere. How much of his own money had gone to these people's wallets instead of helping families dealing with an incurable disease? They all said they wanted to help. He covered his mouth with his hand and shook his head. He'd asked friends to be on the board to keep things straight, to make sure things were being done the way they were supposed to be done. Never had he even considered they'd ask for a salary. He thought he could trust them. And they were taking money from the charity? Seems they aren't all that forthcoming. I mean, they are actors. It almost seemed like Maggie enjoyed delivering the news like blows. Levi hung his head. He didn't cry often, but he was fighting hard to hold it together. All this time, he thought he was keeping Amelia's memory alive when he wasn't actually doing anything at all.
Levi lifted his head. The glassy sheen covering his eyes caught her off guard. Would you please tell me what I did to make you angry? I don't like being lied to, and leaving out the fact that you're dating someone is the same as lying, especially when you're flirting with someone else. She nearly swallowed her tongue. She hadn't meant to say that. What? You're dating Sonia, and you were flirting with me. Why? Just so you could get a donation? I may not be fond of Sonia, but I won't do that to another woman, no matter who she is or what she's done. He sagged back in the chair and rubbed his face with his hand. I'm not dating Sonia. Maggie sat back and crossed her arms over her chest. That's not how it looked to me. And she was introduced as your girlfriend. I know you saw me kiss her. Yeah, and it wasn't a peck on the lips. Your lips weren't the only part of your mouth getting in on the action. If that's how he kissed people he wasn't dating, what was a kiss like when he was? The thought made heat creep up her neck. He locked eyes with her. I'm not dating her. Maggie wanted to believe him. It was silly. She didn't need to know the ins and outs of his relationship with Sonia. Someone like Levi wouldn't be interested in a hermit like her anyway. Fine. You're not. And we've discussed what you need to do with the charity. Until next time. She waved toward the door. I introduced her as my girlfriend and allowed her to act as such because, at the time, I wanted to keep appearances, but Sonia has never been, is not now, nor will she ever be, my girlfriend. So why would you introduce her as? Levi didn't let her finish the question. Because after my relationship with Rachel, the press hounded me about dating and women, and I just couldn't take it. Everywhere I went, someone was asking, and she needed a place to stay because she blew all her money and wasn't getting any jobs. So, we made a deal. She could live in one of my guest rooms, and in return, she'd pretend to be my girlfriend. It stopped all the badgering from the paparazzi. Maggie's mouth hung open. All this time you've been pretending? Yeah. I mean, I guess I understand, but, wow. A deal? With Sonia? Why her? Weren't you worried about your reputation because of her reputation? I didn't care about that as much as getting them to leave me alone. I know people look at me differently now, but I don't know what to do. If I break it off with her, the questions will start up again. Maggie studied him. How do I know you're telling the truth? I mean, you do act for a living. Levi pushed out of the chair and raked a hand through his hair. He turned his back to her and shook his head. I don't know. His voice was soft. When he turned back around, the hurt she saw in his eyes crushed her. I don't know anything. Lately, all I do is screw up. The charity I started for Amelia has been a fundraiser for my accountant and friends I trusted. I want it to be for her. I've got this hole in my chest where she used to be, and instead of, his voice broke. Her heart sank to the floor. He looked beyond broken, and she'd contributed to it. Maggie stood and approached him. She touched his arm. It's okay. Everything's going to be okay. We'll fix the charity, I promise. But it's all my fault. I don't know how I didn't see it. I trusted them, and they used me. It's like money is the only thing I'm good for, which really isn't far from the truth as of late. All she wanted to do was put her arms around him and convince him that everything would be okay. She cupped his face in her hands. I promise you, I will never use you. I will make sure this charity is everything you want it to be. For Amelia and for you. Okay? Amber's eyes locked with hers, and then she realized why she felt lightheaded. She was touching him. Not just touching him, but holding his face in her hands. His lips were inches from hers, and the pull to kiss him was unnerving. She shook it off as a product of heightened emotions. Before she could step back, he pulled her into a hug and squeezed her. I don't know how I'll ever be able to thank you enough. This charity can't fail. It just can't. It felt less like a hug and more like he was trying to use her to hold himself together. Maggie softened against him and put her arms around his neck. You have my word, it won't. It's going to be okay. His warm breath tickled her neck. Suddenly, Maggie was all too aware of his nearness, and her heart doubled its pace. It was like his essence was tiny tendrils, wrapping itself around her, needling its way under whatever defenses she could dream of building. She knew when she met him there was something more than what he showed the public. Underneath that public persona was a man she could see herself falling for, someone kind, compassionate, and loving. I guess we're finished. He leaned back. I don't want to be. They needed to be finished. He was too close, and she was being undone by it. The bubble of time they were in seemed to stretch out, and Maggie found herself wishing it wouldn't end. Clearing his throat, he stepped back. I guess I need to go. His voice was thick. Okay. If her lips could talk, they'd be giving her what for. It almost felt like she'd been begging him to kiss her. That couldn't happen. Their relationship needed to stay firmly in the business column. She followed him to the front door, and as he turned, the smile that made her knees weak spread across his lips. I'll talk to you later? Her tongue was tied in a knot. She coughed to loosen it. Sure. The word came out a little higher than she wanted. Okay. He turned, mounted his bike, and she watched as it disappeared down her drive. Her shoulders drooped. Her head said business, but her heart said all sorts of colorful things. Chapter 11. 2 days. That's all she got before Levi Martin gummed up Maggie's tightly controlled world again. Of course, he'd called during those 2 days, but that was okay. In fact, she kinda looked forward to his calls. If she were really being honest, she'd missed seeing him. His little impromptu visits weren't nearly as annoying anymore. She smiled to herself as she thought about him. He was flat out cute. Beyond heart-skipping gorgeous, he was interesting, witty, and wonderful. He reminded her a lot of Mark in that way. Mark's wit and flirty personality were what initially caught her attention. She'd always loved the funny guys. The upper half of the setting sun shone through the round window of her bedroom. Maggie stretched, threw her covers off, and climbed down the stairs. Her neck was stiff from sleeping too late, and she rolled it as her toes hit the first floor. Music played loud enough that came through the door as she took her time showering. She liked days like this, slow and easy. Toweling her hair, she walked out of the bathroom, dressed in a pair of pajama bottoms and an oversized t-shirt, oblivious to the car in front of her house. The knock on the door caught her off guard, and she screamed. Smiling, Levi and Gary waved. She walked to her computer and turned the music down. Do you ever call before just showing up at someone's house? Levi shrugged. Nah, it's more fun this way. He didn't need to know that her heart skipped a beat when she saw him or that she was hoping he'd drop by. She'd play it cool, or as cool as she could. What do you need, Levi? Nothing. Gary's been bugging me to see your place, so I thought I'd drop by and let him check it out. He was mad that I've been here twice without him. It's not much. With a wave of her hand, she invited them both in. This is the living room, office, and general area. She pointed to the bathroom door. Through there is the bathroom and my closet. Maggie pointed behind her. And through those doors is the kitchen on the patio. I'm sure the bathroom and closet are lovely, but I need to see the kitchen. Gary slid past her and jogged to the back of the house. Levi strolled over to her computer and tapped the mouse. His eyebrows shot up. This says you have 4 years' worth of music. How is that even possible? It's a custom-built computer. That's my second hard drive. Second? Yeah, the first one is filled with music. When I ran out of space on the first drive, I opted to have a computer built with a second drive. Levi sat at the computer and stared. I've never seen so much music. Maggie shrugged. I love music. It keeps me company. Gary charged back in and grabbed Maggie by the waist, spinning her around. He put her down and bent down on one knee. Maggie Lawrence, will you marry me? She laughed, lifted her chin, and cast her gaze down while smiling. Yes. Levi twisted in the chair and jumped up. I object. Gary stood. He objects. Yes, he does. A tingle of pleasure shot through her. Why would he object? I wonder why. A slow smile crept across Gary's lips. Maggie loved Gary and Levi's relationship. Other than the part where Levi hadn't stood up for him, their relationship was enviable, the ease of their banter and the way they seemed to know what the other was thinking. She returned his smile and narrowed her eyes. Let's ask. They looked at Levi. Why do you object? They asked in unison. Because. That's not a very good answer, said Maggie. Their eyes locked, and he squirmed. His neck turned red, and the color traveled to his face. She wondered why he would look so uncomfortable. Levi broke eye contact and looked away. It's as good as you're going to get at the moment. Changing the subject, she asked, would either of you like something to drink? Maggie pulled her gaze from Levi to Gary. There's stuff in the fridge. Make yourself at home, Gary. Gary walked to the fridge and squeaked. Strawberry yoo-hoo? That's my favorite. Is it? Maggie shrugged and walked to the bathroom door, tossed her towel in, and closed it. Levi caught her gaze, and the corners of his mouth quirked up. She strolled to the patio where she grabbed a can of soda and parked herself in one of the chairs next to the fire pit. Levi took a seat to her left and Gary to her right. So, you two have nothing better to do with your day than spend it in the woods with me? I'm pretty boring, you know. Levi propped his feet up on the edge of the fire pit, and Gary sat with his ankle across his knee. We are easily entertained. Levi smiled. That party you threw screams otherwise. It was a Sonia party, Gary blurted out. Levi groaned. It was a Sonia party. She invites the people, and I try to get them to fund the Geeks. Maggie wasn't sold on Levi's answer. Sonia liked to party and Levi liked not dealing with reality. She invites jerks like Bay Unger. She shivered at the memory of Bay slinging his arm around her shoulders, but she kept that information to herself. Do the parties work? Sometimes. Have you ever thought about asking for corporate sponsors? Like, maybe having Sony or Microsoft foot some of the bill? That kind of stuff really looks good for companies.
Maggie tilted her head and blinked. Little copper streaks in her hair stood out as the evening rays hit it. With it wet, it was clearer than usual and looked even softer, if it was possible. He wished he could run his fingers through it, and her skin was screaming to be touched. Levi? He shook his head and shrugged. Never really thought about that. The first year, it was just kinda thrown together. Last year it was a little more planned. My hope is that this year is the best yet. Maggie took a sip of her drink. It's not until July, which means you have a few weeks. It couldn't hurt to get on the phone and reach out to a couple companies. I mean, it's last minute, which isn't great, but the worst they can say is no. If nothing else, it gives them a heads up about next year. It never hurts to put a bug in their ear for next time. Levi chewed on his lip. That's a pretty good idea. I told you I'm pretty good at this. True. Guess I need to just trust you, huh? Maggie grinned and winked. The little flirtation was cute, and Levi smiled in return. So, are we going to get to use that lovely piece of equipment and cook a pizza? Gary asked. Check in the fridge under the grill. I keep stuff in there for pizza. Gary jumped up and walked to the spot Maggie had pointed to. He bent down and gasped when he opened the door. Dude, seriously. She needs to be family. I need to live here. He bit his knuckle. I may cry. Maggie shook her head and laughed. You are so easy. Only when it comes to food, foosball, and strawberry yoo-hoo. She chuckled and pulled her legs under her. At least it's a simple list. I'm a simple man. Gary quickly fished out the ingredients from the small fridge and set them on the bar next to the oven. How long have you two known each other? Asked Maggie. Levi grinned. It all started with a girl. Maggie cocked an eyebrow and looked from Levi to Gary. Of course it did. Don't all great stories start with that? He held her gaze, thinking she could definitely star in a great story, and he'd love to be the lead. In his head, he said, it sure does, but what he actually said was, anyway, I didn't know he liked this girl, so I made a move. What grade? Asked Maggie. First. Her smile reached her eyes. Why doesn't it surprise me that you've known each other that long? Yeah. I moved into the neighborhood a week after school started. I didn't even know Gary lived next door until we got into trouble. Trouble? Asked Maggie. Yes, trouble, replied Gary. We got into a fight over the girl and got detention for 2 solid weeks. By the end, we were best friends. And what about the girl? Maggie took a long sip of her drink. Levi chuckled. We liked being friends more than we liked her. He says that, but she didn't like either of us, Gary said. Gotcha. Maggie stood. I just realized I left the music off. Let me go turn it back on. Levi waited until she was out of earshot. Okay, I like her. Gary shook his head but smiled. I know. Would you give me, say, 5 minutes? I swear I'm not going to try anything. Go. Levi went into the house and found Maggie with her head back, listening to Piano Man. He stopped behind her. This is a great song. She whirled around, stumbled, and he caught her by the arms. Her delicate fingers closed around his bicep, setting his skin on fire. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. It's okay." Her eyes were round pools of blue, and her lips were parted. Those perfect pouty lips were so close and enticing he fought the urge to close his eyes and brush his lips against hers. It felt completely right as he slipped his arms around her. When she didn't resist, he pulled her closer. "This is one of my favorites. I thought Gary would like it. You got him strawberry yoo-hoo, and now you're playing music he likes. Should I be jealous?" One corner of her lips quirked up in a cute smirk. "Well, we are engaged." I objected. He squinted his eyes and grinned. He definitely objected. Even if it was a joke, that was a wedding that he'd be fighting tooth and nail. She mimicked his expression. "And? That changes what? You really know how to wound a guy. Besides, I do like him. He's easy to like." Levi glanced over his shoulder at the outdoor patio. Gary danced in front of the pizza oven like a Blues Brothers. "He is easy to like." Maggie pushed away and knocked into the edge of the desk. You mind stepping back a little?" When he returned his attention to her, their little bubble of a moment was gone. "Yes, I do mind." "Levi." "Maggie." Her breath caught. "Stop. Have you wondered what it would be like to kiss me because I'm finding it impossible not to kiss you? You have a girlfriend." Maggie darted around him. "She's a girl. I was told putting friend on the end was a bit of a stretch. And I told you, it's just for show." Maggie crossed her arms. "She's still your girlfriend in the eyes of the world, and that's enough for me." She cast her gaze down to the floor and wrapped her fingers in the hem of her shirt. "Plus, you're a client. We have a professional relationship. That wouldn't be appropriate." Levi smiled devilishly. "You know what you haven't done?" "What?" "You haven't denied wanting to know what it would be like to kiss me." In 2 strides, he was standing inches from her. The blush on her cheeks left little doubt that she'd at least entertained the idea of kissing him. Ever since the idea had popped into his head, he'd wondered about it. Their meeting at the warehouse hadn't lessened it. Maggie looked away. "I haven't thought about it at all, in fact. Never even crossed my mind." Her still damp hair smelled like citrus, and all he could think was that she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. No makeup, a simple t-shirt, and pajama bottoms. Really? Not even just a little? They locked gazes. A war waged in him. He wanted to kiss her more than he'd ever wanted to kiss anyone. "No." Levi leaned in closer. Her lips were a heartbeat away, and the desire to kiss her was overpowering. "No? Please don't," she whispered. Unshed tears pooled in the corners of her eyes. He pushed her hair over her shoulder and cupped her cheek. "I would never kiss you unless you wanted me to, but I want you to know there is nothing I want more right now than to kiss you." Her words trailed off. "What?" Her normally bright blue eyes turned gray and stormy. She caressed his cheek with the back of her hand and then stretched her fingers into his hair. "I can't." Levi brushed his thumb across her cheek, brushing away a tear that fell. "It's okay, Maggie." He gently pressed his lips to her forehead and stepped back as Gary burst into the room. While he loved Gary, images of knocking him out sprang to his mind. Maggie pushed past Levi and disappeared into the bathroom. Gary looked from the door to Levi. "What happened?" "I don't know." He put his hands on his hips and narrowed his eyes. "You don't know?" Levi shrugged and shook his head. "No, but I plan to find out." "You said you weren't going to try anything." "I didn't. I swear, if you hurt her, I will never speak to you again. Not even a chance." "You don't like her." His eyes widened. "You're falling for her." "Yeah, I think I am." "You're going to need to let your so-called girlfriend in on that information." Levi glanced at Gary. "I know." Gary smiled. "There is something about her, huh? More than something. She made his heart race. Every touch made his skin tingle. Spending time with her was all he wanted. Yeah, she was definitely more than something. Maggie Lawrence was special.
Chapter 12. Maggie wanted to keep her distance from Levi. Their exchange at her home left her shaken. She returned to the patio and acted like nothing happened. But something most definitely had happened. If she closed her eyes, she could still feel the heat from his body and smell the spicy cologne she loved. His heart-shaped lips and knee-weakening smile plagued her dreams and left her awake at night. Early the next morning, Levi called and insisted she meet him in the lobby of the LA Children's Hospital. She'd tried to dodge the invite, but Levi wouldn't take no for an answer. "You did say you wanted to meet the people Geeks helped," Levi had said. He'd used her own words against her. "Why are we here?" asked Maggie. "Just wait." He took her hand and pulled her to the elevator. Maggie stepped inside with him and crossed her arms over her chest. Being in such close proximity to him made it almost impossible to breathe. The what-if section of her brain clicked on, and she couldn't shut it off. Levi closed the distance between them. A bright smile spread on his lips, causing her throat to nearly close in on itself. Heat rushed from the center of her stomach to her cheeks, and the air in the elevator was hot enough to melt concrete. "I want you to meet someone. This is the first time in a few months he's been well enough to have outside visitors." "Okay," she whispered. His excitement made her wonder who she was meeting. The elevator door opened, and Levi stepped out. "Come on." Maggie nodded and followed him down a hallway. He stopped in front of a door and paused. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "I haven't seen Gabe in a while. He's been really sick." "For a couple of months, well, it was tough." Maggie nodded. "How old is Gabe?" 12. "Okay." Levi grinned and opened the door. "Gabe!" "Levi, my man." Maggie stepped in behind Levi and smiled. "Holy crap, dude. You've been holding out." "She is hot." Maggie blushed so hard she could feel it in her ears. Gabe was a cute kid with light brown skin. His head of dark curly hair hung over his eyes, and he kept pushing it back. Equally dark eyes looked her over, and a set of gleaming white teeth peeked from behind dark pink lips. "Mind your manners, you little punk." "I'm a punk?" "You're the punk. I beat you that last time, and you tucked your tail." "It's been months." Levi shook his head. "That's not how I remember it." "You remember it wrong, then." "Where's Gary?" "It's just me and Maggie today." "Maggie?" "Gabe Hernandez, this is Maggie Lawrence." Levi turned to Maggie. "Maggie, this is Gabe." Maggie shook Gabe's hand and worked to keep the smile on her face. Gabe was allowed visitors, but he was sick. Up close, she could see dark circles around his eyes, and a thin layer of sweat covered his face and neck. She wondered if Levi could see it. "Nice to meet you, Gabe." "Oh, sweetheart, it's nice to meet you." Maggie looked at Levi and tried to hide the smile forming on her lips. "Ladies' man." "Well, don't look at Levi. He's too old to handle a honey like you." She chuckled and put her hand over her mouth. "Wow. You didn't give me any warning he was so charming. And cute." "Because he's not," Levi said. "Mind your manners, man." "Hey, a brother's gotta do what a brother's gotta do." "This hospital is tapped out." "Run through the girls that fast, huh?" Gabe laced his fingers behind his head. "Hey, I can't help it if I'm too fly for these girls." Levi chuckled. "Where are your mom and dad?" "I thought they'd be here." "They needed a break." "The doctor was just here." "My lung transplant isn't going as well as they wanted." What do you mean? I'm starting to reject it. Levi looked like he'd been punched. What? But you said on the phone you were better. I know. I just didn't want you to worry. Gabe. Don't, man. I knew when I agreed to the transplant that it was a long shot. We all did. Well, what are they saying? They're going to try some different medication, and if that doesn't work. Levi nodded. The unspoken finality of what Gabe was going through made the air in the room heavy. Knowing what she did about his sister and seeing how close he was with Gabe, Levi's heart had to be breaking, and her heart was breaking for him. Gabe held up a hand. Don't, man. Remember? We don't say sorry. Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's okay. I'm gonna try the medication. The doctor said there's a good chance it'll work. Levi was drowning. Maggie wished she could wrap her arms around him and tell him it would be okay. The only thing she could think of was changing the conversation. Have you been to the fan experience, Gabe? I'm assuming you know about Levi's yearly charity, said Maggie. Maybe if they changed subjects, it would help them both. Gabe grinned. Not yet, but I'm hoping my friend here will hook me up this year. Totally, Levi said. If he doesn't, I will. She winked. The way Levi looked at her let her know she'd made the right call. First Gary, and now Gabe? Is there anyone I don't have to be jealous of? Maggie shrugged. You heard him. He can't help he's fly. Gabe punched Levi in the arm and busted out laughing. I told you the honeys love me. She chuckled as he took a seat in one of the chairs. The friendship between the two gave her new insight into Levi. He had a bigger heart than she realized, and it made him even more attractive. They stayed with Gabe until late in the evening. Levi and Gabe's conversation drifted from topic to topic. Middleman may need more information, but Maggie didn't. Geeks was going to get a private donation from her, and next year, the foundation would give as well.
The sun's rays were streaming through the tree branches when Levi pulled in front of Maggie's home. The amazement of the place hadn't worn off one bit. It was incredible. Once they walked to the front door, Maggie turned to him. Thanks for bringing me home. I could have taken a cab. She tucked a piece of her hair behind her ear and smiled. Levi stuffed his hands into his jean pockets. I know, but I kind of forced you to come. Well, I did insist on knowing everything. That's true. Would you like to come in? I have a whole pitcher of lemonade. Levi could have done a cartwheel. He'd missed her, and he'd hoped the feeling was mutual. I'd like that. Okay, well, pour yourself a glass, and I'll meet you out back. Sure. Maggie pivoted on her heel and disappeared behind her bathroom door. Levi rubbed his hands together as he walked to the kitchen. It couldn't be hard to find glasses. Not in a shoe-sized house. On a second try, he found the glasses and poured himself some lemonade and then took a seat outside. The wind had picked up, and what could have been too hot was actually just right. It wasn't long before Maggie took a seat next to him, holding a glass of water. I'm glad you came today, Levi said. Thank you for inviting me. Gabe's a character. Levi chuckled. You could say that. How long have you known him? I met him right before Amelia died. Oh. I wasn't prepared for what Gabe told me. I know. I could see it in your face. I'm so sorry. Levi set his glass down and stood. Thinking about Gabe only made the memories of Amelia more vivid. He wasn't sure he could handle seeing another person he loved going through long rejection. I wish I could do something. I wish I could fix it. Maggie stood and set her glass on the edge of the fire pit. I know. I'm so sorry. Then she did something Levi never expected. She hugged him. I wish I could make this better. He took a breath, wrapped his arms around her, and buried his face in her neck. Thank you. Amelia was gone. Rachel was fake. Gary was his best friend, but when the world crashed at Levi's feet, he'd needed more than a couple of beers and a good talk. Maybe wanted was a better word. He'd wanted a partner. He'd wanted companionship, trust, and a connection with a woman who would love him just because he was Levi. Maggie threaded her fingers in his hair. I hate that you're hurting. Levi pulled back, and her hand fell away. Her eyes were an endless western blue sky, and they were staring straight through him. I'll be fine. It's just, what Gabe's going through is a lot like what Amelia went through. Sorry seems like such a useless word. It fixes nothing, and it feels so hollow. Sorry was hollow. Amelia's funeral was filled with people who offered sympathy but had no clue what he was going through. It's hollow coming from people who haven't experienced it. I know they mean well, and I know they're sincere. It's just, they don't have a frame of reference. And you're not looking for sympathy. You don't know what you're looking for. A piece of you is broken, and it doesn't feel like you'll ever be whole again. A lump formed in his throat. It was the first time someone had put into words exactly how he felt. A piece of him was broken. Or broken off and gone. Amelia was more than just his sister. She grounded him and pushed him to be a better person. When he lost her, he lost his anchor, and he'd been drifting ever since. Maggie looked down. You ache, and it feels like an open wound that won't heal. They're gone, and they're never coming back. And somehow, you're supposed to move on. It's expected. Time heals all wounds, but when the wound is so wide and so deep, her voice broke, and she looked up. It's a chasm, and it doesn't feel like time will ever be able to restore what you've lost. Levi was left with zero doubt she had been through something equally painful. You know, don't you? She held his gaze, and the world stopped. His heart thrummed in his ears. What could have happened? He knew hurt, but what she described was more than the loss of a sister. There was something much deeper going on with her. You don't have to tell me. I can see it in your eyes. I can't. Laura doesn't even know everything. Her voice was barely above a whisper. If she'd spoken any softer, he wasn't sure he would have even heard her. He hugged her close again. It's okay. Maybe if I hold you tight enough, the broken pieces won't hurt so bad. Maybe then you can tell me. Maggie sighed and melted into him. I wish that could work. I wish pressing me back together would fix everything, but I don't know. They stood on the deck, holding each other until the sun dipped below the horizon. Levi pulled back. I guess I should probably go. What he really wanted to do was kiss her, but she wasn't ready for that. Plus, he wanted to think it through. If he started something with her, he wanted to make sure he was ready. He didn't want to hurt her. I guess so. She tiptoed and kissed his cheek. I don't read tabloids, but even if I did, I think they'd have your story wrong. There's so much more to you than anyone knows. She stepped back and picked up her water. Levi covered his cheek with his hand. His skin tingled where she'd kissed him. It was innocent and just as intimate as any kiss he'd ever received. What was that for? She shrugged. I don't know. I just felt like you needed it. You need to know someone cares, and I do. His heart did a series of cartwheels. He had confirmation she cared about him. Okay, well, I'll get going. Call you later? Sure. Levi walked to the front door with Maggie following him. Good night. Maggie smiled and leaned against the door. Good night. He jumped over the door into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove off. The spot on his cheek continued to tingle. Maggie had kissed him, even if it was on the cheek. She'd kissed him. She said it was because she thought he needed it, but maybe it could mean more. He certainly wanted it to mean more. The feelings he had for her went well beyond anything he'd ever felt for Rachel. Maybe with a little soul searching, he could be what Maggie needed. If nothing else, he'd be a better person, and that was a start. Chapter 13. Levi was not ready to wake up. He grunted as fingers combed through his hair. "Hey, sleepyhead," Sonia said. He wished she would stop trying to be more than just insurance against dating questions. "Hey," he said, yawning. Part of him wanted to come clean to the press, but then Maggie would be the target of the questions. He didn't want that happening to her. At least, not until they had a little more time. Not only did he need to figure out who he was, he needed to figure out who he wanted to be. "So, you want to hang out with me today?" "I can't." He couldn't come clean just yet, but that didn't mean he needed to gallivant around LA with Sonia. If Maggie saw them together, she'd never trust him again. She lifted an eyebrow. "What? You and Harry got something planned?" He frowned. "Don't call him that. You've never had a problem with it before." "I do now, so stop." He should have said something long before, but he'd been so caught up in his own misery that he allowed Gary to take the brunt of her nastiness. That was definitely over. "Okay. I'm sorry." She said the words, but Levi knew they meant nothing. "Look, I just wanted to spend some time with you." "What's the problem?" She wasn't dense. They'd never been more than on the surface friends. He was confused by the sudden need to force herself on him. She'd done it before, a few times, but this reeked of desperation. "The problem is, you and I are never going to be more than whatever it is we are, and lately you keep trying to push me into something." "I'm not trying to push. Let's just go for a walk around town, get a bite to eat, just hang out," she said as sweet as she could muster. Levi rubbed his face. Sonia scooted closer and placed her hand on his chest. For a brief moment, they held each other's gaze. He looked away just as she bent down to kiss him. "You've never had a problem with me kissing you before." She drew circles on his chest with her finger. He took her hand and moved it to her lap. "It's Maggie, isn't it?" Actually, he did have a problem with her kissing him, but not kissing someone you're supposedly dating would have made the whole thing suspicious and would have led to questions. The first time she kissed him, he'd been caught off guard, but the press ate it up and left him alone. "What?" "No. Maggie has nothing to do with this." She straightened. "Then what's the problem?" "I just think you are getting the wrong idea. You're the one who wanted me around, you know? So you could avoid all those prying questions about your love life. Your marriage with Rachel," she spat, emphasizing the name. "Don't talk about that." Levi sat up, immediately awake and bristling with anger. Sonia didn't know the whole story with Rachel. She didn't know how petty and selfish Rachel had been during their relationship. He'd dealt with it because it took his mind off Amelia, and at the time, anything to take his mind off her was welcomed. Sonia stood and crossed her arms over her chest. The way she was standing, looking down at him like she was somehow better than him, made him want to show her the door. "Why? Because your little feelings might get hurt? Does that Maggie woman know? Because it's a good way to get your butt thrown to the curb. You're the one needing a place to stay because you've blown all your money and haven't been cast in anything in a year. Try showing up to work on time and maybe you'll get a call back." Sonia's lips curled into a snarl, fury flashing in her eyes. "You know, you really are pathetic. Lovesick because you caught Rachel in bed with another guy. Really? It's been over 2 years. Get over it already." Levi was done. "Get out, Sonia. Leave, now. You're just mad because the truth hurts. If you have any desire to keep a roof over your head, you'll get out of my room, out of my sight, and you'll stay that way for the next week or so." Sonia spun on her heels and left in a huff. The stench of her overbearing perfume was all that was left in her wake. Levi fanned the air in front of his face to get rid of the smell. He flopped back on the bed with his arms out wide, staring at the ceiling. Maggie. She was what made the difference. Levi knew the guy she first met wasn't good enough. He needed to be a better person, and that started with making sure Sonia wasn't allowed to make fun of Gary. It also meant no more drinking. Levi turned onto his side and stuffed his pillow under his head. They'd almost kissed that night when he and Gary had shown up unexpectedly. She'd nearly cried. Then the other night, after seeing Gabe, the heartache in her eyes and the way her voice broke, it was like she'd given up on living. Why though? What could have possibly happened? The pain radiating from her broken heart made him hurt for her. Who could have hurt her like that? She was smart and funny. And just like Amelia, she didn't let him get away with being a jerk. He liked her. More than liked her. He was falling for her. His thoughts screeched to a halt. Liking her was one thing. It kept his heart safe, but falling for her? That was dangerous. The idea caught him off guard. Levi sat up and threw his legs over the edge of the bed. Thinking about Maggie made him crazy. How could he be falling for her? They'd known each other just a couple months. Rachel had killed a part of him, numbed him to a point where he thought he'd never recover, but thinking about Maggie made him happy. An emotion he thought was buried and done. Maybe it was time for him to grow up and move on. Amelia wouldn't have wanted him to be like this, especially not over her. Definitely not over Rachel. And if she were still alive, she'd have killed him for even looking at Sonia, much less letting people think he was dating her. He strolled to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Where have you been? It's time you and I had a talk. This thing you've been doing the last 3 years is done. You have a life to live, and you aren't going to just watch it roll by without any input. Amelia wouldn't want you doing this, and Gary deserves to have his best friend back. Levi turned the water on and splashed his face. Plus, there's a woman who makes you laugh, and she isn't Rachel, so stop being a giant jackwagon and get your act together before you screw things up so bad you'll never have a snowball's chance. The man staring at him in the mirror smiled. It was a conversation he needed to have a long time ago, and now that it was out, the weight lifted off his shoulders. He actually felt physically lighter. It was time for a shower. When he stepped out of the shower, he was coming out a new man and a better person.
Inspiration had hit Maggie while she was in the shower. Grey City, the last book in her famished series, came out well over a year ago. Writing the series had given her the out she needed to keep herself busy and her thoughts off the accident that had changed everything. She clicked away on the keyboard, so immersed in her newest manuscript she almost didn't hear the phone. In the past, she'd have turned it off completely. Now, she kicked herself for forgetting how annoying it was to be interrupted. "Hello," she barked into the phone. Hi." Levi sounded like he was taken off guard. Maggie took a deep breath, and when she spoke again, she softened her tone. "Hi, Levi. I'm sorry. Did I catch you at a bad time?" She looked at the screen and down at the word count, 1632. Not bad for a couple of hours and being out of practice. "No, I'm sorry. I was just, what do you need?" "Okay, good. First, I wanted to tell you I fired everyone. They're gone. I sent the official termination papers, and it's a done deal." Maggie wished she could see his face. "That's great. Was it hard?" "No, it needed to be done. If I want this to be successful, I need to make hard decisions." "Good for you. Did Laura tell you to send her your finances?" "Yeah, and I can't thank her enough. At least I can trust her, right?" "Absolutely. What was the second reason you were calling?" "I wanted to see if you wanted to grab an early dinner with me." Her stomach grumbled. She hadn't eaten all day, but dinner with Levi? It made her stomach do other things. "Come on. What can happen in a public place?" Maggie smiled and laughed. He did have a point. At least in a public place, even if he did get too close, she'd have a buffer. "All right, where do you want to meet?" "Nope, this is a proper date. I'll pick you up." "Date?" Her pulse jumped. A date with Levi? Their professional relationship was already having boundary issues. Would a date blur that line even more? Well, sure. What do you call two people eating dinner at a restaurant? Dinner at a restaurant with a friend. That's right. A friend. What if one of those friends wants to be more than friends with the other friend? I'd say one of those friends needs to cool their jets and be happy that the other friend agreed to have dinner with them in the first place. Levi chuckled. Okay, Maggie Lawrence. I'll see you in a bit. Okay. Maggie heard the phone click and set it down. Instead of hurrying to get ready, she continued writing for a while. When she hit the save button, she was happy with her progress. She took her time getting ready, finding a shirt she felt would bring out her eyes and a pair of jeans that fit and were comfortable. She even went to the trouble of putting makeup on, which she normally only tolerated for talk shows or speaking engagements. When she was done, she looked at herself in the mirror, satisfied with the results. The image in the mirror made her stop in her tracks. What was she doing? Dressing up, putting on makeup, acting like an idiot. It's Levi Martin. Maggie took a deep breath and cleared her head. He was a client. They had a professional relationship, and he was a friend. It wasn't a date. It was a business meeting. Besides, why would he be interested in her? Yeah, he said he wanted to kiss her, but it was just one moment. Then again, she couldn't deny wanting to kiss him either. Maybe there was something there. Maybe it could be more. The thought startled her. More? There could be no more. Friendship is where she drew the line. There was no way she could let herself fall for someone again. Losing Mark had left her in pieces on the floor that she was still trying to put together. Falling for Levi and losing her heart again wasn't something she could handle. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. She walked out of the bathroom, and Levi stood in the doorway with his hands in his pockets and a smile that melted her. She didn't want to respond, but her body had other ideas. A smile spread on her lips, and her heart pulsed like a strobe light. He looked great in a dark blue button-up shirt and jeans. His mouth dropped open. Levi? He shook his head. Yeah. Is everything okay? Yeah, you ready? I think so. Am I dressed appropriately? I didn't know where we were going, so I was trying to ride the fence. He whistled. Yeah, you look great. Maggie blushed and looked away, tucking a piece of hair behind her ear. Let's go, she said, grabbing her wristlet and walking out the door. Levi followed her to the car and opened the door for her. The little black Mercedes convertible was sleek and looked like a car he would drive. Maggie was just glad he'd driven a car and not a motorcycle. Although, it may have been nice to have an excuse to wrap her arms around his waist and hang on. So, where are we going? Maggie asked. It's a surprise. Levi smiled and backed down her driveway. Does your girlfriend know you asked me out? Won't she be concerned? I guess it could be considered a business thing, depending on the conversation. This isn't business. Levi, you need to turn this car around. Now. Nope. Levi. Let's enjoy the drive. When we get to the restaurant, I'll explain more, okay? What was he doing? Maggie narrowed her eyes and nodded. Okay. Something about him was different. She leaned her head back and looked away to watch as the scenery flashed past. If nothing else, she loved the drive to and from her home. It was hard to keep her thoughts from wandering, so she forced herself to concentrate on the drive. If she refused to allow the thoughts to root, maybe she could just enjoy the dinner as it was and let it be superficial. Dinner with a friend. Nothing else and going nowhere. She set the thought on repeat and drifted to sleep. Hey, Maggie, we're here. Maggie sat up and almost rubbed her eyes before she remembered she had put on makeup. I'm so sorry. Some dinner date I am. It's okay. Where are we? San Fernando. Maggie looked at him, surprised. What? I wanted to stay out of LA. It's quieter here. For some reason, that struck her wrong, but she kept the feeling to herself. Levi didn't want Sonia to know he was taking her to dinner. Maybe he lied about his relationship with her. Could they be dating and he was just that desperate for a donation? She pulled the handle of the door and hopped out of the car. Okay, let's eat.
Chapter 14. Levi rushed out of the car, wondering what he could have said to upset her. She may have tried to hide the fact that she was mad, but she was doing a poor job of it. This place has great burgers and fry bread tacos. They're pretty well known for their creme brulee, too. She perked up as she listened to some of the menu choices. Oh, those sound good. The restaurant was pretty busy when they arrived. Finding a table outside was easy, though, and the courtyard was nearly empty with most of the diners preferring to stay inside. Levi was pretty pleased with his luck. Once they'd given their drink orders, they looked over the menu. So, does Sonia know? Asked Maggie. Levi caught Maggie peering over the menu at him. Sonia is not my girlfriend, remember? It's none of her business. She looked down at the menu. I know, but don't you think there will be questions if someone spots you out in public with another woman? Why do you think I wanted to be out of LA? I didn't even think about it, really. It was just a question. He eyed her. By the way she was looking at him, it was way more than a question. He wondered if she was upset because he'd taken her out of LA. Then it hit him. What if she thought he'd lied about his relationship with Sonia? Even if it does come out, I don't really care anymore. I'm tired of pretending. She may be moving out soon, anyway. She glanced up, and he caught her gaze and held it, desperately wanting her to hear what he was really saying. She looked back down at the menu again. Oh. If she did get what he was saying, she sure did hide it well. He felt deflated, but for now, maybe it was for the best. He still needed to figure out a few things before he could see a future with her. Levi smiled and ran his hand through his hair. I need to tell you about Amelia and Rachel. No, you don't. It's okay. No, I need to. Please let me. Levi watched Maggie. She nodded slightly. A small part of him felt like chickening out, but it was now it was now. Okay, so I'm sure you know I was married. Laura told me. I'm sorry. I swear I didn't go looking for information. It's okay. Anyway, Amelia was my sister. Levi studied her expression. You knew that, too, though. Maggie smiled. I can't reveal my sources. The short, bearded sources? She pulled her lips in to hide her smile, but it reached her eyes. Of course Gary would have told her. Anyway, I met Rachel about a year before Amelia, before she passed away. He frowned and looked away. Using the D word made the grief fresh. Levi cleared his throat and looked at Maggie again. It was a pretty tough time for me. Levi paused as the waiter delivered their food. They'd each ordered something the other had found interesting so they could share. Levi had ordered a burger with a side of Gouda mac and cheese, and Maggie picked a fry bread taco with sweet potato fries. It was an odd combo, but it smelled delicious. So, you were saying it was a tough year? He pushed his food around on his plate. Amelia started having complications. The lung transplant seemed to be working great for a while, but she kept getting sicker and sicker. I met Rachel while Amelia was in the hospital and I was having trouble dealing. Looking back, I knew my relationship with her was just a way of dealing with what Amelia was going through. Levi looked down and squeezed his eyes shut. Talking about it still hurt. Cool, delicate fingers covered his hand, and he looked up. It's okay. I'm listening. He nodded. So, when Amelia met Rachel, she was livid. Rachel was superficial, obnoxious, and she didn't love me. I was just an actor, and she wanted her 15 minutes of fame. But I just couldn't let her go, you know? I knew Amelia was, Levi's eyes watered. I knew Amelia was dying, and I was going to be alone. You had Gary. At the time, I was in a spiral. I knew I had my best friend, but I have never felt more alone in my life. When Amelia died, I asked Rachel to marry me. I overlooked so many red flags because I was hurting so bad I couldn't think straight. I understand that. Levi frowned and studied Maggie's face. You really do, don't you?
Maggie pulled her eyes away from him. So, what happened? She asked, deliberately moving the conversation back to him. I caught her with another man. I was supposed to be gone an entire week, but I got home early. I found out through the divorce that she'd been having an affair the entire time we were together. The only reason she married me was for the money and the FaceTime on the red carpet. We dated, married, and divorced in less than a year. Maggie took a deep breath. I can't even imagine. I'm so sorry. To have his sister die and then to have to deal with such a horrible thing was awful. She didn't understand Rachel having an affair. Levi was wonderful. He was sweet and funny and caring. But she also hadn't met him when the loss was so fresh. You know what? It doesn't excuse my behavior. I've been a complete jerk for the last few years, and I've used Amelia and Rachel as an excuse. If Amelia were alive, she'd have beaten me to a bloody pulp. Actually, she'd never have let me marry Rachel. Really? She hated Rachel. Flat out told Rachel to her face she didn't like her. My sister was not a pushover, and she never hid how she felt. I should have known. Amelia was always right about people. And as much as she hated Rachel, it would have been a cage match between her and Sonia. Maggie chuckled. I think I would have liked your sister. She would have loved you. Levi picked up his burger and took a bite. Oh, he said, making a face. I let it get cold. It's okay, but I don't care for cold mushrooms. He dropped it back on the plate. Want some of my fries? They taste pretty good. Levi reached over and snagged a couple. Look, I wondered if you wanted to hang out with me and Gary tonight after we eat, he asked between bites. We're going to play video games, eat absurd amounts of junk food, and just chill in the basement. I know, it sounds like a blast. You can probably barely contain your excitement. Maggie chewed her lip and smiled. Gary will be there? Because that was the only way she was going to say yes. With the way her thoughts had been lately, there was no way she could be alone with him in his basement. Yes. A smile spread on her lips. Spending time with Levi sounded great, and it took work to keep her excitement from showing. Okay, but I've never played video games. I think Gary needs a foosball rematch. It won't matter. His face lit up, and he laughed. Oh, big talk. She shrugged and took a sip of her drink. Hey, why hide my foosball greatness? How about we get this stuff to go? Sure. Being completely honest, the only reason I brought you here was to tell you about Amelia and Rachel and to apologize for the evil twin you met earlier. I promise he's locked away in a dungeon and will never be seen or heard from again. Does he have an iron mask on? Because an evil twin has to have an iron mask. Levi laughed and flashed a lopsided grin. Yeah, definitely. Chapter 15. Gary, at least, she thought it was Gary, met Maggie at the bottom of the stairs with a Twizzler hanging out his mouth. He had his headset on and controller in hand, ready for game night. It didn't stop him from grabbing her around the waist and spinning her, which she was starting to realize was their thing. He sat her down, and she stared at him a moment before reaching out to run her hand over his cheek and chin. Holy cow! My fiancé shaved? And you didn't bother to tell me? Sorry. Guess we should have discussed it first, huh? It would have been the polite thing to do. She loved the running joke, but more than that, she loved how it made Levi frown. Hey, I still object, Levi said. Although, it looked like he was working to keep the frown on his face. Gary shrugged. Yeah, I was tired of it. Plus, it was really itchy. He scratched his chin as if just the thought of the beard made him itch. You look like you're 16 with it gone. 16? Aw, man. An adorable 16. An adorable 16? Okay, I can be 16 as long as I'm adorable. Gary bumped her with his shoulder. So, you ready to kill some zombies or maybe take out some bad guys in the desert? Oh, maybe aliens or something? I don't have any idea. I'm not really a gamer. You know, really, if you guys want to play, I'll just kinda hang out. It's okay. Gary's brows furrowed. What? Are you kidding? We don't invite people over and make them watch the mayhem. You're either in or not. We could always forgo the video games and do some foosball. Maggie wiggled her eyebrows and grinned. My ego can't handle a rematch just yet. Maggie held up her hands in defeat. Okay, but you guys may regret it. Doubt it, Levi said and sat down on the sofa. The coffee table was littered with all sorts of snacks, from candy to cakes to chips. Sitting next to the gaming system was a refrigerator, which she'd missed the last time she was in the basement. She suspected it was stocked with strawberry yoo-hoo. All right, Gary said and gently placed a headset on Maggie. He handed her a controller. This will let you talk to us and other players. Now, we're going to make a few practice runs so you can get a feel for the controller. You want something to drink? He went over to the fridge and opened it. We have strawberry yoo-hoo, of course, and soda and water. We have wine upstairs, Levi added. I won't be having any, but you're welcome to a glass. He wasn't drinking? Then she wouldn't either. Not that she would have if he did, but definitely not now. I'll just have water. Levi jumped up. I think I'll run upstairs. I've got some fruit Mentos hiding in my room. Gary's lips parted with a gasp. You been holding out on a bro? It's a 12-pack, and I wanted to get at least one of them. I would have saved you some. Must I remind you of the Tampa Bay Mentos malfunction? Maggie looked at Gary. What did you do? Gary huffed. I might have gotten a little sick. Little? Levi's voice squeaked. He looked at Maggie. He ate an entire 12-pack in, like, an hour and then went dancing. There is a club in Tampa Bay that has banned us for life. What on earth happened? Levi waved his hands, becoming animated as he talked. It was like a scene out of Pitch Perfect. Complete mayhem. Maggie covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. I'm so sorry. I'm trying really hard not to laugh. Gary rolled his eyes and shrugged. It's okay. But only because it's you. You get a pass. Okay, I'll be back. Levi smiled and bounded up the stairs. Maggie took off the headset and stood to hug Gary. She leaned back. I'd just started the foundation, and it was my first television appearance. Nervous didn't cover how I felt. I hadn't eaten all day. My whole body was shaking, and somehow, I still managed to throw up. It was being taped live. The only positive in that whole situation was that it was a local station and I think less than 20 people saw it. Oh, man. Is it on YouTube? Her breath caught. She'd never even thought to check. I don't think so. Gary smiled. It's okay if it is. You'll have company. Ouch. Yeah. It took months for that video to stop making the social media rounds. Levi got ribbed about it. I don't think he cares. Maggie took a seat again and put her headset back on. She looked at the stairs. Levi told me about Amelia. Really? That's awesome. You didn't tell him I'd told you anything about it, right? No, she'd keep the fact that Levi knew to herself. He also told me about Rachel. Gary's eyes bugged out and looked to make sure Levi was still upstairs. That's huge. He never talks about that. I was surprised. Not sure why he told me, though. Sure, you do. He looked her in the eyes. Look, I'm not saying you guys are meant for each other or that you should date or whatever, but just promise me you won't hurt my friend. You have my word. Maggie looked away.
Have your word on what? Levi asked and walked to the couch, holding a sealed box of Mentos. He broke open the package, tossed one to Gary, and then handed one to Maggie. Maggie opened her mouth, but Gary spoke up first. She promised to be a regular at game night from now on. Levi knew Gary was lying, but he decided to let it go. Oh yeah? It's the snacks, right? Maggie laughed. Sure. Who in their right mind would turn down this smorgasbord of heart attack? Gary and Levi looked at each other and busted out laughing. Hey, I'm in shape. No heart attacks here. Me either. Gary pumped up his bicep. I'm one push-up away from American Ninja. What do you consider a push-up? Maggie asked as she laughed with them. Gary stuck his tongue out at her. Did you ever play video games growing up? Levi asked Maggie. It was brief, but Levi saw the sadness in her eyes. Not growing up. I played them some in college, along with foosball. There was a big group of us. Laura, Alicia, Joel, Jay, and Mark. Levi heard the hitch in her voice when it came to the last name. Laura? So, you've known her since college? Yeah. How about the others? Do you still keep in contact with them? It's been a while since I spoke to them. After college, we lost contact. Laura is the only one you stayed close with? Maggie cleared her throat. I doubt Gary wants my autobiography. I mean, this is game night, right? Exactly, Gary said as he caught Levi's gaze. An unspoken understanding passed between them, and they started up the game. You ready to get your butt beat by the master? Is this the same master who beat my butt in foosball? Burn. Levi laughed. Gary narrowed his eyes. Oh, you just wait. I'll get both of you. The three of them talked, joked, and laughed well into the night. Before long, Levi looked over and found Maggie sleeping with her head leaned back. It didn't look comfortable at all. Hey, he whispered. Gary looked over. Lightweight. It's 4 a.m. I doubt she's used to staying up this late. Levi yawned. Can't say sleeping sounds like a bad idea to me either. Me either. Gary yawned too. I'm going upstairs and crashing. Behave. He motioned with his fingers like he was keeping an eye on Levi, and then he headed up the stairs. I'll behave. Levi returned his attention to Maggie and shook her. Hey, do you want to stretch out on the couch? What? Where am I? You're at my house. You fell asleep while we were playing video games. Oh. Right. She rubbed the back of her neck. Neck hurts? She nodded. Wrong position to sleep in, I guess. I've got a guest bedroom upstairs. I can sleep on the couch down here. Sure. Levi stood, walked over to a cabinet, and pulled out pillows and blankets. He walked back to the couch with them. Maggie stretched out as he handed her a pillow, and then he covered her with the blanket. Thanks. Good night. Would you stay? Levi thought he'd heard her wrong. Stay? What did she mean by stay? What? I've been alone a long time. Would you just stay and hold me? Her voice was soft and pleading. Sure. She moved to her side and made room for him. He lay next to her with his arm around her back, and she laid her head on his chest. I was closest to Mark. When he looked down, she was looking up. Tears were in her eyes. I married him. Married? Did he leave her or something? How could he? Without even realizing it, Levi had been looking for Maggie his whole life. He couldn't imagine having her and letting her go. What happened? It doesn't matter. I needed this, tonight. Levi cupped her cheek. I'll stay as long as you want me. She sighed and closed her eyes. Talk to me. Keep me from thinking. He could do that. As much as he wanted to know what happened, he wanted more than anything to comfort her. Want to know how I got into acting? Good looks and charm? Something like that. Maybe a good dash of luck. Maybe even a little talent. Levi closed his eyes as he thought back to his first audition. The awkwardness. How nervous he was. She yawned and snuggled closer. Her arm lengthened across his chest. I watched your show. You've got more than a little talent. From anyone else, it would have meant nothing. Coming from her, it meant everything. You think so? I think a lot of things about you. Mostly stuff I shouldn't. She yawned again. Levi's heart pounded in his chest. It wasn't just him. She felt the connection too. What stuff? When he opened his eyes, she was already asleep. She was thinking about him. If she was having the same thoughts he was, the revelation sent a thrill through him. He had a chance with her.
Chapter 16. When Maggie woke up, the first thing she noticed was that Gary was gone. The next thing she noticed was that she had her arm across Levi and she was lying next to him on the couch. Her head was resting in the crook of his arm, and his chin was touching his shoulder, like he had been watching her sleep. She started to move, but he wrapped both his arms around her. She froze. The last thing she wanted was to wake him up and find herself in an even more awkward position. When she looked up at him, he was smiling down at her. Without thinking, she pushed his hair back from his forehead and rested her hand on his cheek. She loved how he made her laugh. She loved how excited he got about his charity. His heart was huge, and he was sweet. His arms tightened around her, bringing her mouth inches away from his. Her heart doubled its pace. How long had it been since she had allowed anyone this close to her? It felt so right to be cuddled next to him. Like it was where she belonged. Wouldn't Mark want her to be happy? Maybe just a little? Maggie relaxed against him. She was going to kiss him. Maybe kissing him would squelch the growing attraction she had for him. Would it be so bad to kiss him? She was done thinking and overthinking. She slowly brushed her lips across his. It was better than she imagined. Soft. Sweet. And so full of electricity her breath caught. It was like lightning coursing through her. But he wasn't kissing her back, and she needed him to kiss her back. He remained stone still, and she couldn't stand it any longer. Maggie pushed up on her elbows, giving her more freedom to reach him. It must have been the signal he needed because he deepened the kiss. Her ribs felt like a cage, and her heart was throwing itself against the bars. His hands traveled up her back and into her hair, leaving a trail of fire and a desire for more of him. She wasn't sure if it was the time she'd spend in solitude or that she was even more attracted to Levi than she realized, but the intensity of the moment seemed to grow with each heartbeat. It was Levi. She'd been around men since Mark, but no one like him. She'd loved Mark, but nothing like what she was feeling for Levi. Then Maggie began to drown. She was falling for him, and she couldn't allow that. She'd promised Gary she wouldn't hurt him. She was broken and unfixable, unable to give herself to anyone. The accident was her fault. She was the reason Mark was gone, and she deserved to be alone. Maggie scrambled away from him. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Levi sat up, wrapped his arms around her, and pulled her back to him. It's okay. I don't want to hurt you, Levi. Since Mark, I'm broken, she whispered. I can't lie to you and say I'm okay. Maggie's words caught in her throat. He pulled Maggie against him tighter with her back resting against his chest and nuzzled her hair. It'll be okay. Maggie twisted around and looked him in the eyes. I need to go home. Please. He cupped her cheek, and she could see the hurt in his eyes. Maggie. Please, Levi. Please, just take me home. Let's pretend it didn't happen. He dropped his hand and covered hers with it. What? It didn't happen. We're still friends. Everything's fine. His tone was light, but it sounded forced. I don't think I can do that. Why? It won't happen again. Maggie leaned her head against his chest and curled her hand under her chin. I don't want to hurt you. I promised I wouldn't. I want to keep that promise. Let me worry about that, okay? Levi held her as soft sobs escaped. She'd kissed him, and it had been wonderful. It wasn't that she wanted to pretend it didn't happen. The exact opposite. She wanted more. He handed her several tissues, and she wiped her eyes and nose. I don't want to lose you. I'd rather keep you as a friend than not have you at all. Maggie leaned back and looked at him. A friend? He'd ignited something in her she thought was dead and withered. She ached to feel his lips against hers again. Please be my friend. The words were blanketed in desperation, and it tore at her heart. He looked so sad. Before she could stop herself, she kissed him again. If he wanted friendship, she'd give him that. But she needed to taste him one more time. Maybe she could burn the memory of the moment into her brain. It'd be like a cherished collectible. She'd set it on a shelf and revisit it when she was lonely. With a gasp, she broke the kiss. We can be friends, but I need to go home now, okay? Sure.
Levi hated how things had ended. The way her eyes clouded over. She'd said they could be friends, but it made him wonder if that's what she really wanted. Her lips had trembled as she said it, like it was breaking her heart to even speak it. She wanted more, he could feel it. So what could be holding her back? What had Mark done to her to make her so closed off? All he could think was that Mark must have been abusive. If he could find him, he'd punch him for what he did to her. Gary waited for him in the basement after he dropped Maggie off. Levi told him what happened and made sure he knew Maggie was the first to make a move. The last thing he needed was his best friend getting mad at him. So, she kissed you? Levi nodded. Gary narrowed his eyes. And you didn't do anything at all? 'Cause that doesn't sound like you. I mean, I did kiss her back. After she kissed me first. Gary didn't need to know she nearly demanded he kiss her back. She'd brushed her lips against his, and he'd kept still, too afraid to move. Then she'd lifted up, begging for a response, and kissed him again, and all his restraint had melted. But nothing else happened? Other than Maggie pulling away as fast as she'd kissed him? No. But I don't know how I'm going to be friends with her. She kissed you. You kissed her back. And then she kissed you again. Gary seemed as stuck on the kiss as he was. Just like I said. Wow. Yeah. Levi sighed, reliving the moment in his head. He wasn't sure how he was going to keep his promise to her. The last thing he wanted was just friendship. He wanted to put his arms around her and never let her go. Wow. Stop saying that. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. I'll give you that. I just wish I knew what happened. Gary took a deep breath. Give her time. I mean, look at you. It took you 3 years. Levi chewed on his thumb and nodded. Yeah. You're right. Did you see her face when she saw that I'd shaved? Hey, I was just as shocked as she was. When he'd left to pick Maggie up, Gary was still bearded. Returning to the house to find him shaved was a complete surprise. Gary shrugged. It was time. No more protests? If it worked, it may have been worth keeping, but we both know you're going to do what you want to do and you don't care what I think. Levi looked like he'd been smacked across the face. You really think that? Name one time in the last 3 years that you cared what I thought. Just name one. I can't. I've been a jerk. Gary didn't say anything. You could disagree, even if half-heartedly. I could, but even my half-hearted dispute would be a lie. I told Maggie. I told her everything. Gary jerked his head up and eyed Levi, surprised. You told her everything? Like everything, everything? Yeah, I told her about Amelia and Rachel. I had already told her about Sonia after the party fiasco. Is that why you haven't had anything to drink lately? I haven't, have I? Now that he thought about it, he hadn't. He didn't need it. In the past, Maggie pushing him away again would have sent him running to a bottle, but he was okay. Dude, I was starting to think that scotch glass was permanently attached to your hand. Stop it. That's awesome, man. Good for you. Fat lot of good it did me. When I dropped her off, she bolted from the car like I had cockroaches crawling on me. Something's going on there. You just need to give her time. She once said she didn't have any friends. When? Remember that first time I showed up at her house without you? Gary glared at him. Yeah, okay, you remember. Well, at the time, I thought she was joking, but now I don't think so. She said I was the first person to ever step foot in her house aside from the contractor and Laura. Maggie lives in that house by herself, and she doesn't know anyone here. So that day we showed up. You coming was the second time anyone other than Laura and her contractor had ever been to that house. Even her assistant, Ellis, hasn't been there, according to Laura. How long has she lived there? Laura said 5 years. Levi wondered where she could have moved from and if she'd purchased such an isolated place to keep an angry ex-husband from finding her. Gary rubbed his chin with his knuckles. She's lived in LA for 5 years, she has no friends here, and she only has one friend on the East Coast that we know of. Yeah. Man, can you imagine how lonely she is? Levi slouched down on the couch and put his feet on the coffee table. I know. If she was half as lonely as he'd been feeling, he didn't know how she kept her sanity. You really like her, don't you? Levi lightly punched him in the arm. Yeah, I do. Maybe more than like. It's about time you liked a woman worth caring about. Shut up. I'm serious. Amelia would have loved her. I know. Maggie is easy to be with, to talk to. I've never met anyone like her. She's compassionate, caring. Plus, she's hot. There's that too. Downright naturally beautiful. Simple, down to earth, and easy. It made him kick himself forever looking in Rachel's direction. They were so different in so many ways. And she likes me. She's the first girl you've liked in a long time that actually doesn't despise me. I know. On a side note, how long are you going to let Sonia stay? The more he got to know Maggie, the more he'd thought about his situation with Sonia. He wasn't ready for questions, but he also knew it couldn't go on. Sonia had helped, even if she'd made him somewhat miserable. So far, she'd just bugged him. As long as she doesn't try anything, she can stay for a while. Levi, no. I can't just kick her out. Be honest with yourself. You don't even like her. She's not girlfriend material, no, but she's not horrible. Gary rolled his eyes. She's absolutely horrible, and her idea of fun is throwing parties and inviting a million people she barely knows. Maggie called her sex tape Sonia. Levi laughed. Maggie called her sex tape Sonia. She said if she didn't want to be mocked, she shouldn't have made a tape. That's not funny. Stop it. It's hysterical. I knew the moment she said it that we were going to be friends. Look, for now, Sonia stays. She's been going through a rough spot. I know what that's like. Give her some time and go easy on her. Or avoid her. Okay, but I've got a bad feeling about it. She considers you one of her things, Gary said, using his fingers to put air quotes around things. No, she doesn't. I'm not even her type. You're breathing, aren't you? Levi grunted. Stop that. I know she's ragged on you, and I'm sorry I let it go on for so long. I don't know, I hate people picking on her. I think her feelings get her easier than she lets on, and she is the way she is because she's trying to protect herself. I'm a nice guy. How many nice guys have said that and then used her? Gary groaned. All right, fine. I'll play nice. I think you're underestimating her, and I have a bad feeling about her staying here. Loud and clear, buddy. Now that he said it, Levi did too. After all, she wasn't exactly known for her stellar character traits. But whatever she threw at him, he'd just deal.
Chapter 17. Maggie barely made it inside her home before she lost her composure, sliding down the door and wrapping her arms around her knees. Tears ran down her cheeks in rivulets. It was a mistake to kiss him. Instead of squelching her attraction to him, it had bloomed. Why had she done that? And then she'd kissed him again. It was stupid. Her tears fell harder. He wanted to be friends, and she'd agreed. What was she going to do when he wanted to spend time with her? There would be more game nights. And Geeks was happening soon, and she promised to help with it. Everything was a mess, and all because of a stupid lapse in judgment. Taking a deep breath, she rubbed her eyes and stretched her legs out in front of her. She leaned her head back against the door and tried to think. Then she looked at her computer. That's where she belonged, sitting behind a computer, letting her mind focus on the next story. Her phone buzzed in her jean pocket, and she pulled it out. Laura. Before answering, she collected herself and tapped the button, making sure to keep her voice from betraying anything, or at least trying. She didn't want to play 20 questions with her friend at the moment. Hey, Laura. Hey, Maggie. Is everything okay? Maggie struggled to control her voice. Things are great. You don't sound right. Are you sure? I'm fine. What's up? You are amazing. Joanna Fleming called after you talked to her. After she heard about our numbers and the changes we've made, she said they would be happy to sponsor a karaoke section at Geeks for Fibrosis. Really? I guess firing the CPA and board helped. That was a huge help. Yeah, it should be awesome. She sent me a video of another event they sponsored, and it was amazing. They provide everything. How did you hear about them? It's really strange. At one of the speaking engagements I attended, their regional marketing manager was in the audience, and we struck up a conversation. The guy said if there was an event I thought would fit with their demographics to please give them a call. They are pretty big there on the East Coast, but it would help them expand into a new market. It was this last press tour I was on. I don't know if it was a coincidence or luck or what, but it worked and that's all that matters. Well, they've officially signed on. I've got paperwork to send them for their accountants. Of course, there's always paperwork, but I'd say it's a done deal. Laura sounded pleased with herself. That's incredible. Levi will be thrilled. He would be thrilled, and she'd love to deliver the message. In person. She'd love to see his face when he found out, the way it would light up. His eyes would shine. I thought so. You want to tell him, or should I call him? Why don't you call him? Laura paused. Are you sure? I think this is something he'd love to hear from you. Why? I don't know. I just thought you two were getting along pretty well. Oh, I'm sure he'll just love to hear good news. He won't care who tells him. Did something happen? No, she needed to get Laura off the phone and her mind off Levi. Maggie, you're not telling me something. I'm not. Levi and Gary had a game night and they invited me. I fell asleep and he just dropped me off. That's all. You played video games? Yeah, I played video games. And nothing else happened? Nope. Just video games and too much junk food. Okay, but I know you, Maggie. Something's wrong. I can hear it in your voice. What you hear is exhaustion. I need to go to bed and get some sleep. Laura paused. Maggie thought for sure Laura was going to keep pressing her. Get some sleep. I'll talk to you later. Inwardly, Maggie sighed with relief. Okay, later. The phone clicked, and Maggie was alone again. She sagged back against the door and focused on the computer. Instead of sleeping, she pushed herself off the floor, got her favorite pajamas on, and settled herself in to write. The next time she saw Levi, she would be her regular composed self. It would be like nothing happened. Just like he wanted. They'd be friends. She could do that. For him. Tears threatened to spill again. She blinked them back and refocused on the screen in front of her. She had a book to write. Writing had saved her before, and it could do it again. The next time Maggie saw Levi, they'd be friends, and the kiss would be something in the past. That is if she could forget it.
Once Gary began to snore, Levi ditched the basement for the solitude of his room. The two of them had played until both of them were bleary-eyed, but despite how tired he was, Levi couldn't sleep. He couldn't get the kiss with Maggie out of his head. The way she'd melted into him. For a split second, it was like whatever weighed her down was gone. It was just them, and time stood still. It was what he'd wanted when he married Rachel, but that feeling had never been there. Peace. Contentment. Being with someone who made him feel like she wanted him for more than what he could give. Maggie didn't care that he was an actor. When they'd first met, he'd expected her to ask about his career. That's what most people did. Not Maggie. She'd asked about his charity and why it was important. Maggie gave with all her heart. The only thing she seemed to keep back was her actual heart. Part of him wanted to get Digger, Hollywood's best detective, to find what he could on her, but just the thought of it felt like betraying her. And he wanted her to tell him when she was ready. What was the point in finding out when all he got was information and nothing else? He wanted her. Suddenly, his door opened, and Sonia stood in the threshold. She leaned her shoulder against the frame with her arms crossed over her chest. You know, I heard you and Gary talking earlier. Moonlight streamed through the large cathedral window, giving Levi a clear view of her face. Sonia was shallow, self-centered, and childish. He should never have struck the deal with her. Levi sat up. Just what he needed. If he couldn't sleep before, no doubt he wouldn't be able to sleep after this conversation. And? Gary doesn't like me, that's nothing new. You, though, I wasn't expecting that. If you overheard my conversation, you'll recall I stood up for you. But you don't like me. I don't like how you try to force yourself on me. You don't think of me as girlfriend material. And you don't think of me as boyfriend material. We have different interests. Sonia pushed off the door jamb and stepped inside Levi's room. I thought we had a good thing going here. I have no expectations of you, and the feeling's mutual. We do, or we did. You can still stay here. I'm not kicking you out, but I'm done pretending. I want more. He wasn't going to tell her he wanted someone who loved him for more than a place to stay. Maggie, right? I enjoy spending time with her. She's a good friend. Because of her, Geeks isn't going to go under. Levi wasn't about to give Sonia more than that. It wasn't any of her business. She narrowed her eyes. A good friend? I think we both know there's more to it than that. What does it matter to you? We were never dating in the first place. But the press doesn't know that. I don't care if they find out. Go ahead and tell them. Sonia seemed to study him a moment. He couldn't tell what she was thinking. I liked you better when you were the drunken party boy. Levi stood. I didn't. That wasn't me. Oh, then who are you? Look, we're acquaintances, and that's it. For now, you can stay here. I'm not pushing you out. What do you know about Maggie Lawrence? He tilted his head. I know enough. Okay, well, like you said, we're a convenience for each other. She's really none of my business. I guess I was just worried you'd ditch me. I don't have anywhere else to go, you know? Levi didn't know what to think. With Sonia, she could be telling the truth, or she could be acting. I know, which is why I said you can stay. I don't want to see you out on the street. You've helped me this past year. I haven't forgotten that. Sonia rushed forward and hugged him around the waist. Thank you, Levi. He patted her back. Sure. No, really, thank you. Now Levi was suspicious. Sonia was never this sweet. She looked over her shoulder at the window and then smiled at him. You really are the best. Without warning, she lifted up, sunk her hands in his hair, and kissed him. He took her by the shoulders and pushed her back. Have a good night, Sonia, he said, ushering her to the door. Good night, Levi. She did a flirty one-shoulder shrug, batted her eyes, and he shut the door. Gary was right. Sonia was vindictive. The rest of the night he'd spend wondering what she was up to.
Chapter 18. Maggie kept her distance from Levi, letting Laura do most of the contact with him in the week following game night. She sat in front of her computer, typing away, looking down at the phone every few moments. She stopped typing and huffed. Despite what she kept telling herself, she missed him. Well, she missed both of them. What she really wanted to do was invite Levi and Gary over for game night at her house. Earlier in the week, she had the same contractor who built her home hook up a game system, along with all the things they would need to have a proper game night, including a stomach-churning number of snacks. It took the installer about as much time to find the house as it did to actually install the system. She'd eventually stood out by the road for him just like she'd done for the mailman. When it came time to call, though, she had trouble picking up the phone. She didn't want it to be awkward when she saw him again. The kiss, or kisses, had played in her head over and over. The feel of his lips on hers. The way all the weight lifted when she was with him. She wondered what he'd think if she told him about Mark. What would he think when he found out the accident was her fault? She pushed the thoughts down. What caught her off guard in the past few weeks was just how much she missed both Levi and Gary. She'd missed having people around, and her tiny house felt especially lonely without them. She snatched up the phone and tapped the screen. Hey, Levi answered. Her pulse quickened. Hi. What's up? Well, I know tomorrow is game night. You're coming? She didn't miss the hopefulness in his voice. Actually, I was hoping you'd come here. I get to have access to my own bed if I get tired, and the seating situation is a little more spread out. Levi laughed. Do you even have a gaming system? Yeah. Really? Yeah, my house is tiny but with many nooks and crannies. Just because you haven't seen everything I've got doesn't mean anything. She chuckled. He was so easy to talk to. She'd gone from missing him to needing him in minutes. This is true. I have not seen everything you've got. Heat traveled up her neck and face. So, are you coming? I even have snacks. Oh, Well. You sure you have enough? I have more than I have space in my house. I even bought stuff to make pizzas again. Gary is nodding his head vehemently, so I guess I should say yes. Good. I'll see you tomorrow night. Maggie set the phone down, cleared her head, and began typing again. Writing continued to be the escape she needed. When it was quiet, when she had nothing to occupy her mind, that was when Levi floated to mind. The way he smiled, his playfulness. His laughter was a warm blanket. She shook her head and concentrated on the screen in front of her. When she looked down at her phone the next time, it was nearly 4 in the morning. Maggie rubbed her eyes, pushed away from the desk, and blearily climbed the stairs to her loft. She crawled on her hands and knees to the bed and collapsed. The next day, Maggie regretted her writing session. The progress was great, but the bedtime was kicking her butt. She stretched and turned over, stuffing her pillow under her head. As she was falling back to sleep, the phone began to ring. More than anything, she wanted to ignore it, but she knew Laura would just keep calling until she answered. She reached behind her and snagged the phone. Hello. Hey. Maggie groaned. You are much too perky. It's like 3 in the afternoon. Are you still in bed? I got busy writing last night and didn't get to bed until late. You're writing again? Maggie, that's great. She draped her arm over her eyes to shield them from the sun coming through the window. Don't get too excited. I don't know how it will turn out. I'm sure it will be just as awesome as the Famished series. Don't jinx it. Sorry. My bad. I spoke to Levi. It's getting to be crunch time for Geeks. The next few weeks are critical to getting the most out of it. He wants me to find the best place to donate. Why not actually give it to people who need it? I mean, from what I've researched, it's an expensive disease. Transplants, monthly drug prescriptions, travel to and from hospitals, and there are so many other things. Why not have a way to apply for monetary support? That way he's helping actual people. Maggie, that's a great idea. Have you told him this? No, I just thought of it. Maybe you should. It sounds like something he'd really get behind, and we both know passion is a big part of this. When people feel that passion, they are more likely to get behind you and donate. He's coming here for game night tonight, so I guess I could mention it then. Wait, what? Game night? At your house? You don't play games. Maggie uncovered her eyes and let her arm flop on the bed. Well, I was invited to theirs last week, and it was fun. So, I thought I'd invite them here. It's better than Levi just showing up. At least this way I can plan for it. Laura was silent. For a moment, Maggie thought she'd hung up. I just can't wrap my brain around you inviting someone to your house. Stop. Seriously. Like, who are you, and what did you do with my friend? Maggie rolled her eyes. Stop it. I can invite people over. But that's the thing. You don't. You've lived there for 5 years and never even invited Ellis to your home. Which reminds me. Did you find a way to get her and Gary to meet yet? No, still working on that. I don't want it to feel fabricated. Right, and Ellis better watch it. I like Gary. He's a cool guy. Ellis is a cool girl. I have a feeling about the two of them. You always have feelings about people. Yeah, but I'm usually right. I need to go. Levi and Gary will be here in a few hours, and I need a shower. Her heart picked up speed with the anticipation. Only a few hours and she'd see him. There'd be no kissing. Part of her mourned, but it was for the best. Okay, Gamer girl. Next thing I know, you'll be going to Geeks in cosplay. Not going to happen. Maggie laughed. Go shower. I can smell you from here. Shut up, but. Bye. Bye. Maggie held the phone while she climbed down the stairs. The bed could be made later. Right now, she needed a hot shower and coffee. Lots of coffee.
Levi loved the drive to Maggie's house. Mostly because at the end of it, he'd see her. Gary enjoyed it too because it meant he wouldn't have to deal with Sonia. He rolled the car to a stop and noticed the wide-open door. It still struck him as odd that she left her door open. No one he'd ever met would be caught with their door wide open. What if someone broke in? Or what if some creature decided they'd like a snack? What if it was big enough to make her the snack? Gary jerked his seatbelt off and jumped over the edge of the convertible without opening the door. Maggie. She smiled as she stood in the doorway. Of course, Gary had to grab her and spin her around. It seemed to be his thing with her. One of these days, you're going to get tired of that. Her head fell back as she laughed. Man, she was beautiful. Her hair flowed down her back in soft curls, and all she had on was a simple t-shirt and shorts. One of the things he liked most about her, simplicity. If only he could figure out why she kept pushing him away. Never. Gary set her down. Are you hungry? Always. Pizza is in the oven. Gary grabbed her by the hand and took off for the back patio. Levi had to jog to catch up. Gary stopped on the patio and closed his eyes. Do you smell that? That is homemade pizza in a pizza oven. You had pizza the last time we came. Levi laughed. I know, but it's amazing every time. Maggie chuckled. It's the little things. So where's this gaming system I didn't see last time? Levi asked. Follow me. Maggie made a wide berth around him, and he followed her inside the house. She picked up a remote and hit a button. He watched in stunned silence as the painting on the wall disappeared and a large TV took its place. Underneath the TV, a panel opened displaying the newest gaming system on the market, several controllers, and headsets. Levi walked to the nook and pulled out the games. You've got Gray City? This doesn't come out for another week. Maggie shrugged and smiled. I know people. This requires more explanation than I know people. Levi looked back down at the game and turned it over. How did you get this? A girl has to maintain her secrets. I'm sorry. That's all you get. He narrowed his eyes and stepped closer to her. That's all I get, huh? She pulled her bottom lip in between her teeth. Flirting? If she kept that up, his whole friend's thing would be over. Instead of kissing her like he wanted, he stepped back. Gary! Gary ran in, and Levi held the game up. Oh, no way. Gray City? We were talking about waiting in line to get that game. It's the most anticipated game to come out in the last 6 months. Where did you get this? Gary's mouth hung open as he looked at her. She shrugged and walked out of the living room. I swear, Levi, if you don't marry her, I will. It's a solemn promise. I don't care about your objections. Because she produced a game that doesn't come out for another week? Yes, seems like an excellent tactical move. My kind of woman. Levi clasped him on the shoulder. I'm sure in your mind that sounds reasonable. Oh, buddy, it is. Gary's eyes widened. Oh, man, if she has this cool game, wonder what she has for snacks. He ran to the patio and came back with Maggie. She smiled. Open the coffee table. The coffee table? Levi and Gary asked in unison. Yes, just lift the top and see for yourselves. I'm going to check on the pizza while you guys inventory the snacks. They dug through the coffee table and pulled out all the snacks. Levi was floored. If she thought they had a smorgasbord of heart attack, this was a triple bypass. Gary looked at him. Dude. I know. They stood together and went to the patio. "I love you, Maggie Lawrence," Gary said. "You said yes the first time, but I'm asking again. Will you marry me?" "Always." Levi stopped at the doorframe and crossed his arms. Hold on. I still object." Maggie pulled her lips in to keep from smiling. "He's still objecting." "I know. It's like he can't stand the idea of us being happy." Killjoy. The sparkle in her eyes, along with the flirty smile on her lips, nearly did him in. "Right?" He shook his head and smiled as he watched Maggie and Gary. Yeah, Amelia would approve of her. It made him wonder what Amelia would be telling him. What advice would she give him? Her voice flitted through his mind. "Big brother, you can't fix people. You can't mend them. But you can be the glue. Just be the glue and let the people be who they are until they want to be different." That's what he needed to do. He needed to be glue for her. His lips spread into a thin smile. Instead of figuring out why she was broken, he'd figure out what kind of glue she needed. Maggie patted Gary on the back. "It's just snacks, Gary. Just snacks. No, what you have in that coffee table are not just snacks. They are gaming culinary treats. We will feast like kings while playing a game no one else has yet. After pizza, okay?" He grunted like he'd made a winning touchdown. "Best game night ever." "I'm glad you think so. It can be pretty boring out here." "Well, I think we found the new game night place. I vote we have it here from now on." I have to agree with him. This is pretty awesome. Levi laughed. He loved being around her. She made everything better. Maggie grabbed a slice of pizza and sat down, nibbling on it. "It's okay with me. You're welcome here anytime." "Oh, really? Anytime?" Her eyes widened as she realized what she'd said. Maybe I should take that back. No take-backsies. She rolled her eyes, but she smiled as she did it. "Okay." Her laughter was sweet, especially when she let herself go. He could listen to it all the time. "So, Laura tells me we've got a sponsor for karaoke. That's going to be awesome. I also hear I have you to thank for that." "It's not a big deal. It's what I do, remember?" Maggie shrugged and smiled. Laura was pretty excited about that. When one company hears about other companies sponsoring something, it turns into sort of a competition because Company A doesn't want the public to think Company B is more socially responsive. It's like a domino effect, really. "Did she tell you I wanted help figuring out where the money should go?" "We talked about it. Have you ever thought about creating a way for people to apply for money? Real people? From the research I've done, cystic fibrosis is expensive. There are monthly prescriptions that can run in the thousands, transplants, medical equipment, hospital stays, and everything in between. How are middle-class families supposed to care for their kids when they are living paycheck to paycheck just to pay their mortgage?" She paused. "I'm sorry. I kinda stepped on a soapbox. I'll stop now." The idea was great. Helping real people. How many times had he been in the hospital, hearing families worry about balancing their bills and medical care? When Amelia got sick, it was well before he became an actor, and his family had nearly gone bankrupt. What if his charity could ease that worry? "No, you're right. That would be great. How could we do that?" "Maybe start small. I mean, it would be easy to get an overwhelming number of applications. Start with the local hospital. Ask them if there is a family struggling and help them. Let's consider long-term solutions, though. Instead of just paying for a month's worth of medication or whatever, pay off their mortgage. Let the money make a real difference in their lives, something lasting that can give these families some peace at night." "I can't imagine having a sick child," Maggie said and swallowed hard. "I can't imagine dealing with sickness and also dealing with whether my house payment was made or my lights were going to stay on." Levi leaned forward in his chair. "I think it's a great idea. Do you have a hospital in mind?" Well, part of me wants to donate to someone at the hospital Amelia stayed in Wisconsin, but another part of me thinks it would be good to help a family here in LA, especially since I call it home now. Could you split it and do both? I guess it would depend on how much we got. How about finding a family at Amelia's hospital, and if enough is donated, we find someone here, she asked. I like that idea. It would be nice to help someone in my hometown. So, call Laura tomorrow and let her know what you're thinking.
Chapter 19. Maggie blinked awake as the pounding on the door got louder and louder. Hold on. It's me, Levi. What would Levi be doing at her house so early? The day after game night? Hold on. Maggie crawled out of bed and down the ladder. With her head sticking out of the door of the bathroom, she invited Levi in. His smile was almost as good as coffee. Warmth spread through her. What would it be like to see that face every day when she woke up? You know, you look pretty good with bedhead. Levi grinned. Whatever. Let me grab a shower, and I'll be right out. Okay, but you look fine. Right, she said and shut the door. She leaned back against the door and sighed. Levi, a second day in a row. That's why she'd had game night at her house. It was a controlled event, one where Gary would be present and there would be no chance of her winding up in his arms. Or kissing him again. She looked up at the ceiling, puffed a piece of her hair out of her face, and pushed off the door. The fastest way to get him gone was talking to him, and that wasn't happening until she was showered. Maggie turned on the water and undressed. Usually, hot water on her muscles helped, but knowing Levi was waiting for her did nothing to ease the tension in her back. She finished showering and dressed. With one last sigh, she walked into the living room. And Levi was gone. Levi? Out here. Maggie strolled to the patio. What are you doing out here? This is where you like to be. A brown grocery bag sat on the deck next to the chair Levi occupied. She did like being outside on the patio. The smell of the woods was her favorite. Why are you here? You said I was welcome anytime. I knew that was a mistake. She yawned. And why are you up so early? It's almost noon. I was up way past my normal bedtime. I needed the extra sleep. Wimp. Maggie's lips parted. I am not. Okay, not wimp. I have 2 reasons for being here. The first? Levi caught her gaze and held it. I wanted to see you. I enjoy spending time with you. Her lungs suddenly felt empty. Oh. She needed to breathe. And the second? Does it have something to do with that brown bag? Levi pulled out a bag of marshmallows and ripped it open. It's too early for marshmallows. He took a deep breath and scanned the sky. When my sister was feeling bad, I tried to think of ways to cheer her up. She spent a lot of time in the hospital, and I had to get creative. It was winter, and instead of being outside, playing in the Wisconsin snow, she was once again stuck in the hospital. So, I bought an entire caseload of marshmallows. I got permission from the hospital, and all the kids on her floor had a snowball fight with them. Maggie sat down in the chair next to him. She held back tears. Not that she was sad, but because of the gesture. It was incredible. That's really sweet. You say that like you didn't expect it. Actually, it seems like something you'd do. I bet the kids had a blast. Amelia was so sick. His voice broke. It was right before I lost her. But that day, it was like there was nothing wrong. She played and laughed. It was the best day. A teary shine reflected in his eyes. It sounds like you made it special. We knew she didn't have a lot of time left. I wanted to have good memories. To be able to remember her laughing. Maggie leaned across her chair arm and touched Levi's hand. I bet she loved it. It sounds like fun. It gave her an opportunity to forget. Levi chunked a marshmallow at her. You threw a marshmallow at me. He chunked another and then tossed her a bag. And now you aren't unarmed. He scrambled out of the chair as he tossed another one. Maggie ripped the bag open. This is war. She laughed and threw two of them at him. Levi hid behind the chair and pelted her with one after another. She narrowed her eyes and grabbed the brown bag holding the marshmallows. I'm not running out of ammunition. You better be ready. Oh no, you didn't. That's not fair. I've got one bag. I told you. I play to win. Cheater. Her mouth dropped open. Take that back. Give me some marshmallows. Fine. She dug in the bag and threw a few bags to him. Now, you ready for battle? He ripped open all the bags at once. Armed and ready. Maggie launched 3 at his head. 1 hit him square in the forehead and 2 missed. Right on the forehead? Hey, all's fair in love and marshmallow fights. Levi laughed. All right. Instead of throwing another one, he dodged Maggie's assault and grabbed her around the waist. Not fair. All's fair, remember? Maggie twisted in his arms and poked him in the ribs. Okay, no. No tickling.
Immediately, Levi knew he'd made a mistake. Maggie ran her fingers up and down his ribs and across his stomach. She had no idea how ticklish he was when she started. He dropped to the grass with her on top of him, and she didn't stop. The more he tried to block her, the harder she tickled. I surrender. You win. Maggie sat up. I win. Yes, you win. No more tickling. She fist pumped the air. I win. And turnabout is fair play. Her gasp was soft. Don't you dare. Levi rolled her over and began tickling her. She squealed with laughter. It was music, bright and full, and there was no weight. The marshmallow fight had done exactly what he wanted, Maggie and nothing holding back the light he knew was inside. Not that she wasn't light and bright, but most of the time it was dulled, like she was afraid to feel or be happy. Okay, truce, she squealed. He tickled her a little more. Please. You win. I swear. You win. I cheated. Oh, yeah. He stopped, and they locked eyes. This was so much fun. Yeah? She had the warmest, most carefree look on her face. I haven't laughed like that in so long. I like your laugh. I like more than your laugh. Maggie cupped his cheek. Levi leaned closer. Oh yeah? She was incredibly kissable. He knew he said he could be friends, but the ache to be more was unquenchable. I can't be more than friends. I know you want more, but I can't give you more. I'm sorry. I said we could be friends, and we will be. Doesn't mean I don't want to kiss you or hold you close. I'd rather have just a sliver of you than nothing at all. What if I can never be more than friends? He paused to think. Never? Admittedly, it would be hard. Always wanting to kiss her. Always wanting to hold her. Always wanting more. But not having her at all? That cut him to the core. Then we'll always be friends. You can call me out when I'm doing things I shouldn't be. Will you listen? She pulled her lips in, trying not to smile. Levi narrowed his eyes. Mostly? Was that an answer or a question? She chuckled. I don't know yet. He rolled onto the grass, lying shoulder to shoulder with Maggie, and stared at the sky. The view would be amazing once the stars came out. I can't get over how peaceful it is out here. So quiet, so dark. It's like being in another world. Maggie took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Yeah, I feel that same way sometimes. Do you ever get lonely? I didn't think so. Not until you and Gary showed up that day. I was so annoyed at first because I was unprepared, but the longer you guys stayed, the more I enjoyed the company. It made me realize I missed interacting and being with friends. So, have you been lonely since? Less so. I'll admit, living out here has its perks, but it also has its downside. When I first moved here, Laura came with me, but after she met her husband, I was a third wheel. When did she get married? She met Greg almost the moment we arrived in California. It was love at first sight. They were married 18 months later. She moved when he got a job offer in Florida. How long has she been gone? A little over a year. Maggie rolled onto her side, her elbow propped in the grass and her head in her hand. I know it sounds sad and all, but really, I'm okay. Levi rolled onto his side and faced her. I don't think it sounds sad. I think it sounds incredibly lonely. I couldn't have handled that. You do seem to like crowds. One corner of his mouth ticked upwards. I do, but I also like moments like this. It gives me time to think and refresh. What do you think about when it's quiet? He shrugged his shoulder and looked at the ground. Before I met you, I tried to make these sorts of moments non-existent. I was broken-hearted over Amelia and angry with Rachel, which in reality, I was angry with myself. I didn't like the quiet. It hurt too much. He looked up. What about you? What do you think about during moments like these? The light cutting across the backyard over the patio only gave him a partial view of her face. The rest was cast in shadows, but what he could see troubled him. Sadness radiated off of her. Her brows furrowed, and it looked like she was wrestling with herself. I used writing to lose myself. The only thing I'd allow myself to do was think about the story and the next word on the screen. You write? Yes. Do you have an agent or anything? I'm published. His eyebrows shot up. Published? That's cool. Maybe I know the book? Maggie chewed the side of her lip like she was debating again. I wrote the Famished series. Levi's jaw dropped, and he quickly sat up. You're MG Law? Yes, but other than Laura and my publisher, no one knows. I'm trusting you to keep it that way. So, that game? She sat up and shrugged. Part of the deal my agent negotiated. That is so cool. Those are great books. I read all of them before trying out for the part. His eyes narrowed. You're the reason I didn't get the part? No, I had no idea you'd even tried out. But the rumor was just a rumor. I had no say in the movies. Levi huffed. Well, doesn't make me feel any better that I lost the part, but at least I can't blame you. Nope. That was all studio. I can't believe it. How have you kept that a secret? It hasn't been easy, but with Laura's help and a good friend's suggestion, I was careful when the first book was published. He couldn't believe she'd shared something so closely held. It boosted his hope that never wasn't as long as Maggie thought it might be. At least, he hoped so. She sat up and fanned herself. I wasn't hot until that fight. Levi swiped his arm across his forehead. Yeah, me either. There's a small creek not too far from here. We could walk there. I can show you my property. Whatever it took to stay, he was game. Sure. Chapter 20. Levi pulled off his socks and dipped his left toe in the water. With a gasp, he immediately yanked it out. It's freezing. Goosebumps crawled up his leg like ants. The sun reflected in her eyes, and the blue sparkled with mischief. It is a little cold. A little. He took a deep breath and tried again. I'm surprised there isn't actual ice floating in it. She shrugged one shoulder and sat down on one of the fallen tree trunks lying on the bank. It dries out during the end of the summer. The first year I was here, I came out, thinking I could swim in it. Needless to say, my relaxing swim wasn't all that relaxing. I can't imagine getting my whole body in that. You'd have frostbite, he said and sat beside her. It is nice out here, though. Maggie sighed and looked around as she dangled her feet back and forth. I know. That first year, I spent a lot of time out here. I think I would too. Do you ever get tired of the parties? Levi inhaled. I didn't think I was. Then I met someone who made me realize that I wanted more. Before he met her, he didn't realize how lonely he was and how tired he was of the same thing day after day. She shook her head as she glanced at him. You can't change who you are for someone else. That change has to come from wanting it yourself. Otherwise, it just leads to resentment. I didn't change for someone else. I changed for me. I was tired of it, I just didn't know it. The parties, the drinking, everything I was doing was trying to drown. He hadn't even told Gary this part. No one knew, except his parents. Drown what? Levi chewed his bottom lip and stood. I was already living in LA, and the show was on the bubble. That's when it really took off, and the producers wanted the cast to do some promoting while it had the spotlight, to use the momentum of the fans' work to keep it on the air. Amelia was sick, but it was normal for her to be sick like that. She told me to go, that she'd be fine, so I went. I got a call 3 days later from my parents that I needed to get to Wisconsin. Amelia's lung transplant didn't go well, and then somehow, she caught pneumonia. I guess her body had fought all it could. Levi rubbed his face with his hands. I got the first flight I could, and because of a plane malfunction, she was gone before I got there. I've never even told Gary. He'd held it together as long as he could. Tears poured down his cheeks, and the last 3 years of holding on to that secret brought him to his knees. His body shook as he cried, and he couldn't stop. The next thing he knew, arms wrapped around him. I'm so sorry. Letting go of the secret and the grief he'd carried felt like a boulder being lifted off his chest. Nothing had worked to kill the pain he'd held onto. He crushed Maggie to him and held onto her tightly. When he finally leaned back, the sun was peeking through the trees. He wiped his eyes. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. It's okay. It sounded like you needed it. Levi knew he shouldn't be embarrassed, but he was. I'm out here dumping all of this on you. The sadness of missing Amelia's last few moments was still there, but it felt good to tell someone. Maggie caressed his cheek. It's okay. Do you feel better? Actually, yeah. I guess I should have told Gary a long time ago, but I felt so guilty. I loved her. She was my world. Didn't Rachel help you? Levi grunted a laugh and stood. If by help you mean spending a ton of money and not coming to her funeral with me, then yeah. She didn't come with you? Maggie stood with him. No. I guess that should have been the first red flag, huh? She tilted her head, and her eyebrows lifted. Why did you marry her? I was lost. And I've felt lost since. I've been going and doing, trying to keep from thinking about it, but I've just been running from myself. It was the most truthful thing he'd said in the last 3 years. Not that he hadn't been honest, but this was soul-deep honesty. Maggie looked at the ground. I know that feeling. I know you do. She looked up, and it was like a bomb. Would you like to stay and have dinner with me? He was glad she was the one he'd bared his soul to. Even if all he ever got from her was friendship, he knew he could trust her. I'd love to.
Maggie stretched out on the blanket, shoulder to shoulder with Levi. His hands were on his stomach as he scanned the sky. It was a perfect night. The large round moon in the sky was surrounded by a million stars twinkling. Dinner was great. Thank you for inviting me. Maggie chuckled. Some dinner. She'd burned the steaks, and they'd substituted it for sandwiches and chips. Sorry for burning the steaks. I've never done that before. I was more interested in the company. He rolled his head and looked at her. Maggie looked at him. I'm glad you stayed, even if you did witness my culinary disaster. Levi laughed. It had been the first time he'd laughed since he'd poured his heart out to her, breaking hers at the same time. When he'd slipped to his knees, crying, all she could think to do was hold him. I can't say I'd have done any better, so it'll be our secret. Maybe we should just get Gary to cook from now on. Rich laughter poured out again. Only if you want pizza forever. Oh, I don't know about that. She closed her eyes and inhaled. I love it out here. Levi nodded. The more I come here, the more I see the appeal. No city lights. No loud noise. It's nice. And I was just thinking earlier today how beautiful it must be to look up at the stars at night out here. Maggie rolled to her side with her elbow propping her up. I thought you enjoyed the parties. I thought I did too, and if you'd asked me earlier this year, I would have said I did. You asked me who I am, and I've been trying to figure that out. She had no idea he'd been wrestling with that. There was no way she could answer that question herself. Have you figured that out? I don't know yet. I want to. I've been lost so long that I feel like I need a map to find my way back. I can understand that. Boy, could she understand that. If only she had his courage, maybe things could be different. Levi rolled onto his side and faced her. I've been pushing myself on you, haven't I? A hot mess of a man, and you've been so tolerant. He looked down. The sadness from earlier was back in his voice. Maggie searched his face. The light from the patio reflected in his eyes, and a breeze blew across the lawn. If I didn't want you here, I wouldn't have let you stay. I've enjoyed your visits. And even more, I've enjoyed spending time with you. I don't know why. I've been moody and selfish. I let Sonia and Rachel pick on Gary. I drank too much. I guess I'm realizing I'm not good enough for you, and no matter how much I change, it won't be enough to make up for what I've done. He looked up. Maggie was in a quandary. She wanted to hold him and kiss all the pain away. But if she did, Levi would get the wrong impression, and she'd hurt him. That she couldn't do. Not only had she promised Gary, but he'd been hurt enough. I don't want to hurt you. It's why I'm keeping my distance. If things were different, I'd show you just how wrong you are. Why can't you tell me? Can't you trust me? Even if I was ready for a relationship, you scare me. I'd want forever, and I don't know how that works here in Hollywood. The thought that he'd be kissing other women or being intimate with them, even if it was on screen, killed her. Levi nodded slowly. And I've already been divorced once, so I'm definitely a risk. No, that's not it. It's not about you. It's about sharing you. I don't know if I could do that. What was she saying? It wasn't a possibility, anyway. Even if she told him everything, there'd still be the issue of him and on-screen romance. So, you'd give us a shot if I gave up acting, Levi said softly. She gasped. He would do that for her? Maggie closed the gap between them. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not a simple decision to be with you. I'd never want you to give up something you love. Ever. What if I was willing to? She cupped his cheek. No, you can't do that. That's not how a relationship works. If it was my choice. But I'd never know that. And I don't want to be one of those people who hurt you. Levi, I think you are one of the most special people I've ever met. If I hurt you, I would never forgive myself. So, friends, and that's all we'll ever have? Maggie let her hand drop. She didn't know what to say because deep down, she knew the truth was that she wanted him and wanted to be with him. The battle waging inside her was making it hard to think straight. His gaze was intense as it locked with hers. Sparks flickered like fireworks between them. The pull to kiss him was nearly smothering her, but she also knew if she kissed him this time, she'd never stop. Yes. Had he heard her heart break or the falter in her voice? If he did, it didn't show on his face. Levi rolled back onto his back and sighed. Okay, he whispered. It wasn't okay. Nothing was okay. If it was any lighter, he'd see the tear trailing down her face. Yes had not been the answer she wanted to give him. Chapter 21. Hello? Maggie groggily answered the phone. The previous day with Levi had left her emotionally wrung out. When he'd left, the distance between them was more than physical. Without wanting to, she'd hurt him. He'd trusted her, and she'd thrown it back in his face. She had used the excuse of it's too complicated to be with him instead of facing the truth, that she wasn't willing to put her heart on the line again. Losing Mark had been awful, and what she felt for Levi seemed to dwarf what she felt for Mark. How would she survive losing him? She'd spent a good portion of the night either crying or wanting to call him and beg him to come back. The time between her falling asleep and the phone ringing was not nearly enough. Hey, why do you sound like I'm waking you up? It's noon. Don't you have Levi's board meeting at 2? Maggie groaned. Levi dropped by. Again. Unannounced. That explains why he sounded so tired too. You talked to him this morning, why? I'm going to be the CPA for this charity. I need to go over the ground rules. You know, the usual. Oh, no spending, and if you think about spending, call me first. Exactly. I guess I'll find out who the board is when I get to the meeting. She was dreading going to the meeting. It was being held at Levi's home, and she knew he'd still be hurting. From what I understand, he's not picked anyone yet. He wanted to gather up a list of names and have us go through them. He said he doesn't trust himself to do it this time. He sounded so dejected. I wanted to reach through the phone and hug him. Maggie yawned and stretched. He does have a way of worming his charming self into your life, doesn't he? He's so sweet and funny. When does your flight leave? Oh, I got a red-eye at the crack of dawn. That's good. With a 4-hour layover in Denver. That stinks. No kidding. I'm so excited. It's been too long since I visited. I can't wait to meet Levi and Gary. Meet them? Yeah, he offered to pick me up at the airport. You did say he was sweet. And Laura didn't know the half of it. The marshmallow fight the day before had pulled Maggie out of a funk she didn't even know she was in. It had been so much fun. Next thing she knew, he was lying on top of her, looking down with drop-dead gorgeous amber eyes. He was masculine and playful. She'd rested her hand against his hard chest as she looked up at him. One little movement and she could have been kissing him. But then she'd killed any chance that they'd ever be more, and he'd left, looking like she'd run him over with a bus. He is sweet. I told him who I was. It was so quiet Maggie thought she'd lost the connection with Laura. Laura? Yeah. I'm just, wow. I don't know what to say. He promised not to tell. You must really trust him to tell him that. She hadn't thought about it like that. When they'd talked the night before, it was just a natural progression of letting him know something about her. Now that she thought about it, she did trust him. She cared about him. I kissed him. Last night? No, remember when you thought something was wrong the morning after I went to his house for game night? That's when it happened. I knew something was off. That's great, Maggie. Do you know how relieved I am to hear that? Why? Are you kidding? I'm so worried about you. You, off in California by yourself with no one, and I'm here. For the longest time, I thought about boxing you up and shipping you here. Well, Don't get too excited. I told him we could be friends, but I can't be more. Why? You know why. That accident was not your fault, and you can't go through life living that way. He needs someone who is alive and outgoing, and the words trailed off. He needed someone better than her. It sounds like he needs you. No, he deserves great, and I'm not. That's not true. Maggie looked at the time on the phone. Hey, I need to get ready. Okay, but before I hang up, I'll leave you with this. Have you thought about how you'd feel if he dated someone else? Maggie's mouth hung open. Before you throw yourself on your sword, maybe you should find the answer to that question. Levi is a good man. Do you really want to lose him? Laura ended the call. Dating someone else? She wasn't sure she wanted to investigate that answer. And right now, she didn't have time. There was a board meeting to attend.
Levi twirled a pencil between his fingers and looked out the dining room window of his home. Having the board meeting there only made sense, even if it was just him, Gary, and Maggie. He'd made the mistake of asking people to be on the board before. Not this time, he'd let Laura and Maggie do that. He'd give them a list of names and let them weed out the crooks. Levi? He jerked his attention to Maggie. Are you listening? Yawning, he nodded. I'm just tired. Dark circles under Maggie's eyes told him he wasn't the only one. He'd spent most of the night tossing and turning. He'd told her something no one else knew, and it felt great to get it off his chest. But her insistence on only being friends crushed him. The sleepless night had only given him one revelation. He was in love with Maggie Lawrence. That was the only reason for even suggesting giving up acting. He loved her, and he wanted to be with her. He understood her reservation. Acting was filled with temptations, and the paparazzi could be relentless. A relationship with him, for someone normal and private like Maggie, would be difficult. He needed to figure out how he could have her in acting. If he couldn't have both, which was more important? That question was what had kept him awake, and he still didn't have the answer. So, I used my powers of persuasion and got Tricam to use the Geeks event to release their newest video game, Girl Assassin. What? He and Gary asked in unison. Tricam will release Girl Assassin at Geeks. Levi blinked. That's amazing. How did you do that? I may have twisted an arm or two. She smiled. He loved that smile. Also, I spoke to the landlord of the commercial building you're renting. I got him to donate it for the event. Really? Asked Levi. It'll look better community-wise, and it'll help with his taxes. Gary looked at Levi. She's amazing. I also managed to rope a food supplier into donating to the concession stand. So, that means nothing out of pocket for the charity, except for t-shirts that vendors are getting to show they've supported us. We've also given them license to use the charity in promotional material. Not only does it help your vendors, but it gives the charity more publicity as well. I can't believe it. Are we in the black for once? Actually, yes. An anonymous donor got Geeks fully out of the red and into the black with 6 figures. 6 figures? I wish I could thank them. Levi was on the verge of tears. He'd been worried he wouldn't have enough left over to help anyone, and now he was going to have more than enough. And he'd get to help more than one family. Gary stood. Restroom break. I'll be back. He looked at Maggie. You are not allowed to leave until I get back. Got it? Yes, sir. She chuckled. Levi waited until Gary was out of earshot. I don't know how I'll ever be able to thank you enough. When I started this, it was just thrown together, less charity and more something for myself, something to ease my grief. But you've made it something worth fighting for and believing in. Amelia would love this. She gave a one-shoulder shrug. It's what I love to do. It's why I'm careful. I don't work with just anyone who sets a meeting with me. I have to see something in them that shows a passion for what they're doing. And you saw that in me? I saw a man who loved someone and was desperate to keep that person's memory alive. To do something positive with their grief. Levi studied her. You are incredible. Stop it. This is my job. I consult on charities, remember? But you didn't have to. I wasn't going to. What do you mean? I arrived at the restaurant intending to tell you no, but I couldn't. He tilted his head. Why? I saw something in your eyes that I couldn't put a finger on. I had to help you. Once I found out about Amelia, I realized that's what I'd seen. Someone hurting who needed someone to care. Not just about the charity, but you. You were so lost and lonely, and I couldn't turn you down. Levi looked down at the table and ran his finger over a scratch. Words lodged in his throat as a lump formed. He cleared his throat. You're the first person to see the real me in a long time. Maggie stepped closer and put her hand on his chest over his heart. You have a beautiful heart. The marshmallow fight yesterday only provided more proof. She said she could only be friends, that she wasn't sure she could share him with other women, but what he was seeing in her eyes said that wasn't entirely true. Something else was keeping her from being with him. His hope soared again. Okay, I'm back, Gary said as he walked into the room. Maggie startled, and she stepped back. Levi wanted to wring his neck. Of all the times to not be eavesdropping, why did he choose now? It was like he knew the perfect moments to interrupt them. I need to get going. I'll see you two tomorrow at the event. Laura's flying in, right? Asked Gary. Yeah. She said you volunteered to pick her up. We can have a cookout at your place. Kinda like a celebratory dinner for actually pulling this thing together. Plus, I'd like to meet her. Would you, Levi? Sounds good to me. Maggie smiled. Sure. I'll see you tomorrow evening. Levi grinned wide. Great. Tomorrow, then.
Chapter 22. Maggie sat on the front porch, waiting for Laura. 3 of her most favorite people would be arriving any moment. She'd spent the first part of the morning clearing her head and listing all the reasons it wouldn't work with Levi. She was also going to have to watch herself while Laura was visiting. If she caught wind of anything, the visit would be spent with her telling Maggie to jump in with both feet. Her determination to keep her distance from Levi crumbled slightly as his sleek convertible black Mercedes came into sight. Laura waved from the front passenger seat. As soon as Levi parked the car, she was out and grabbing Maggie in a hug. He is so freaking cute, Laura whispered in Maggie's ear as they hugged each other. I know. Maggie smiled as she pulled back. It almost felt like her wall of reasons was mocking her. Levi looked great in his jeans and button-up. Where do you want your bags, Laura? Levi asked. Just set them inside the door. We'll figure everything out later. How did Greg feel about being a babysitter this weekend? Maggie wrinkled her nose as she laughed. Hey, he's a parent too. It's not really babysitting if they belong to you. Laughing, they linked arms and walked into the house. I never remember just how small this house is. It's not that small. Laura turned around and looked at Levi. He barely fits through the front door. I can't help it that he's over 6 feet tall. Maggie glanced over her shoulder at Levi, and one corner of her mouth quirked up. Levi rolled his eyes and smiled. She glanced at Gary. So, I got burgers and stuff to make s'mores. Gary stood in the doorway with his hands in his pockets, looking like he was being left out of everything. When Maggie mentioned food, he immediately perked up. I'm sorry, did you say burgers and s'mores? Yes, Gary, I thought you might like to cook them. I got you something. It's hanging on the handle of the grill. Gary flashed a smile and bolted for the patio. They all jumped when they heard him yell, "This is awesome!" Levi looked at Maggie, puzzled. I got him an apron with a mashup of the famished games in the shape of Voltron and a grilling kit. Levi raised an eyebrow. Should I feel jealous? Maggie laughed. I'm sure, given time, I'll find something for you too. I have an idea if you're looking for suggestions. He winked. Laura's eyes widened. Maggie tucked her hair behind her ear as Laura leaned in and said, "You and I will be talking later." Maggie forced a smile and spoke without moving her lips. No, we won't. Oh, yeah. Maggie sighed, grabbed a drink out of the fridge, and walked out to the patio to join Gary. With his apron on, he was already prepping the burgers. Maggie, this is awesome. I can't believe you got this for me. I like you, Gary. Gary shook his head and took a deep breath. If this is like, I'm thinking love must be incredible. Stop it. She sat in a chair next to the fire pit. The sun was descending behind the trees. It was Maggie's favorite part of the day. Laura and Levi followed her out, but not before they'd grabbed drinks. I have to give it to you. This patio is the greatest part of this house. When you planned this, I thought you were completely nuts, but this is simply amazing. I told you I knew what I was doing. I thought you were nuts buying this place. One person on 20 acres? It's perfect. People hardly know I'm here. It's like I'm hiding in plain sight. You're certainly good at hiding things, that's for sure. Maggie inwardly groaned as Levi snapped to attention. His eyes bore through her. Good at hiding? What's that mean? He leaned in to whisper, I mean, I know about the one thing, but you said things, as in plural. I'm just talking about the house. I mean, look at this place. Laura tried to cover, but Levi eyed them like he didn't buy her explanation at all. Right. Levi turned his attention to Gary. You've got the grill too hot, buddy. No, you sear the burgers first to seal in the juices, and then you turn it down so they can cook on the inside. I know what I'm doing. Gary concentrated on the burgers and took a drink of his strawberry yoo-hoo. So, Levi, how are you feeling about tomorrow? Levi strolled to a seat and sat down. I feel pretty good. This is the first year I feel like I've done my best. That's awesome. I think it will be great. The sponsors are excited about helping, and the tickets sold out in 20 minutes this year. Well, it helped that Tricam used this event to release Girl Assassin. Did Maggie tell you they're donating 10% of the sales at the event? Levi's mouth dropped open. No way. He looked at her. She told me just a little before getting on her plane. She actually worked on that part. Laura nodded and smiled. Yep. Once they saw the fan response, they felt like it would be good press. He raked a hand through his hair. This thing would not have been as amazing if it weren't for you and Maggie. I never thought when I met Maggie that night that the Geeks event would ever have a chance to be this great. Maggie is pretty amazing. Laura smiled at Maggie. Maggie playfully punched her arm. You're pretty good too. Besides, I'm just the middleman. We both know you're more than the middleman. It's because of you that we have the gaming stations and karaoke sponsored. Yeah, but you take care of the finances. Laura giggled. Let's just agree we make a good team. The ice in her glass clinked. I need a refill. Laura stayed Maggie before she could stand. I've got it. She stood and walked into the house. Levi glanced at Gary and drained his glass. I'll be back. He stood with his glass and went into the house. Laura stood at the counter, filling her glass. Oh, hey, need more? Yeah. She cut her glance from him to the patio door and back. So, what did you need to talk to me about? I thought I was a better actor than that. Maybe you are when you haven't fallen in love with someone. If Laura knew, then Maggie might. He rubbed the back of his neck. His tongue felt too big for his mouth, and his palms were damp. It's okay. She doesn't know, right? If she does, she's not admitting it. He took a gulp of air. That's good. Just be careful with her heart. I don't want to speak out of line, but what happened? Was her husband abusive or something? The look in Laura's eyes made Levi's stomach drop. She touched his arm. She needs to be the one to tell you. Laura peeked at the door and lowered her voice. It's not my story to tell, but there's more to Maggie than just loss. Like what? Did he hurt her? She hesitated. Look, I know I've got a bad rep, but I'm in love with her. Tell me how I can help her. There was an accident. She blames herself. That's all you'll get until she's ready to tell you. That's at least something. She shouldn't blame herself for an accident, though. It's more than that, which is why she needs to tell you in her own words. I think once she gets it out, she'll be free. Levi nodded. I hope so. We should get out there before she gets suspicious. That is, if she isn't already. Right. I need to use the restroom. That should help deflect some of her curiosity. Okay. He picked up his filled glass and went back outside. You were gone a while. Where's Laura? Asked Maggie. Restroom, I guess. She eyed him. You sure you weren't sharing stories? Nope. Laura rejoined them, taking her seat next to Maggie again. Did I miss anything good? Maggie narrowed her eyes. I was telling Levi I thought you two were swapping stories. I didn't even know Levi was inside. Maggie cut her gaze from Laura to Levi like she was trying to decide if she believed Laura. My gut says that's not true. Maybe your gut just needs a burger, Laura replied. As if on cue, Gary turned to the three of them. Burgers are ready. I'm starved, Levi said. They each fixed themselves something to eat, and they continued conversing. You two are going to meet the fans at midnight, right? To interact and give out goodie bags to the ones who are standing in line? Asked Maggie. Yeah, Gary said. Levi nodded. Yep, and if it weren't for you, those goodie bags we're handing out wouldn't be nearly as cool. Hey, anything to help a good cause. Maggie shrugged. They're awesome, and the fans are going to love it. Those first 100 people are going to be in for a surprise. The exclusive collectible was a brilliant idea. Maggie nodded. The collectible idea had hit her out of the blue, and if it wasn't for her contacts, there would have been no way to get them done in time. But she knew the little Levi figure with the Geeks for Fibrosis shirt would be a hit. And when word spreads, next year's event will be even bigger. They sat around the fire pit, talking, and nearly lost track of time. The guys barely had time to make s'mores, but Gary insisted on it even if it made them late. Maggie and Laura waved bye from the porch as they zipped down the driveway. Chapter 23. Having Laura at the house when the guys left kept it from feeling so lonely. They quickly cleaned up dinner and settled on the sofa in the living room, sharing a pint of cheesecake ice cream. It was like old times, and Maggie loved that Laura was sitting next to her. Laura bumped her with her shoulder. You didn't tell me Levi has feelings for you. Maggie snatched the pint from her and raked a big dollop onto her spoon. I knew you were lying. You did talk. I didn't have to talk to him to see how he feels about you. Are you going to deny it? Laura took the pint back. We're friends, and that's all we need to be. Maggie reached for the pint, but Laura held it away from her while she snagged 2 spoonfuls of ice cream. But that's not what you really want, Laura mumbled around the spoon in her mouth. It might not be what she wanted, but it was for the best. It's not that simple. He's an actor. I love my privacy. Being with him would open up a can of worms, and I'm not willing to do that. I like him. I enjoy his company, and I can handle being his friend. Her heart screamed liar, and she nearly looked down to see if her pants had caught fire. Laura leaned away and looked at her. That's a crock, and you know it. You just don't want to be honest with him. When we were in college, all you could talk about was being a famous writer. I grew up, too. No, you had a car accident, and you don't want to face some ugly truths about your relationship with Mark. Maggie reached over and grabbed the ice cream back. I don't know what you're talking about. She dug her spoon in and pulled out a giant bite. My relationship with Mark was great. Be honest, Mags. Laura scooped out another bite of ice cream as Maggie licked hers off the spoon. Mark was a great guy, but all of us knew about his temper. He could be downright hysterical until he wasn't. The ice cream on Maggie's tongue soured. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. Mark was a good man, and she'd promised herself after the accident that she'd only remember the good times with him. He couldn't help it. Yes, he could. When he took his medication, he was fine. Or at least fine most of the time. Off his medication, it was like he was two different people. Laura scooped the last bit of ice cream out and ate it. You were always making excuses for him, and none of us bought it. Mark was responsible for Mark. He wasn't so severe that he didn't have any control. He was on the lowest dose. Maggie looked away and wiped her eyes. Could we please talk about something else? Levi is drop-dead gorgeous. His smile could melt the polar ice caps. And he's totally adorable with the wild hair, by the way. I think I'd cry if he cut it, Maggie said with a laugh. Plus, he's an amazing person. He's got such a great heart, they both do. Gary had me doubled over, laughing. I can see why you like hanging out with them. That wasn't what Maggie had in mind, but it was better than talking about Mark. They're like peas in a pod. I love to watch them. It's like they can read each other's minds. It's why I was so upset Levi let Sonia walk all over him. Gary is a good guy. I'm excited to see how this event turns out. I want to see what cosplay is. I googled it, but all I saw was a bunch of weird costumed people. Laura laughed. It was contagious, and the tension in the air floated away. Maggie shook her head. I have no idea. It does make me wonder what people will cosplay as. I mean, his show wasn't science fiction or anything. It was about a normal guy who stumbled into a mystery. Can you imagine a bunch of Levis walking around? Maggie snorted. No, but I can't wait to go. I just hope I can keep it together and not offend anyone. Laura stopped laughing and took Maggie's hand, squeezing it. I hope, for your sake, that you wake up before someone else comes along. Levi is a catch of a lifetime. And I think you'll regret letting him go. She sighed. Not back to this. It was one last comment. I'll try to leave it alone from this point forward. Maggie covered Laura's hand with hers. I know, and I appreciate it. I've missed you. I've missed you too. I hope we get to move back someday soon. Laura stuck her bottom lip out in a pout. Oh, stop, you drama queen. Laura snickered and yawned. You know what? It's time for bed, said Maggie. I am pretty tired, and I can see bags under your eyes. Hey, don't talk about my bags when yours need a hand truck. Laura glared. Shut up. Come on. Let's get ready for bed. I need to be well rested when we go into town tomorrow. Is it ready to ride? It's been ready. I've just been waiting so we could ride it together on its first trip to town. Laura squealed and clapped. I can't wait. Does Levi know? Nope. Oh, now I really can't wait. How am I supposed to sleep? Easy, stop talking and close your eyes. Laura punched her. Shut up. Maggie giggled, grabbed her hand, and pulled her to the bathroom to get ready for bed. Up in Maggie's loft, they talked and laughed longer than they should have, and by the time they fell asleep, they were going to be glad there was no morning alarm.
Levi leaned his hip against the counter in the kitchen as he stared at the bottle of scotch in his hand. You'll regret it, Gary said. I'm just looking at it. I thought we were in a hurry to get ready. We are. You did talk to Laura? You caught that, did you? Levi stuck the bottle back up into the cabinet and turned to Gary. Yeah, I did. And? What did she say? There was an accident, and Maggie needs to be the one to tell me. That's all Laura would say. The only thing I got from Maggie was that his name was Mark. Gary eyed him. You've got this look like I'm not getting the whole story. Levi stuck his hands in his front jeans pockets. Just the way Laura looked. I got the impression Maggie's relationship with Mark was rocky. You think he hurt her? I don't know. He hoped not, but now he understood better why Maggie was so hesitant to start anything with him. Aside from the publicity of his chosen career, being in an abusive relationship would make it hard to trust again. I could have Digger check her out. Maggie, under the scrutiny of a man like him, sent a chill down his spine. Gary shook his head. No. No way. That guy is a sleazeball. He won't just give you the info, he'll keep it and either sell it to the highest bidder or use it for blackmail. Maggie doesn't need to be on his radar. Not if you care about her. Levi hadn't thought about that. Digger was a sleaze. He was the best private investigator in LA, but he had a notoriously bad reputation for taking information that was supposedly private and making it widely known. You're right. Right about what? Asked Sonia as she stopped in front of the bar. That the two of us need to get going. We've got bags to hand out to fans tonight and then the event this weekend. Gary gave Levi a two-finger salute and left. Meet you at the car in 30. Levi nodded and gave him a thumb up. Oh, so the house will be all mine? She asked. Levi sagged. Please, no parties while I'm gone. Please? Sonia huffed. Okay. Are you coming this year? Her lips curled into a sweet smile. Do you want me to come? As a friend, yes. Her sweet smile turned into a scowl. Then, as a friend, no. Why not? And have to be nice to all those sweaty nerds? They're geeks, and they're great people. They're the reason I can afford this house, that I still have work coming in. They're the reason I have this charity. And that has nothing to do with me. Levi let out a slow breath. You know, you'd be so much happier if you'd stop being so self-centered. Sonia cocked one eyebrow. Oh, so now I'm self-centered? That's rich, coming from you. Aren't you tired of the status quo? Don't you want to be different? Better? I know I do. I'm happy just the way things are. Are you, though? Really? Why are you so interested in my happiness all of a sudden? Levi shrugged and ran a hand through his hair. I don't know. I guess I just thought you were tired of this. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm happy. I have friends. I have parties. I have a great life. I even had a boyfriend until he met another girl and dumped me. I didn't dump you. We were never together. If you say so. Levi studied her a moment. Was there a possibility Sonia had feelings for him and he didn't see it? Or do you have feelings for me? I don't know. Maybe. You never even gave me a chance. You'd kiss me in public, and I thought we had a connection. He was dumbfounded. But when we started this, we were barely acquaintances. But we became more, right? We're friends, I guess, but I never wanted more than that. I was upfront about that. You were. I just, kinda developed feelings for you. His jaw was on the floor. What? I'm sorry, Sonia. I never. Her head fell back as she laughed. He was totally confused. You are so gullible, she said. Levi's temper flared. That was all a joke? That's not funny. I was being genuine. I do care about you. As a friend. Well, don't. I'm happy with the status quo. It gets me free drinks, free press, and free rides. You take care of you, okay? Fine. Enjoy whatever it is you think you've got. Levi shook his head and left Sonia standing in the kitchen. What a piece of work she was. She really had him going there for a minute too. He did care. He wasn't sure why, but he did. Levi took a deep breath in through his nose and slowly let it out of his mouth. He needed to be ready for the fans, and going there irritated wasn't the way to go. Maybe it was time for Sonia to find her own place. Once Geeks was over, he and Sonia would be having a serious talk about her living situation.
Chapter 24. When Maggie rolled her bike to a stop in front of the building, she couldn't believe the number of people still in attendance. When she looked at her watch, it was well after closing time. Laura dismounted, took off her helmet, and Maggie followed suit. They tucked their helmets under their arms and walked to the front door. She and Laura stepped into the building and scanned it for the Levi and Gary. When one of the volunteers passed, Maggie got his attention. Have you seen Levi Martin? The girl bubbled with excitement. Yeah, she said and pointed down the hall to the far left. He's down there. Second door to the left. Maggie turned to Laura. He's in the lounge. He sectioned off one of the conference rooms and turned it into an area off limits to anyone but him and Gary. Levi thought it would be good if he had a place to escape for a moment here and there. Laura nodded in acknowledgement and walked next to Maggie as they headed to the room, stopping in front of a door with a keypad attached to it. She knocked on the door, and a security guard answered. Name? She asked. Maggie Lawrence. Come on in. They deposited their helmets on a table as they walked in. The room was large, and 2 guards were monitoring screens and drinking coffee. Behind them, they opened another door and closed it as they entered. I didn't see this room before, said Maggie. Gary greeted them with a smile as he kept his seat in a chair leaned against the wall. It was a large office building at one point. The room you walked through was where the IT guy did his thing, and this room held the servers and stuff, Gary explained. That's kinda neat. The way you guys set it up seems to work well, Laura said and looked around. Levi sat in a chair with a low back and a seat big enough for 2 people. His head was leaned back so that he was looking at the ceiling, and his legs were on a second chair with his ankles crossed. His arms were loosely crossed over his chest. He looked pale and little beads of sweat dotted his forehead. She walked over to him. Hey, are you feeling okay? He opened his eyes and looked at her without lifting his head. I think I'm just tired. Are you sure? She sat on the chair, arm facing him. Yeah, I think so. He smiled and placed a hand on her arm. Maggie pushed his hair back from his face. The event is going well. There are still a lot of people here. Yeah. Yeah, and your volunteers are either the happiest people on the earth or we need to implement drug testing. Levi chuckled. Maggie was concerned now because he wasn't his normal high-energy self, but at the same time, she knew he'd been up all day. Are you sure you're okay? Because you sure don't look okay. I was up all night, and I had a panel, so I never really got a chance for downtime. Okay, well, I'm happy for you. This has gone even better than I could have predicted. Yeah. Levi yawned. Me too. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't met you. The two of you have done more than I thought possible. Maggie turned to catch Laura talking to Gary. Yeah, we make a pretty good team. Levi reached up and cupped her cheek. We make a good team too. Stop it. He flashed a lopsided grin. Maggie's concern for him grew as he closed his eyes. You need to go home, okay? Get some sleep so you're ready for tomorrow. I just want to sit here for a moment. I've been going all day. Okay. Leave the rest to me and Laura. We'll take care of it. When you get ready to go home, just go. Levi was falling asleep on her, which didn't surprise her. She just hoped he was telling the truth about being tired. Maggie stood and walked over to where Gary and Laura were talking. Gary, is he really okay? She whispered. I honestly don't know. If he doesn't feel good, he won't admit it, ever. He's terrified of hospitals. I think he'd actually bleed out before he'd agree to ever step foot in a hospital again. Maggie nodded. With his history, she wasn't surprised by his fear of hospitals. He's really pale. I don't know. He gets like that when he's tired. I'll keep an eye on him. You guys going to be here tomorrow? No, we just wanted to drop by to see what it looked like after it was put together. Laura has a flight out tomorrow. We're going to grab a bite to eat and then go back home. Is it girls only? Gary asked. Yes, and even if it wasn't, Maggie said and looked in Levi's direction, I don't think he could manage it. He really needs to go home. Gary sighed and frowned. Okay, Mom. Maggie laughed. Take him home, okay? He jumped up and saluted. Yes, ma'am. Then he walked over to Levi and shook him awake. Come on. Mom says I need to take you home.
As Gary held out a hand, a groggy Levi grabbed it, and Gary pulled him out of the chair. Levi wobbled, yawned, and stretched. Okay, yeah. I need to go home. The guys followed Maggie and Laura into the room where the guards sat, and the girls picked up their helmets. Wait, who has the motorcycle? Levi asked. He would have never guessed she'd ride a bike, but now that he knew it, she was even more attractive, and completely unavailable, unless he could figure out a way to get her to trust him. Laura bumped Maggie's shoulder with hers. Maggie. I never saw a bike. You know the door that's to the right of my front door? Yeah. Well, that's where I keep it. Levi took her arm and turned her to face him. The look on his face was complete disbelief. What kind of bike do you have? Come outside and see it. Levi and Gary slid around Maggie and Laura and began to walk faster. By the time they got to the front door, they were nearly jogging. When they got outside, the guys were walking around the bike with surprised looks on their faces. I can't believe you have this bike, Gary said, running his hand along the gas tank. I can't either. Levi's eyebrows were knitted together, and he studied the bike. This is a 1946 Indian Chief. I know because I bid on one about 4 years ago. Maggie smiled. The same bike style owned by Steve McQueen. Levi's mouth dropped open. It looks so familiar, he said, the tone accusatory. You are the one who outbid me. I was winning. I had like 5 seconds, but then the screen refreshed, and I'd lost. That memory was forever etched in his mind. He'd been so close to winning. That bike was his dream bike, and losing it was devastating. He'd wanted to take Amelia on a ride, but even if he'd won it, she'd have been too sick to ride by the time he got it restored. She bit her lip and smiled. I'm more than willing to let you drive it sometime. How did you get it back in shape? It was beautiful. Whoever did the restoration had Levi's respect. They'd done everything right. I hired a group out of Texas specializing in restoration of vintage bikes. I got it back about 6 months ago. I've been waiting for Laura to make a trip out here so she could have the first ride with me. With his hands on his hips, Levi licked his lips and shook his head. "You owe me a ride." But not at the moment. Levi's head swam. He'd be passing the car keys to Gary if they wanted to make it home in one piece. Maybe if he got a decent night's rest, he'd be ready for the next day. His fans were counting on him, and so was Geeks. Letting either of them down wasn't an option. Maggie took his arm and pulled him away from Laura and Gary, far enough that they were out of earshot. "I don't like how pale you are. I know you don't like hospitals, but I think you have a fever." She rested her cool hand against his forehead, and he closed his eyes. He was exhausted. "I'm tired, and..." She started to protest. "They're all counting on me, Maggie. I can't bow out. I'll go home, get some rest, and be good as new tomorrow." Those blue eyes of hers locked with his. The concern was written all over her face. She may not be able to admit she cared about him, but it was evident with the way she was looking at him. She stepped closer and cupped his cheek. "You'll call me if you aren't, right?" Levi gave her a weak smile. "I'll call. You go straight home and get some rest." Once he'd agreed to take it easy, they rejoined Gary and Laura. Gary yawned and patted Levi on the back. "Let's go home. Ladies, it's been swell. We'll smell you later."
Chapter 25. Maggie turned to Laura. "Let's go back in and get things closed up and ready for tomorrow." "Sure, then dinner because I'm starving." "Yeah," Maggie said and looked back in Levi's direction. "I'm worried about Levi. I think he may have pushed himself too hard." "Well, I'm sure with a good night's sleep he'll be okay." "Yeah, I guess so." "Come on. I want dinner too, sooner rather than later." Once Geeks was taken care of, they grabbed dinner and headed home. Maggie worried about Levi all night. She couldn't get the picture of his colorless face and dull eyes off her mind. She spent most of the night tossing and turning. Eventually, to keep from waking Laura, she'd gone downstairs and cuddled up on her couch. Maggie called on Levi the next day, but he never picked up. On the 6th try, Gary answered and said he was in the middle of a panel with a couple of his friends from his television show. He seemed to think the rest had helped Levi. She tried pressing him, but he was distracted. "Gary!" "What?" he asked, trying to talk over the noise of the crowd. "Are you listening?" Video games played in the background. "Yeah, sure," he said. Maggie hung up the phone as Laura walked out of the bathroom. Her luggage sat by the front door. "Anything?" asked Laura. "No. Gary says he's fine. I guess he'd tell you the truth if he wasn't." "Yeah, I guess." Poor guy. It must be hard dealing with fans and press and all that other stuff. I can't imagine being hounded about every little aspect of his life. I can't believe Levi pretended to date Sonia. Laura shivered in mock disgust. She's going through a hard time. I kind of feel sorry for her, you know? I mean, her entire life she's had people that hang on her only because she's famous. They don't care about her at all. I bet she just had to develop a disconnect with the world just to survive without getting hurt all the time. You always give people the benefit of the doubt. I think she's just but that's used to getting her own way. She just comes off as a jerk. I don't know. I'm beginning to think she's been used and mistreated, and as a way to shield herself, she's on defense all the time. Like, it's better to hurt someone else first because she's so used to be the one hurt. Maybe. Maggie looked from Laura to her luggage. "I wish you could stay another day." "I know, but I just can't. Leaving the kids for a day was more than I could handle. But it was nice, right? Sleeping until you woke up?" Laura sagged and smiled. "Yes, and this place is so freaking quiet." Maggie clicked her tongue on her teeth and smiled wide. "See, I knew what I was doing when I built this place." "You really did." It's like an oasis in the middle of all the crazy. It's so peaceful. Got everything? Yeah, I think so. Maggie looked at her watch. Cab should be here any second. If I didn't have luggage, you could take me on the bike. Well, if you didn't pack so heavy, she teased and tapped the large suitcase with her foot. They laughed at the joke. Laura always packed like she was going to be stranded on an island. Hey, there was a whole television show about people being stranded on a deserted island. Did you ever find out what was going on? Still have no clue to this day. And yet, you watched it. Are you kidding? It was a great show with hot guys stranded on an island. Of course I watched it. Maggie shook head and rolled her eyes. She pointed out the door. Cab's here. They hugged each other tightly. I'll miss you, Maggie said in her ear as she hugged her. I'll miss you most. Take care and tell Greg I said hi and give the kids a kiss for me. I will, Laura said and waved as she got into the cab. The driver packed her luggage into the trunk, and Maggie watched as her friend rode away.
Levi palmed the wall behind the curtain. All he had to do was walk out on stage, say a few words, and then he could go home. He'd felt pretty good when he got to the event that morning, but as the day went on, he'd felt worse. You okay? Asked Gary. Yeah, he said and pushed off the wall. You know you aren't fooling me. I'm fine. I should call Maggie. No. I'll finish the event, go home, and rest. Give me a couple of days, and I'll be good as new. She'll kill me if you're sick and I hold out. I'll kill you if you call her. If Gary called Maggie, his time at the event would be over, and he needed to finish it out. The turnout had been phenomenal. He was so grateful for his fans that he couldn't just up and leave, no matter how bad he felt. Gary held up his hands in defeat. Okay. I won't call. Good. Levi leaned his back on the wall. He could feel the cool steel seeping through his coat. All day he'd been hot 1 minute, cold the next. Chills raced down his spine, and his throat hurt. At the moment, he was burning up. He popped a throat lozenge as the announcer began talking. His cue to speak was coming. Hopefully by then, he'd be able to talk without it feeling like someone was cleaning his throat with steel wool. He swiped his coat sleeve across his forehead and took a deep breath. And now, our host of the event, Levi Martin. The announcer grinned as Levi took the stage. An ocean of people clapped, yelled, and called out. This is why he stayed. Hey, guys. He grabbed a nearby water bottle and took a swig. I can't tell you guys how much it means to me that you came. You made this year's Geeks event even better than last year. Seriously, guys, you've been great. We love you, Levi, shouted a group of teenagers in the back. I love you, too. And he did. He loved every one of them. I love all of you. You are the reason I'm successful and that this event is successful. Without your continued support, we'd be nowhere. You make it all a reality. Levi looked at his watch and then out at the crowd of faces. I'll be sticking around for autographs and photos. Okay, guys? The crowd cheered. Levi waved them down. Hold on. This wasn't planned, so give my security a chance to get things together. Then we'll get this impromptu session going. I love you guys. Levi waved. He blew kisses to so many people he lost count. See you guys shortly. Walking off the stage, Gary caught him, his face full of concern. Man, are you sure that's a good idea? I have to. Didn't you see them? If it wasn't for them, all of this would be a fantasy. It's because of them I have all this. I know, but... Get me a cold, clear soda and a candy bar. I'll be fine. Gary hesitated. Trust me. Okay. I'll find something. Take it easy until security gets everything set up. Yeah, I thought I'd go rest my eyes until they were ready to go. All right, go. I'll meet you in the room. Thanks, Gary. Sure. Levi wasn't sure what he was thinking when he made that announcement. It had popped out. He was so grateful for everything he had, and he knew there had been fans wanting autographs and pictures. It just rolled off his tongue. Once it was out, he couldn't say, "Sorry guys, I was caught up in the moment. I'm actually not feeling great. Maybe next year." That would have ended badly. Slipping back into the quiet security of the server room, Levi flopped down in the chair and leaned his head back. His eyes slid closed, and he was out before he knew it.
Chapter 26. Where is he? Maggie asked as she stormed into Levi's house. Gary pointed to the basement. I swear I wanted to tell you, but he threatened me. Narrowing her eyes, she grabbed him by the shirt collar. Gary, you ever keep something like this from me again, and I promise you, I'll make Levi's threats seem like a daydream. He shook his head vigorously. Yes, ma'am. Never again. She let him go and nearly ran down the stairs. Levi was lying on the couch, wearing a white tank top and pajama bottoms. A thick blanket covered most of him, with his bare feet sticking out the end. His hair was matted to his head, and he was white as a sheet. I thought you said you were just tired, she said as she sat facing him on the edge of the couch. Maggie laid the back of her hand against his forehead. Levi, you are burning up. You need a doctor. Maybe even a trip to the ER. He grabbed her arm. Amber eyes locked with hers, and she could see fear in them. No, promise me. No hospitals. But. Promise me. Her expression softened. Okay, but I need to call a doctor at least. She was certain he needed to go to the hospital, but she couldn't resist his pleading. If the doctor said he needed to go, then she'd turn on the charm or whatever else she needed to get him to go. He loosened his grip. There's a doctor who does house calls in my contacts. She picked up his phone off the coffee table and scrolled through his contacts. 10 minutes later, after she'd spoken to the doctor's receptionist, she had solid assurance that his doctor was on the way. Levi coughed hard. It sounded like he had more than the flu. Why are you down here and not in your bed? He sucked in a long breath, and it sounded painful. I like it better down here. Maggie touched the side of his face. You should have told me you were sick. I can't believe you had Gary lie to me. Don't ever do that again. Levi smiled weakly. I won't. I'm going to get a cold washcloth and bring you something to drink. You need to stay hydrated. His eyes shut, and she wasn't sure he'd heard the last sentence. Her heart was on the floor. She knew he was sick, and she'd let it go. I'll be right back, she whispered. Then she stood and jogged up the stairs. He's really sick. I'd bet money he has the flu, if not that and pneumonia, with the way he's coughing. I'm sorry. I wanted to call you. I almost called you the last day. Why didn't you? I don't think he wanted you to worry. Well, that backfired. Where are your dish or washcloths? Also, Maggie said as she opened their fridge, he needs to stay hydrated, so we need some stuff with electrolytes in it. Gary pointed to a drawer next to the oven as he walked to the door and grabbed the keys in the dish. I'll go get it now. Anything else? I know he likes popsicles, right? Get anything he might like. I've got this. Just don't leave him too long. He hates being sick, and he's always afraid of being left alone. With the way he sounded, there was no way she'd leave him for long. I won't leave him alone. Thanks. Gary smiled as he shut the door behind him. Maggie rushed around the kitchen, getting what she needed, and went back downstairs. Levi was restless when she returned. She set the bowl of water and towels down on the coffee table and sat beside Levi. I can't believe you kept this from me. She dipped a towel into the water and wrung it out. Levi jumped when she placed it on his forehead. "I'm freezing he said and coughed. Maggie dipped another towel in the bowl of water and wrung it out, placing it behind his neck. "I hope the doctor gets here soon. I think you might have the flu." She wouldn't tell him she thought he had pneumonia too. If he was afraid of hospitals, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that he'd be afraid of anything associated with them, including needles. "Whatever it is, I hope you don't get it." "I feel terrible," he whispered. "My throat hurts. Gary is getting a few things. I asked him to get popsicles too." "The fruity kind?" Maggie dug at her phone and texted Gary. "Yes, the fruity kind." "Good." He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Levi rolled onto his side, facing her. She palmed his cheek. "I'm sorry you feel so bad." Levi put his hand over hers. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you. But I wanted to stay at the event, and I knew you'd make me leave." "Of course I'd make you leave. I care about you. It bothers me to see you like this." She pursed her lips and closed her eyes. Not care, love. She loved him. The thought made her tingle from the top of her head down to her toes. "You care about me, huh?" Levi mumbled and looked at her. He turned onto his back again. "Yeah, I do." She gently ran her thumb over the scar above his lip. "Where did you get this?" "In grade school. A couple of girls were doing double Dutch jump rope. I thought I'd be cool and jump in, but I hit the pavement face first. My tooth came through my lip. Even chipped it. Ouch. You could kiss it and make it better." Levi half smiled. "I think it's a little late for that. Emotionally. I hurt in here." Levi tapped his chest. Maggie chuckled. "Still a little late." He gave her a small smile before closing his eyes, and soon he was sleeping soundly. Maggie stayed downstairs with him until she heard Gary come through the front door. She looked at Levi, hesitated a moment, and then went upstairs. She was surprised by the number of bags covering the bar. Gary was already busy putting things up. "I got a bunch of stuff." "I can see that. He hasn't been this sick since we were in high school. His parents were really careful because of Amelia." "Where are his parents?" Gary stopped putting stuff up for a moment and whistled. "After Amelia died, they kinda drifted away. Levi was already pretty big as an actor, and I guess they needed to not be parents for a while. Levi married Rachel, and she also helped put a big wedge there because they felt he was getting married too quickly. Really, it was just people hurting and taking it out on each other." Maggie nodded. "I can see that. I don't have any family." "No family? At all?" "Nope. I was adopted as a kid by an older couple. My mom died when I was in 10th grade, and my dad died shortly after my sophomore year in college. I was an only child. My last living uncle died 2 years ago." "Wow, and so it's just you?" "It's just me." "Well, you do have Laura." "True. She's the only real family I have." She'd wanted to have a family with Mark, but the timing was never right. Gary frowned. "Okay, so I have you and Levi now." She smiled and batted her eyes. He smiled and continued putting stuff up. He handed her some bottles of Gatorade and a box of popsicles. "You can put those in the fridge downstairs. The rest can go up here for now." Maggie nodded. "I'm gonna go back down and try to get him to drink something, maybe eat a popsicle. I'm gonna stay up here so I can wait for the doctor." She smiled and walked back downstairs.
Shivering, Levi tossed and turned on the couch. He'd closed his eyes for just a moment, and when he opened them again, Maggie was gone. Whether it was a dream or she was really there, it didn't matter, he just wanted her back. It felt like the basement was trying to swallow him whole. The one thing about being sick that got him the most was the fear of being left alone. "Hey," she said as she sat beside him. "You're still here?" "Yeah, I'm still here. I'm not going to leave you." His eyes watered, and he looked down. She bent forward and caught his gaze. "Hey, it's okay. I've got some popsicles and Gatorade. Do either of them sound good? Just something to drink." With Maggie's help and a few fluffy pillows, he sat up so he could drink something. "I think your fever is higher than when I arrived." Icy fingers ran down his spine, and he shivered. "I'm still freezing." Maggie looked at her phone. "The doctor should be here soon." He hugged her around the waist and rested his head on her shoulder. "I hate doctors, hospitals, all of it. Hate it." "I know, and I understand." Her arms circled around his shoulders. "If he brings out a needle, I'm going for the door." His mouth moved against her neck. "Don't make me hold you down," she said and chuckled. "I'm a biter. I'm a kicker." Levi tried to laugh and began coughing again. He stopped and winced. "My chest hurts." "I know. You need to drink some more." Just the thought of putting anything in his mouth made his stomach twist. "I don't want anything." "Okay, so hospital it is." Levi grabbed the bottle filled with yellow liquid and took a long drink. "Ugh. Nothing sounds good or tastes good or looks good." "I know. Thank you for coming and taking care of me." He thought she might stop by, but he had no idea she'd look as worried as she did. "I don't mind. I hate to see you feeling so bad." Levi held the Gatorade and leaned his head back. "I keep pushing myself on you, and you keep pushing back. It's like I can't take a hint." He said he was going to back off, but every time he saw her, all he wanted was more. More of her and all the time. He loved her and wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. "Hey, everyone decent?" Gary called down the stairs. "Doctor is here." Levi grunted a laugh. Gary and his timing. "Yeah. Wait. Why would anyone be indecent, Gary?" Maggie asked. "I don't know. A guy, a girl, alone in a basement. I've learned it's better to ask." Gary moved aside as the doctor walked to Levi. "He's sick." "What did you think could be going on?" "I was just making sure." "Gary, sometimes, your mind is like a maze." Gary tried to stifle a wide grin. "Hi, I'm Dr. Klein," he said, extending his hand to Maggie. Maggie shook his hand. "Hi, I'm Maggie Lawrence. Are you the girlfriend?" Levi locked eyes with Maggie. "No, just a friend," she said. Dr. Klein sat on the edge of the couch. "Have you been keeping fluids down?" "Yeah." Gary cleared his throat and gave Levi a pointed look. "Okay, I've been keeping most things down. I threw up earlier today." He hadn't wanted Maggie to know that. It would only make her worry more. Maggie's lips parted as she caught his gaze. "You should have told me." He nodded. "I know." Levi hated doctors' examinations. He didn't care where they were conducted. Dr. Klein took his pulse, temperature, and blood pressure. "Have you eaten anything today?" "No, I don't want anything." Dr. Klein leaned back and studied Levi a moment. "I need to swab the inside of your nose to test for the flu. I'm pretty certain that's what it is, but it'll be conclusive when I get the test done." Levi tilted his head back, and the doctor swabbed the inside of his nose. He began coughing so hard it rattled his rib cage. The doctor waited for him to settle and checked his lungs. "I think you might have pneumonia too." "I thought so too," Maggie said. His stomach lurched. He knew exactly what that meant, and his whole body flinched back. "No." Dr. Klein looked over his shoulder at Maggie and Gary. "I'm gonna need a blood sample to confirm." "Please don't." Levi felt trapped. If he had the energy, he'd jump off the couch and run. Dr. Klein opened his bag. I just need one sample. Maggie sat beside Levi and leaned across him, blocking his view of the doctor. I know you're scared, but I'll stay right here until it's over, okay? I can't. Panic. He tried to gulp air, which only made him cough. When he stopped, he felt even weaker. I don't know if I can. Maggie scooted closer, her face inches from his. Why don't we talk about something? Why don't you tell me about your first acting job? Dr. Klein took his arm and wrapped the tube around it, cutting off his circulation. Levi's anxiety ratcheted up, and he couldn't breathe. Cool fingers touched his face and held it. Everything's going to be okay. I won't let anything happen to you. I'd fight a wild bear to keep you safe. Her smile was like a lighthouse. A wild bear? She laughed softly and brushed the back of her hand across his cheek. A huge, ugly, mean wild bear. Why? Maggie tilted her head and whispered, I'm sure you know why. All done, Dr. Klein announced, and Maggie straightened. Your fever is pretty high. The doctor wrote down a few notes. I'm very tempted to call an ambulance so you can be kept under observation. With a fever this high, dehydration is quite possible. No, Levi groaned. Mr. Martin, I understand people can be very hesitant when it comes to hospital stays, but the flu combined with pneumonia is rather serious. With your history of asthma, I'm concerned. Gary will stay here. He'll make sure I keep hydrated. I'm staying too, Maggie interjected, and Levi smiled. The doctor looked from Maggie to Gary and back to Levi. If there are any changes whatsoever, anything to give you cause for alarm, I am ordering you to take him to the hospital. I don't care how much he complains or screams. You have my word, Maggie said. Keep pushing fluids. You probably won't feel like eating for a few days. I'm calling in a prescription. If you have any trouble with the instructions, call my office, and I'll call you back. Should be pretty easy to follow, though. The doctor dug in his pants pocket and pulled out a phone. What pharmacy? Just the drugstore down the street, Gary answered. The doctor tapped his phone and stood. Maggie touched the doctor's arm. Are you sure he shouldn't go to the hospital now? I know he said no, but if he needs to go. I would be happier if he went, Dr. Klein said and looked at Levi. I'd be erring on the side of caution more than anything. If you keep pushing fluids and get him started on the prescription immediately, he should start to feel better. If anything changes, don't call the office, just go straight to the emergency room. Yes, sir. Thank you for coming. No ambulances or hospitals, said Levi as the doctor left. Maggie sat beside him and held his face. I know you don't like them, but if something changes, you will be going. But I'll stay by your side. I'll make sure they're careful. I won't let them hurt you. If Levi didn't know any better, he'd believe she loved him. The fierceness in her words, the way she was looking at him, but he was too sick to think straight. He was probably just reading too much into it. I don't feel good. I know. She sucked in her bottom lip, and her eyebrows were drawn together. Will you stay? He sounded pathetic, but he didn't care. She smoothed his damp hair back. I wasn't planning on leaving. A blanket of exhaustion settled on him. The combination of coughing and panicking had sucked out the remaining energy he had. I'm tired. Get some sleep. I promise I'll be here when you wake up. She laced her fingers in his. I promise. Levi pulled her hand to his chest and nodded. He hated being sick, but he didn't hate that it brought Maggie to him. Chapter 27. You have to drink something, Maggie argued. Levi scrunched up his face. I don't want anything. Okay, so hospital. Stop threatening me with that every time. I'll stop believing it's a real threat. Levi had his head in her lap, looking up at her as she sat on the couch. She leaned in closer to him and narrowed her eyes. Never stop believing it's a real threat. Never. He flashed a half smile and held her gaze. Message received. When Maggie promised she'd stay, he thought she meant for the night, but she'd stayed with him the whole time. Between her and Gary, he'd never been alone, and he appreciated it. Good. Now drink something. He picked up the bottle with the straw and took a sip. See? Drinking. Kinda sick of it, though. It had been 2 days since the doctor had been to the house, and he was feeling better, except that his fever spiked when they'd forget the ibuprofen the pharmacist had suggested in combination with the prescriptions. Well, stop having a fever and you can have something else. His hair clung to his forehead, and Maggie pushed it back with her fingers. Your hair is making funny shapes. She smiled. Levi enjoyed it when she combed her fingers through his hair. I need a haircut. He did need a haircut, but he mostly said it to see how she reacted. Maggie frowned. What? Inwardly he smiled. Her little pouty frown was cute. I need a haircut. It's way too long. No, it's not. Levi smiled and looked at her funny. He was enjoying seeing her response. I like your hair. I don't want you to cut it. He held up 2 fingers. Just a little. She sucked her bottom lip in between her teeth. Half inch. Maybe a little bit more. That's it. I didn't think you'd care. That was a lie. He thought she might care a little, but the look in her eyes said she cared more than a little. You know I care. Just about my hair. She narrowed her eyes. You know that's not true. Prove it. You're being childish. I'm sick. I'm allowed to be childish. Maggie rolled her eyes and sighed. Fine. How do I prove it? When I feel better, you have to go on a real date with me. I pick you up, we go to a super nice restaurant, and we paint the town red. He was supposed to be okay with them remaining friends, but he hoped maybe a night out could show her how things could be. That the press didn't always follow him. He did have some privacy. She looked at him and wrinkled her nose. Red is not my color. Fine. Pick a color, and we'll use that. But it's a real date, with us dressed up, and we just spend time together. No charity talk. No talk about the past. We live in the here and now and enjoy ourselves. All right, I'll go on a date with you. Because you care about me. More than, her words trailed off. He wished he knew what she was thinking. What could possibly be going through her mind? More than what? More than I can say. Why? There are things about me you don't know. Then tell me. Maggie opened and closed her mouth a few times, like she was struggling to find the words. Her eyes turned stormy, and she looked pained. Levi. It's okay. There's no pressure. I want you to know that whatever it is, we'll work through it. I won't leave you either. She nodded. It's just a date. No pressure at all. I promise to make it light and fun. It'll be the marshmallow fight, part 2. Her lips spread into a wide smile. Okay.
So, you two are dating? Sonia said, and Maggie jerked her attention to the stairs. Yes, Levi said and smiled at Maggie. No, Maggie said and made a face at him. It's just dinner, Sonia. She looked up. We're celebrating the success of the fundraiser. Sounds like more than dinner. He's fine, by the way. He had the flu and pneumonia, but he's better now, Gary said from behind her. Sonia wrinkled her nose. I didn't want the flu, and I don't take care of people. They take care of me. Yeah, we figured. So, where have you been? Please tell me you've found somewhere else to live. Gary walked around her, grabbed a drink out of the fridge, and sat down in his chair. I have. She smiled at Maggie. That's great, Maggie said. Have you gotten a callback or something? It was as genuine as Maggie could muster. While she knew Sonia was a person, that still didn't make her likable. Sonia's lip curled slightly. Right, because you really care. Sonia, I'm sorry I got off on the wrong foot with you. I really wish you success. I know it can be hard getting back on your feet after bad things happen. I'm really sorry I was rude to you that night. There was no excuse for it. Whatever. Sonia rolled her eyes. You know, I've met your kind before. You sound sincere, and yet you can't wait for me to turn my back to stick a knife into it. If Levi didn't have his head in her lap, Maggie would have jumped up to meet Sonia eye to eye. You don't know me. You have no idea what I've been through, and I can promise you I don't wish bad things on anyone. As long as they don't deserve those bad things. Which we all know I do, right? I don't know you. I know what the press says, but they aren't reliable. They're trying to sell stories. You're not just a story. You are a person, and no one needs to be treated the way you've been treated. Sonia looked from Levi to Maggie. You think he really cares about you? This is LA. We are actors. We are paid to pretend. We get what we want from people, and then we throw them away. Levi no more cares for you than he cared for Rachel or me. Levi came off the couch so quickly it surprised Maggie. His face was a mixture of anger and pure hatred. He pointed to the stairs. Get out. Get out now. You have no idea what you're talking about. I don't care where you go, but you are not welcome here any longer. That's fine, Levi. I moved my stuff out a week ago, but you were so busy playing with your new toy that you didn't even notice. Sonia twirled and walked out of the basement. Maggie was stunned. She tried hard to put herself in Sonia's shoes and understand her. With the way she behaved, it was a wonder she had any friends, even the kind that wanted everything from her, but her. Gary acted like nothing had happened. Levi fell back on the couch and put his arm over his eyes. Maggie felt like she'd just been in a high school drama production. Did that really just happen? Yep, Gary said and took a sip of his drink. Am I the only one a little freaked out? She looked down at Levi. She's a drama queen. She had feelings for you. You told me you were pretending to date. Are you sure you were both pretending? Levi moved his arm and looked at Maggie. The only person Sonia has feelings for is Sonia. Trust me. The way Sonia looked at Levi concerned Maggie. Maybe you underestimated her, Levi. No, you're giving her too much credit. Trust me. He's right. She has zero feelings for him, Gary said, and then he told her about Sonia's little act before the Geeks event. Maggie couldn't believe what she was hearing. Sonia had her fooled for sure. Then she eyed Levi. He'd come off the couch pretty fast for someone who was too sick for her to leave. You're feeling better. No, I'm not. Maggie lifted an eyebrow. You may not be completely over being sick, but you are well enough you don't need me here. Levi pouted. But I don't want you to go. Maggie tilted her head. Levi. Really? I need to go home. I'll call you in a few days to see how you're doing. She looked at Gary, who was pretending not to listen. Gary, if he gives you any trouble, call me. I'll straighten him out. Yes, ma'am. She looked down at Levi again. And, you, listen to Gary. Don't give him a hard time. Just because you feel better doesn't mean you are better. Your body needs to rest. Don't make me come back here and kick your butt. He laughed and took her hand. Thank you for staying and thank you for not making me go to the hospital. Maggie couldn't help herself and ruffled his hair. You're welcome. Behave or else. Now, let me up. He smiled and looked down. His lashes cast shadows on his cheeks. Maggie's pulse quickened, and she mentally chastised herself. He was sick, not flirting. Levi shifted until he was sitting up so Maggie could stand. They sat shoulder to shoulder, looking at each other. She squeezed his hand, got up, and walked up the stairs. On the ride home, all she could think about was the last few days. Taking care of Levi had reminded her of things from a life left far behind. They'd talked about his childhood in Wisconsin, about Amelia, and his career. Most of the time, she let him do the talking. It seemed to make him feel better. When he'd ask questions about her, she'd answer ambiguously and then turn it back to him. It would never work. She struggled to force down the feelings she had for him. He'd asked her on a date, and she'd said yes before she could stop herself. No, that wasn't true. She could have stopped herself, but she didn't want to. Going on a date with Levi sounded heavenly. Spending time with him made her happy. She was in love with him. She leaned farther down on the bike and pulled back on the throttle. She needed to concentrate on the road. It was never a good thing to be lost in thought on a bike in LA. Maggie set the phone down. What had she just agreed to? She knew she'd agreed to it before, but it had been a future thing, one she hoped he was too sick to remember. No such luck. Still, the thought of spending an evening with Levi was appealing. Even sick, he made her pulse race, which made her feel like an idiot. He had the flu and her heart would still race. She leaned back in her office chair and stared at the word-filled screen. Even writing wasn't keeping her mind from wandering to Levi. He kept her thoughts on overdrive. She was in love with him, and her excuse of privacy was slipping. Privacy was a big deal to her, but he meant more to her than her privacy. Still, the idea of sharing him with other starlets didn't appeal to her at all. How would she feel, seeing him in a lip lock with another woman? Her lips curled. She wouldn't like it at all. That was part of the job, though, and he did have great fans. They loved him. As bad as he felt that last day at the event, he'd stayed late to sign autographs and take photos. He spent the night before the event with the fans waiting for Geeks to start. He'd given so much of himself because he cared about his fans. He appreciated them and their support. It made her love him more. She sagged in the chair and pinched the bridge of her nose. The phone ringing startled her, and she grabbed it. "Hey, Laura, what's up? You okay?" "I'm just peachy. Looking at a half-finished manuscript." "That's great. I can't wait to read it. I have to finish it and then do a little editing before that happens." "Okay, fine. How's Levi?" The last time she'd seen him, he still looked weak and tired. When he called, he sounded like himself for the first time since the Geeks event. "He's good. He pushed himself too hard. The event was so successful. We're talking high six figures when it's all tallied, or that's what I'm estimating." Maggie floated on air. Levi will be thrilled. He was going to be able to help so many families. Part of her wondered if her time at Middleman had come to an end. She'd started it, and she loved it, but what Levi's charity was going to do was so real and needed. It gave her tingles to think about it. "You've fallen for him, huh? What? You stayed with him when he was sick. When you talk about him, your voice gets this tone that almost trills. You've fallen in love with him. You're crazy. You may not want to admit it to me, but you have. Stop letting what happened hold you back from being happy." It wasn't something she could speak aloud. If she said it out loud, could hear herself say it, there'd be no way she could stuff it back in. She wasn't sure she could do it. What if she said it and realized she couldn't love him the way he should be loved? She couldn't do that to him. "I don't want to hurt him." "Why would you hurt him?" "He asked me on a date." "A date?" Laura's voice ratcheted upwards. "Oh." My gosh. Telling you was a mistake. Telling him yes was a mistake too. No way. It's great. You're going to have a great time, and it's going to be romantic and wonderful. Maggie smiled. She expected it to be all sorts of wonderful because Levi was planning it. It's just a way to thank me for staying with him. He's fallen in love with you. No, I came along at a time when he was in flux. I wasn't willing to put up with his nonsense. That's all. Maggie let that sink in a moment. She had come along when he was lonely and lost. Levi said so himself. He didn't love her. He loved how he felt. It got her off the hook, but why did it make her feel like she'd lost something precious? She blinked back tears. That's not true. Now that Maggie thought about, it's exactly what happened. Trust me. We'll go on this date, and he'll figure it out. After that, we'll be friends. Wait and see. I think you're looking for a way out. She was being a realist. Once Levi figured out how he really felt, things would be like they should, with them as friends and him finding someone to love. Someone other than her. I'm not. If you say so. Listen, just tell him to call me next week if he wants a solid number. Then we'll find some families who need help. Okay, I'll tell him. Later. Maggie ended the call and laid her head on her knees. The tears that had threatened earlier now poured. She should have been elated. Levi could move on to someone who would love him, and her heart would be safe from being broken again. Only, it felt like her heart was already breaking. Chapter 29. Maggie walked around her closet, tossing clothes and muttering to herself. Silently, she chewed herself out for not going out and getting a new dress. Even if Levi was confused, it didn't mean she couldn't look her best. She sank to the floor. Ever since her conversation with Laura, she'd been heartsick. Allowing herself to get too close and feel things for a client was wrong. With every other client, she'd been able to keep her distance. Why had Levi been any different? Because he was different, and she knew it. His touch sent a bolt of electricity through her. That flirty, sweet smile made her heart melt. The way he held her made her want to be nowhere else. Even Mark hadn't made her feel the way Levi did. She stopped and tipped her head back, closing her eyes. Forcing the feelings down, she refocused on finding the right outfit. She stood and picked up another dress, holding it in front of herself while she checked it in the mirror. The phone rang in the living room, and she ran to get it. Hey, Laura said. What's up? Well, first, a journalist called. He wants to interview you about the event. Maggie wrinkled her nose. Another interview? She was hoping those were done for a while. Didn't we do that already? He's wanting to interview you now that the event is over. A follow-up, I guess. His name is Phil Greenbrier. Maggie let the dress she'd picked up hang at her side and looked down at the floor. Phil? His nickname is Digger. Digger? What kind of nickname is that? His name gave her chills, and she didn't know why. But reporters usually did that to her. Their tenacity for discovering the truth always put her on edge. I tried Googling him, and all I got was the website of his news agency. I think I've heard that name before, but I can't remember where. Didn't you interview with a Phil during the tour in the lead up to the event? Maggie nodded. Yeah, I guess that's it. Send the information to my phone and sync it on my calendar. Okay. That was the first, what's the second? You going on a date with Levi. I spoke to him yesterday, and to listen to him, this date is way more than a date for him. He's just excited. He'd had that event hanging over his head, worried he wouldn't have enough for one family, let alone several. He's happy it was so successful. He's celebrating. That's all. I don't think so. And I get the feeling you don't want that to be true either. Maggie quietly took a deep breath. It'll be fine. I was getting caught up in the excitement too. I do care about him, but just as a friend. I swear. I hear the words, and I even hear the conviction. My gut says to trust neither. Just because you think you came along at the right time doesn't mean his feelings aren't genuine. It just means you came along at the right time and you make each other happy. After tonight, things will be back to normal. We'll be friends, and it'll all be okay. Trust me. If you say so. I do. I'm thrilled to be going out tonight. I get to celebrate a super successful event with him. And we have another whole year to make the next one even more successful. She couldn't count on her fingers and toes the number of times she'd said that same exact speech to herself. It tied her stomach in knots each time. All right. I promise I'm okay. Laura paused. Her tone was serious when she spoke again. You may not get a rewind button or a do-over. If you break his heart and change your mind, you may not have a second chance. Just be sure. Maybe just enjoy the date tonight and think about it. It's not like you have the fate of the free world on your shoulders. You have plenty of time to take this slow. I'm hearing you, Laura. You're like a dog with a bone. Because I love you. I love you too.
Levi stood in his bathroom with a towel around his waist. In a few hours, he'd be picking up Maggie. He'd thought of nothing else but the date since he'd set it up. He'd promised it'd be light and fun, and he was going to keep his promise. He wasn't going to push or prod. They were going to talk about fun things and laugh. It was going to be exactly what they both needed. A cross between a date and a couple of friends out for the night. His phone vibrated in the bedroom, and he rushed to grab it. Hello? Is this Levi Martin? Who is this? Phil Greenbrier. Digger? He froze. What could he want? How can I help you? I'm doing a follow-up on your charity event. Levi didn't remember doing an interview with him in the first place, but he'd play it cool. Digger wasn't someone to mess with. Oh, okay. It went great. I don't have the final numbers yet, but my CPA says it was high six figures. I should have a final number next week. Sounds like it was successful. Extremely successful. The volunteers were fantastic. The fans and sponsors were unbelievably generous. And without Maggie, it wouldn't have been possible. Where do you plan on giving the money? Right now, my hope is to help individual families, both here in LA and in my hometown in Wisconsin. That's pretty generous. Levi shook his head. No, not me. The sponsors and the fans. I just put it together. Didn't a Maggie Lawrence help you? Levi's pulse rocketed. Yeah, she's a charity consultant. She helped get Geeks running better so that more could go to helping families. She runs the Middleman Foundation, correct? He didn't like answering questions about Maggie. Yes, she does. What made you turn to her? Levi let out a slow breath. Well, I didn't realize it, but much of the donations were going to the wrong place. I trusted the wrong people. She put me in touch with people who showed me how to make the charity run more efficiently. I see. Is that all you know about her? Maggie was none of his business. She valued her privacy enough to push him away. Levi had no idea what unleashing Phil on her would do. I'm not really comfortable talking about her other than business. But you are seeing her, correct? Levi's mouth felt like a desert. He swallowed hard. We're close friends, that's all. But you want it to be more, according to rumors, that is. If he stammered over this question, Digger would keep going. I think we all find ourselves wanting more when we've worked closely with someone. So, that's a yes. He rubbed his damp palms on his towel. I really have to go, Mr. Greenbrier. But you haven't answered my question. I thought I had. A little too ambiguously, if you ask me. He needed to get Phil off the line without putting a target on himself. Maggie and I are friends. We have maintained a professional working relationship. She helped my charity, and I'll never be able to thank her enough. Is that satisfactory? I believe that'll work, thank you. The phone went dead, and Levi tossed it on the bed. It terrified Levi that Maggie might be on Digger's radar. Maybe he was just trying to do a follow-up, but there was an ominous feeling in the pit of Levi's stomach. If Digger did decide to go after Maggie, Levi wasn't sure how he'd protect her from getting hurt. He took a deep breath and tried to slow his galloping heart. Everything about that phone call screamed danger, but what could he do? Nothing was the answer. At least not tonight. He'd warn her about Digger tonight. That way she could avoid the creep. No one had ever challenged the man, and maybe it was time someone did. That was tomorrow's challenge. At the moment, he had a date to get ready for and a beautiful woman to spend time with. Chapter 30. When Levi parked his car in front of Maggie's house, he was surprised to see the front door shut. Maybe being in the real world woke Maggie up to the dangers of leaving your front door open all the time. Or maybe she'd wanted to get dressed without him showing up while she was half-dressed. The dark gray pinstripe suit he'd purchased earlier in the week made him feel great. The girl who helped him pick it out had made googly eyes at him the entire time he was in the store. A few months ago, the old Levi would have played along, but now, the only woman on his mind was Maggie. He knocked on the door. 1 second, Maggie called. His heart was racing faster than it ever had. He'd never been nervous about a date before, but tonight's date meant something far more than a date. For him, it meant getting to be alone with Maggie without any distractions. The door opened, and Levi's breath caught. Maggie looked incredible. Her floor-length, off-the-shoulder sapphire dress hugged her body. Her hair was pinned up, and a delicate silver band crowned her head. Simple and stunning, those two words described her all the time. Wow. You look beautiful. I didn't think your eyes could be any bluer. And that dress is amazing. He'd planned a fun, light evening, but his commitment to keeping it light and fun was crumbling. He wanted all of her, all the time. Her cheeks turned the most kissable shade of red he'd ever seen. Thank you. She stepped forward and ran her fingers over his dark blue tie. You look pretty incredible yourself. Did you pick the color of the tie? It's almost like we shopped together. Sorta. I liked the color, and the shop attendant agreed. He looked down at it. I wasn't sure if it was okay or not because I couldn't tell if she actually agreed with me or she was just flirting. Maggie laughed. Probably both. Levi smiled. Ready to go? Yeah. He held out his arm, and she hooked hers in it. You're beautiful every day, even in the simplest things. But tonight, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. The blush on her cheeks darkened. Thanks. It was the nicest dress I have. I thought about getting a new one, but I just can't bring myself to spend money on clothes. I think it's great, Levi said and opened the car door for her. After closing it, he jogged around to his side and hopped over the door. Maggie smiled. You're feeling much better. Yeah, probably would have felt better quicker if my nurse had picked up her phone sooner. She rolled her eyes and laughed. Whatever. Levi stopped smiling, picked up her hand, and kissed it. I missed you. Don't think for a second I didn't. Then he started the car and laced his fingers in hers. They spent the entire drive to LA talking about Levi's plans, now that the Geeks experience was over. My agent has scheduled me to 2 auditions in LA and 3 later next month in New York. Are you excited about any of them? Maggie asked. I've only had the chance to read one of the scripts. I checked out the synopsis for another one. Either has potential, But we'll see. It's hard when you've been on a successful show and the character you've played is so well loved. People tend to be loyal to the character. I have a confession. Yeah? When I met you, I'd never seen the show. But afterward, I binge-watched it. What did you think? He stole a glance. I loved it. You were so funny. You had great chemistry with Claudia Gaines. Well, really, the whole cast was great. Thanks. You hear that all the time, though. Maggie loved his show, and he felt a sense of pride he hadn't felt in a long time. Yeah, but I like hearing it from you. You love your fans. I saw it at the event. You genuinely love them. Levi nodded. Yeah, I do. If it weren't for them, the show would have been canceled after 3 seasons. Because of them, it stayed on the air another 3 seasons. I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. It was on the bubble between the 3rd and 4th seasons. If the fans hadn't written in and rallied behind us, it would have been over. Wow, that must have felt pretty good. It was the one thing in my life I could count on at the time. If it had ended, I'm not sure what I would have done. I was in a really dark place because Amelia kept getting sicker, and when she died, he wiped his eyes. Maggie placed her other hand on top of his and rubbed it with her thumb. It was a small gesture but incredibly comforting. I'm sorry. I'm being all depressing, he said. No, you are open and willing to face things I don't have the courage to tackle. Levi glanced at her and smiled. They sat quietly, holding hands the rest of the drive. When they pulled up in front of the restaurant, a young woman in a uniform opened Levi's door. He dropped the keys into her hand and walked around the car to open the door for Maggie. She hooked her arm in his, and they walked into the restaurant as the valet drove off in the car. The hostess greeted them with a wide grin. Hi, welcome to Le Canard du.
Levi Martin. The young woman looked down at the reservation book on the podium. Oh, yes, sir, right this way. Maggie slid into the booth. Instead of sitting across from her, Levi slid in next to her. They were barely seated before their waiter appeared, a young guy maybe in his 20s. He took their drink orders, disappeared, and then reappeared quickly, holding their glasses of wine. I know what you're probably thinking, that I'm drinking again, but I'm not. I'm not even sure if I'll drink any of it. Maggie nodded. I wasn't thinking that. We can send it back if you want. I was never a big drinker anyway. Normally, she was opposed to drinking, but her butterfly-filled stomach needed something. There was no way she was going to get through the night with the way she was reacting to Levi. He was good-looking on any given day, but when she opened the door earlier, he was beyond gorgeous. The dark gray pinstripe suit he wore was paired with a collared white shirt and dark blue tie. It made his amber eyes stand out, and the way he smiled nearly made her a puddle on the front steps. She took a small sip of wine and tried to relax. His nearness was making it almost impossible, though. It took work to keep herself from leaning in and kissing him. I'm not sure how you'll feel about this, but the chef is preparing something special. I set this up days ago, so we won't be ordering. It's the chef's specialty. I have no idea if it's good or not, but it sounded fun. Maggie wrinkled her nose. I hope it's not a sweet duck. Levi wrinkled his nose and laughed. Me too. It's so quiet and cozy. I really like it. Good. I was hoping you would. He put his arm around her shoulders and drew her close. Her bare shoulder tingled where his hand touched her. Look, I need to tell you something, and then the rest of the night we can have fun. But if I don't get this off my chest, I think I might explode. Levi. No, please. Let me just say this, and I'll be done with the serious stuff the rest of the night. Maggie nodded. Okay. I'm not expecting anything back. I'm not pushing you or anything. I promise. She sat quietly. I love you. I love you, and I know we haven't known each other for long, but I do. For the longest time, I boxed up all my feelings. I blamed Rachel for everything that happened, but it wasn't her. I was angry at Amelia and my parents because I felt so alone. Rachel may have cheated on me, but I checked out mentally before we even started dating. I was closed off and mad at the world. Wait. I'm not finished, he said and paused. Then I met you. You didn't pretend to know me. You didn't try to piece me together or expect me to be anything more than what I was, and before I knew it, I was falling for you. You stayed at my house and took care of me when anyone else other than Gary would have hit the door running. Levi tipped her chin to look her in the eyes. You didn't try to be anything other than yourself with me, and I fell in love with you. He was being completely open with her, and Maggie was pretty certain he was going to kiss her. Part of her hoped he would, and the other part wanted to run so far away she'd never be found. Levi smiled. I'm not going to kiss you, Maggie. I was serious when I said I'm not going to push you. I just needed you to know where I stand and how I feel about you. I'm yours, and as soon as you're ready, I hope you'll be mine. When she spoke to Laura, she was certain Levi didn't know how he felt. That maybe he'd attached those feelings to her because she came along at the right time. Now she wasn't so sure. Not when he was looking her in the eyes and telling her he loved her. Could she have been wrong? You're not what I expected. You make me laugh. You're kind, Maggie looked down. I don't know if I'll ever be. Hey, let's cross that road later. For now, we enjoy our meal and each other's company. Okay? His eyes held such an intensity she nearly had to look away. He was so genuine and kind. Okay. So, he said and leaned back in the seat, we haven't discussed movies. Have you ever seen Spaceballs? Maggie relaxed with the change of subjects and laughed. No. What? Okay, next game night will be a movie night. We watch Spaceballs. Levi kept his arm around her until their food came. They both enjoyed the entree the chef prepared, but the dessert was the best Maggie had ever tasted. It was some pastry, filled with pureed raspberries then topped with whipped cream and drizzled with chocolate, served with homemade raspberry custard. I may have to come back just to eat this dessert. Levi laughed. I know, right? Like, how crazy good was the custard? Game night snacks are ruined. I don't know. Those pastries from North Carolina were pretty good too. I'm glad you liked them. Are you kidding? Gary wouldn't stop talking about them. Levi wiped his mouth and put his napkin on the table. So, you ready for something else? As long as it was with him, she was ready for anything. Sure. Levi took her hand, holding it as she slipped out of the booth, and put his arm around her waist as they walked out of the restaurant. When they got outside, a horse and carriage were waiting for them. I thought you might like a ride around the city. Maggie's eyes lit up, and she smiled. I love it. There was no way he knew how much she loved carriage rides unless he spoke to Laura. Which meant he'd spent a lot of time planning the night. She hugged him around the neck. You have no idea how much I love carriage rides. When she pulled back, he was smiling. Really? I thought about calling Laura, but I thought it would be weird to ask. That made it even better. You didn't call Laura? No. It was almost like a sign to Maggie. She'd intended to keep herself distanced no matter what, but she couldn't. She lifted up on her tiptoes and brushed her lips across his. They were sweet and soft. At first, he was stiff, but then he slipped his arms around her back and pulled her closer as he deepened the kiss. She melted into him with abandon and savored the way he felt against her. The excuse of valuing her privacy was gone. She was kissing Levi Martin on the sidewalk in front of a restaurant. The only thing that made her hesitate at all was sharing him. She broke the kiss and locked eyes with him. She wouldn't say anything tonight, not in the heat of the moment when it would be too easy to mix excitement with how she really felt about him. I think we should go on that carriage ride. He cupped her cheek and ran his thumb across it. I think so too. Levi helped her into the carriage and sat down next to her. Before it even moved, he gathered her in his arms, and they spent the entire time snuggled together. Maggie pushed away all thoughts except what was happening. He loved her, and whatever thoughts she had before were gone. She knew he loved her, and she loved him. Figuring out how to make it work couldn't be that difficult. Chapter 31. You know, you don't have to meet Gary if you don't want to, Maggie said and rang the doorbell. Her petite blonde assistant shrugged and smiled. It's hard to meet good guys in LA. I figure, what's the worst that could happen? I had no idea you liked video games. Like them? Love them. I'm running champion at the game store in my neighborhood. Those guys see me coming and cower in fear. Ellis laughed. Gary is going to love you. Well, if he's as great as you say he is, the feeling might be mutual. Levi opened the door and greeted both of them with a smile. Hey, I didn't know you were coming. It was kinda last minute. Is Gary here? Gary! Levi tilted his head and then his eyes widened. Gary, you need to get here now. He pointed at Ellis. This is Ellis? Ellis stuck her hand out. That's me. Gary slid to a stop at the door with headphones on and a Twizzler hanging out of his mouth. Yeah. Maggie grinned. I'd like you to meet my assistant, Ellis. Ellis? As in, Gary choked and smacked Levi. You didn't tell me she was coming. Because I didn't know. Ellis snapped the end of the Twizzler off and popped it into her mouth. Thanks. It never hurts to show up with candy. Gary's mouth dropped open, and his eyes darted from Ellis to Maggie and back to Ellis. You're so cool. What are you playing? Hellbeast 4, the new Hellbeast. You got a copy of the fourth one already? I was in line all night to get it. Ellis huffed. I was 10 people too late. I hope it was worth waiting for. The third one was just a regurgitated garbled mess of 1 and 2. It was almost like they threw it together. It felt like such a money grab. Gary scoffed. Like, right? It was such a rip-off. But it was fun to play. The graphics were killer. She squinted. How are the graphics on this one? Gary's eyes lit up, and he raked a hand through his hair. Amazing. Like, mind-blowing. I can't wait to get my hands on it. Wanna play? Ellis lifted one eyebrow and twisted a piece of her hair around her finger. Got any more of those Twizzlers? At least 6 bags. He rubbed his hands together. Sweet. I'm in. Gary and Ellis disappeared into the house. That was a nice thing you just did, Levi said. The minute I found out Ellis was a gamer, I thought it was written in the stars. So, I called her this morning, and here we are. Levi chuckled. Want to come in, or do you enjoy hanging out on front steps? I can for just a little while. I have an interview, but I didn't see the point in making Gary wait any longer. An interview on a Saturday? She shrugged and stepped inside. It's just the way the schedule worked out. I'm meeting at a coffee shop in 30 minutes. You're nice. I would have made them schedule it during the week. Well, I'd rather get it over with. I hate them. Levi chuckled. I bet you shine, though. Heat rushed to her cheeks, and she looked down. I don't know about that. I do. You always shine. From the moment Levi had dropped her off the night before, she'd done nothing but think of him. Him, the accident, and him again. Letting go of Mark was hard, but Laura was right. She'd glossed over the darker parts of their relationship. The last 5 years, she'd wallowed in guilt and loss. Meeting Levi had shaken her entire world. Until she met him, she never thought she'd meet anyone she could love as much as she loved Mark. Part of what kept her isolated wasn't just meeting someone else, it was the expectations. But she couldn't let that keep her from moving on. Maybe we could talk. I know about the accident, Levi said. The words were like a dagger. He'd said he'd wait for her to tell him. He said he wouldn't push. Maggie furrowed her brow, and anger bubbled. That's all I know. I don't know any details. Laura? Levi nodded. It wasn't her place to tell you that. I know, and I wasn't supposed to tell you I knew. Just what? Pried into my personal life? What if that was a part of my life I didn't want you to know? She didn't tell me anything else, I swear. All this time, you said you weren't pushing, but you were. You were just thinking about yourself. What you wanted. What about what I wanted? That's not true, and you know it. Really? You lied to me. I didn't lie. You certainly weren't forthcoming. Laura was just concerned. I think she knew how I felt about you before I did. It was all an act, wasn't it? You were celebrating the success of the event, and getting me into bed would have been the cherry on top, right? Levi stepped back like he'd been slapped. She knew when she said it what effect it would have. The look on his face almost made her regret saying it. You should go before you say something else you'll regret, Levi said, barely above a whisper. Maybe I should, but I doubt I'll regret anything. Maggie opened the door and slammed it behind her. She was livid. Her phone rang. Laura. Maggie had been ignoring her calls all morning because she didn't want to talk to her until she'd spoken to Levi. Now she was in no mood to talk to either of them. As soon as her interview was over, she and Laura would have a long talk. If they were friends after, well, that was debatable. What wasn't debatable was Levi. That was done. They were done. The moment she thought it, her heart cracked. For the second time in her life, she'd lost someone she loved. Only this time, it was her choice to walk away. She mounted her bike, took one last look behind her, and rode off. If only it was that easy for her heart.
Levi sat in his room on the edge of his bed with his head in his hands. He'd completely screwed up. Laura told him not to tell her, and he didn't listen. The moment the words left his mouth, he knew it had been a mistake. Her eyes had narrowed, and the smile she'd had was replaced with fury. He thought letting Maggie know would help. That she'd know he didn't care. Whatever had happened, he was all in. Instead, Maggie immediately bristled. His stomach twisted just thinking about it. How could he have made such a huge mistake? Why couldn't he wait for her to tell him? They were going to talk after her interview. Maybe that was what she was going to tell him. He'd interrupted her. He squeezed his eyes shut to hold back tears. It was his fault. This time, his heart was breaking because it was something he'd done. Amelia's death, Rachel's infidelity, both of those things were out of his control. But this, it was all him. The doorbell rang, and Levi looked up. It couldn't be Maggie. He'd probably closed that door with concrete. He stood and shuffled out of his room to the door. Levi. He yanked the door open. Laura? I got the red eye, but it got delayed. I've been trying to call Maggie, but she won't pick up. That's my fault. I told her I knew about the accident. Laura sagged. Oh. I should have never told you, but that's not our biggest problem at the moment. Do you know where she is? I assume she's on her way to the interview. She was meeting a reporter at a coffee shop in downtown LA. That creep. What creep? Phil Greenbrier. Levi squeezed his eyes shut. He'd meant to warn Maggie the night before, but the moment she'd stepped into view, he'd completely forgotten. Digger? Yeah, you know him. Know him? Yeah, there isn't anyone in LA who doesn't. He's bad news. Is that who she's meeting? He should have remembered to tell her. Yes. The color drained from his face. Digger was going to ambush her. He never met anyone in person until he had something big planned. The thought of it crushed him. He's going to shred her. Shred her? He never does anything low-key. Levi could almost see the throng of paparazzi surrounding her, pelting her with questions. She'd be overrun before she knew what hit her. Laura gasped. What would he do? I don't know, but we need to get there. If it's anything like he's pulled before, she's going to need to be rescued. No doubt he's got paparazzi on standby. Laura's eyes widened. Oh, no. Yeah. This is bad. She likes her privacy. How did you find out it was Phil? I started having a weird feeling about him, so I Googled him. At first, I couldn't find anything, but then I used a background site. I had to pay, but it was worth it. As soon as I figured out who he was, I told Greg and hopped a flight. Let's go, he said and snatched his keys off the entry table. It didn't matter if his relationship with Maggie was over. She needed him. She could hate him all she wanted. She may not love him anymore, but he loved her. He'd never stop loving her.
Chapter 32. Maggie pulled to a stop outside the little coffee shop. It was smack dab in the middle of downtown LA. Why a reporter would want to meet at a place like this was beyond her. She removed her helmet and took a deep breath to calm herself. As angry as she wasn't going to let this reporter see it or give him any reason to ask why. One thing she'd learned over the years, never give a reporter an inch. They wouldn't take a mile, they'd take the whole freeway. Tourists milled about on the sidewalk in front of her. In fact, the area was busier than she expected. Even for a Saturday during peak tourist season, the number of people was almost claustrophobic. A couple caught her eye and smiled. She returned their smile and dismounted. Tucking her helmet under her arm, she walked to the covered patio to the left of the coffee shop. The heat seemed to wrap around her, and she was thankful for the fans running overhead. Maggie Lawrence? An average height man called out and waved her over to one of the tables lining the sidewalk just under the patio. He was dressed in slacks and polo. His dirty blonde hair was slicked back, and a 5 o'clock shadow covered his jaw and top lip. His eyes were narrowed as she approached, like he was sizing her up. Suddenly, she was extremely contentious and nervous about this particular interview. Hi, Mr. Greenbrier, how are you? Oh, I'm great. You? The way he smiled made her feel weird. Fine. Odd place for an interview. I love this coffee shop. You get to see more here than anywhere else. Maggie looked around, it was a great place for people watching. She could see the appeal for someone like him. I guess for a reporter that would be advantageous. Exactly. I'm going to be filming this if you don't mind. Filming? Odd, but others had done it. It was a way for them to use a clip on a website. No, that's fine. I'm used to it, but won't you have background noise? Oh, it'll be edited out if it makes it to the website. Okay. So, how long have you been in LA? About 5 years. She smiled into the camera. You're passionate about charity work. Your philanthropy is well known. How did it all start? This she didn't mind. Talking about middleman and helping people. Talking about how it all started. She loved that the most. Well, I wanted to help people, but I was finding many charities were being given money, only to have most of it go to their operations. That's not what people want when they donate. They want it to help people. Real people. I started the Middleman Foundation to give people the peace of mind that when they donate their money, it's going where it should be. And you consult on other charities as well, right? Yes, I guess I have a reputation for helping struggling charities. I help with finding ways to cut costs. How did you become the face of Middleman Foundation? That was a longer story than she wanted to tell. It just sorta happened. How? The LA heat was oppressive. A bead of sweat ran down her spine. I guess I just have a face people can trust. He leaned back in his chair, and a thin smile spread on his face. So, you aren't the author of the famished series? Maggie blanched, and she stammered. MG Law. That's you, right? She fought to keep her composure. And, what about your family? Stunned, Maggie struggled to catch her breath. Her heart raced, and she felt like she was drowning. Didn't your husband die in a collision with a drunk driver? You never talk about him. Why is that? The man pulled out a newspaper clipping with pictures of a smashed car and pieces of wreckage all over the road. Then he touched his phone, and a video flickered to life. This is actual footage of the wreck when it happened. Apparently, they just put in cameras at that intersection. Did you know that? It was like she was in quicksand. The whole accident played out in front of her. Mark going through the green light. The car T-boning them. Mark hadn't even floored it. He'd waited at least 30 seconds before pulling forward. The other car had plowed through the intersection, hitting their car so fast it pushed it sideways and flipped it. Maggie's mouth went dry, and her ears rang. I have to go, she whispered as she stood on shaky legs. The reporter lifted his hand. All at once, the people on the sidewalk turned, and cameras flashed in her face. Questions came from every direction. Maggie, are you seeing Levi? Are you going to be doing more famished books? What is it like to date Levi Martin? Are you living with him? An arm snaked around her waist and lifted her across the small decorative railing butting up against the table. She was too frozen to fight against whoever it was. It's okay. I've got you, Levi said.
How is she? Gary asked. Levi couldn't shake the look on Maggie's face. She'd been utterly frozen with fear. Honestly, I don't know. I left her at home with Laura. Did she say anything? Broken sobs played like a record in his head. Digger did what he did best and found out everything about her. No. She cried the entire way. She cried? It killed me, but Laura was there. I wouldn't have left her otherwise. Levi took the steps down to the basement 2 at a time. When did Ellis leave? Not long after you, Gary said, following him down. What did you do? Nothing. We've got plans tomorrow night. Good boy. Shut up and tell me about Maggie. Levi raked a hand through his hair and flopped onto the couch. You should have seen it. Or maybe not. She was surrounded, cameras all in her face, paparazzi asking her all sorts of questions, and she was just standing there looking as lost as I've ever seen. Gary groaned and sat in his recliner. That's terrible. It was worse than I can describe. I bet she was glad you came to the rescue. I doubt it. Levi rubbed his face with his hands. I think I ruined things before she left for the interview. Why? I told her I knew something she didn't want me knowing. Like? What did it matter now? Maggie was gone. He'd lost her. She was in a car accident. I don't know the details, but apparently, it was pretty traumatic. Laura told me, and I was stupid and let Maggie know. She was furious. I'm pretty sure she's going to have nothing to do with me anymore. She says I acted and lied. Oh, man. I've got no one to blame but myself. Give her time, Levi. I'm sure it was a shock to find out you knew. Maybe she just needs a moment to process it and she'll come back. May need to give her a little more time now that Digger got his claws into her. I hope so. Man, Gary, I feel like my heart's been ripped out. I love her more than anything. I pictured spending my life with her. And now, she's gone, and I don't know how I'm supposed to just pick up and move on. Gary stood and walked over to Levi to sit next to him. Just don't give up hope, okay? She loves you too. I know it. It's a deep down gut feeling. I just know it. He grasped Levi's shoulder. Just don't give up. I hope you're right. I am. You'll see.
Chapter 33. Maggie opened her eyes as the sun cut across the living room and blanketed it in light. Fuzzy memories of the evening before began to come back in vivid color. Phil Greenbrier. Reporters. All the questions. And Levi rescuing her. Hey, how are you feeling? Laura asked as she sat beside Maggie stretched out on the couch. She grunted. My head hurts. I bet. You drank a half a bottle of wine. For someone who doesn't drink, that's like 2 bottles. What are you doing here? When I couldn't get you on the phone, I got here as quick as I could. How did he find out about me? We buried it so deep. I don't know. Maggie's head throbbed. I need some coffee. Laura stood and pulled her up. Come on. Just so happens I have a whole pot waiting. They walked to the kitchen, poured themselves a cup, and walked to the back patio. I can't believe that slimy reporter did that, Laura said. Maggie lightly blew on her coffee. I just don't know how he did it. We were so careful. You did tell Levi. Yeah, but I don't think he'd tell anyone, but what do I know? I didn't think you'd tell him about my accident. Laura rolled her eyes and set her cup down next to her chair. So what? He knows. He doesn't know the details. You promised. I know, but that night in the kitchen, something told me he needed to know. What would ever make you think it was okay? Because he was falling already. And now, he's head over heels in love with you. You should have seen his face when he found out what was happening. He didn't even blink when it came to coming after you. When we got there, you were completely surrounded. He pushed his way through, picked you up, and ran. So. Maggie set her cup down and crossed her arms over her chest. You are a complete idiot. You know that? Maggie glared at her. You don't know anything. Laura leveled her eyes at her. I know you lost your husband. I know that loss has to be the most devastating thing to go through, despite the issues you had. I know you've pushed everyone and everything away, and I know you pretend to love being isolated. I know you. No, you don't, she said and looked away. Yes, I do. And if you'd stop being mad for just a second, you'd realize how madly in love with him you are. Maggie snapped her attention to Laura. Look me in the eyes and tell me you don't love him. You do that, and I will happily let it go and chalk it up to infatuation brought on by a good-looking actor. There was no way Maggie could deny how she felt about him. I need a little time. Would you like to know how your little tirade affected him? She didn't want to know at all. If the roles were reversed, she would have been broken-hearted. When he answered the door, he looked crushed. I didn't understand why until he told me. What did you say to him? I told him we were done. Actually, what she'd said to him was worse than that. You are so full of it. Maggie was fighting a losing battle. He lied to me. He did not. He did. No, he didn't, but it was easier to use that than the truth. Laura licked her lips and shook her head. You are so stubborn and hard-headed. He didn't lie to you. In fact, he was completely open to you. He told you about Amelia, Rachel, and he told you he knew. And he knew it was a risk when he did. Levi had been open with her. She was the one holding back from him. It wasn't an outright lie, but she hadn't been exactly honest either. And he'd never pushed himself on her. She'd kissed him first. Could she really go back to life without him? I need some time, Maggie said quietly. That's fine, but remember. He's waited, and now he thinks you want nothing to do with him.
Levi rubbed his face with his hands and slouched down on the couch. Ever since he dropped Maggie off, he'd resisted the urge to drive to her house and force her to work things out. It's been 2 days, Gary. 2 days. What am I going to do? Be patient. She went through a lot. On top of whatever it is that happened, all of a sudden everyone knows who she is. I know, but... Anyone down here? Sonia asked as she stepped into the basement. I thought you moved out, Gary said. Sonia curled her lips and rolled her eyes. I just came to give back the keys. She tossed them to Levi. Levi twisted in his seat to look at her and caught them. Thanks. How are your callbacks going? Actually, you'll be glad to know I've been cast in a new television series. I know it's not the big screen, but I'm starting small. How did you get that? Sonia fluffed her hair and looked at her nails. Apparently, I'm good at pretending. I guess I'll see you around. I guess. She put a foot on the bottom step. Say, I heard that Maggie is actually the author of Famished. Yeah, so? I also hear she was in a horrible car accident. Levi held his hand up. I don't want to hear it. Why? Gary glared at her. Because he wants Maggie to tell him herself. Not hear it secondhand. Well, I guess she'll eventually tell him she lost her husband. Levi stood and put his hands on his hips. Why would you do that? Are you that vindictive? She cocked a single eyebrow. More than you know. A sick understanding hit Levi. You're the one that turned Phil onto her? I knew you were bad news, Gary muttered. What's that, Gary? I couldn't quite hear you. I asked you a question, Sonia, Levi said. Sonia smiled at Levi. Yeah, I turned Phil onto her. I gave you a place to live when you had nowhere to go. I didn't push you out. I didn't even make you move, even though there were times when I really wanted to. And? I'm supposed to be grateful? I think it was a mutual agreement. I seem to recall being tied to a man that didn't even like me. I pretended my heart out. Holding your hand, kissing you, smiling at all the right times. I played my part, and what did I get for it? Thrown to the curb the minute she walked onto the scene. Why go after Maggie? He'd never understand Sonia. For the longest time, he thought she just needed someone to treat her like a genuine friend and care about her, but the longer he got to know her, the more he realized she was just a nasty human being. Because you love her, and I knew that would be the best way to hurt you. Levi was speechless. He knew Sonia could be selfish, but he never expected her to go that low. He sat down hard on the sofa. Ah, did I crush his little heart? Gary flew out of the recliner. You know what? You can get out. He's put up with you long enough, and so have I. Well, look at that. It has a backbone. And you're about to see the business end of it too. Gary charged forward. Sonia squeaked and bolted up the stairs. And stay gone, he yelled. When the door slammed shut, he smiled. Did you see that? Impressive, man. Impressive. At least you know how Phil got wind of Maggie. I bet Sonia even paid him. Levi hung his hand. The moment he knew how he felt about Maggie, he should have kicked her out. Now he regretted ever lying about being in a relationship with her. I can't believe I put up with her for so long. And now, Maggie's secret is out. I can't believe you kept it from me. She's the author of Famished? Levi groaned. Gary took his seat again. It's okay. You promised not to tell. Yeah, I did. He'd promised lots of things, and he'd kept none of them. Not to Maggie. Not to Laura. Not to Gary. How many people had he let down by not keeping his promises? She is coming back, Levi. Levi nodded, but his heart couldn't be convinced. Gary didn't see the look on her face. He didn't hear what she said or the anger and hurt in her voice. Levi couldn't stop hearing it. He hoped his friend was right, otherwise, he didn't know what he was going to do.
Chapter 34. Maggie rolled her bike to a stop in Levi's driveway, dismounted, and pulled off her helmet. It had been a week since Levi rescued her from the coffee shop. During that time, Phil Greenbrier had released her interview, along with the information about her accident. The entire world now knew who she was and what she'd been hiding. If Levi had stayed in touch with anyone at all, he'd already know what she planned to tell him. He probably thought she was staying away from him, but she'd actually been busy. Her time at Middleman had come to a close. The board members gave their appreciation for her work, but now that she was being followed by reporters, they felt it best that they find someone fresh and new. It had been her face that gave people confidence to donate, but with her keeping secrets, that trust was cracked. Plus, she had other ideas about keeping busy. She'd still be consulting, but that would come after things settled down for a while. Her life was a little too hectic to appropriately help a floundering charity. At least Levi lived in a gated community and she knew his code. The reporters camping out couldn't follow her in. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Gary opened the door and waved her in. I knew you'd be back. I would have been here sooner, but I kinda had some fires to put out. I'm so sorry. He grabbed her and hugged her. Maggie returned the hug and smiled. You know what? I'm okay. Is he home? Yeah, down in the basement. Gary scrunched up his face. What? Well, he's had a hard time. Maggie narrowed her eyes. After the third day, he kinda spiraled. She strolled to the steps and slowly descended. The smell hit her on the fourth step. When she stopped at the bottom, the floor was covered in Cool Ranch Doritos bags. Bottles of Strawberry Yoo-Hoo, Red Bull, and Mellow Yellow were scattered everywhere. What happened here? Levi didn't answer as she pushed trash out of the way with her foot and made a path to the couch where he Saturday. I finally understand what Bernadette meant when she said she could feel the smell in her eyes. He didn't move as he looked up at her. His face was unshaven, and chip pieces were scattered over his t-shirt and boxers. Rocking the bathrobe chic, huh? Got anything under that, or should I be prepared to see something in case you stand up? Did you come here to diss my fashion choices, or did you have something to say? Levi grumbled and dug into his wrinkled bag of Cool Ranch Doritos, pulling a handful out and stuffing them into his mouth. I'm sorry. You're right, she said and sat down on the coffee table in front of him. He balled the edges of his robe in his hands and jammed them together until it overlapped, eyeing her. I owe you an apology, and if nothing else, I hope you just hear me out until I'm finished. Levi frowned but nodded in agreement. I suspect that by now, you know about the accident and that I lost my husband, Mark. He was killing her with the puppy dog eyes, but he was absolutely adorable at the same time. I didn't want to. I know, and it's okay. Levi sat forward on the edge of the couch. It was Sonia. She turned Digger onto you and told me about the wreck. She attacked you to hurt me. I should have kicked her out, but I felt sorry for her. I'm so sorry. Maggie touched his knee. Let me finish. He nodded. Okay. I'm sorry I waited a week to talk to you. I said a pretty awful thing to you, and I knew when I said it that it wasn't true. I'm sorry for that too. Levi's shoulders slumped. I should have never let Laura tell me anything. Maggie took his hand and held it in both of hers. It had nothing to do with that. I used it as an excuse to keep from facing some hard facts about my relationship with Mark. What hard facts? This was the part she didn't tell anyone. Laura only knew part of it. Mark was schizophrenic. When he was on medication, he was wonderful. But when he wasn't, there was a darkness to him. When we first met, he was taking his medication regularly. I had no idea. He kept it from me for years. Then one day, he blew up and had to be hospitalized. Oh. That sounds bad. It was. That was when it all came out, but I loved him. Till death do us part meant something to me, and I couldn't give up. I loved him. He got on medication again, and things went back to normal. Levi tilted his head. Why did he stop his medication? He thought he could handle it on his own, but he couldn't. Is that why he was in the accident? Because he was off his medication? Maggie let out a slow breath. Part of it. We were on vacation, and he'd hidden the fact that he'd left his medication at home. On the drive back, little things started happening that made me wonder. When I confronted him, he got angrier than I'd ever seen him. She wiped her eyes. He was furious with me. It was all my fault that he'd stopped, and it was our biggest fight ever. Levi cupped her cheek. It wasn't your fault. You have to know that. She nodded. I know, but at the time, I felt like it was. If only I'd waited to confront him or had just been less confrontational. I did the same thing most people do in that kind of a situation, explain away things that should never have been explained away. Does Laura know all this? Some of it. She doesn't know about the huge fight. She didn't know how severe his schizophrenia was or that he could be violent. Mark had a great game face. When he was medicated, he was the life of the show, and everyone loved him. Levi held her gaze. Was he violent with you? Did he hurt you? Not physically, and I was good at smoothing things over, at making him better than he was. Which is why the way I feel about you made me feel so guilty. Me? I loved Mark, but he was hard to love. Our relationship was more downs than ups, and it was exhausting. She held his face in her hands. I love you, and it's easy. It made me feel guilty. Like maybe I hadn't loved Mark like I was supposed to, but that wasn't true. You love me? You made what I felt before feel like a cheap imitation of what love could be. I didn't know it was possible to love someone more than I loved Mark, and it made me feel even guiltier. Levi's lips parted, and she put her finger to his mouth. I love you, Levi Martin, she said and locked eyes with him. More than I ever thought I could love anyone. I love your smile. I love the way your hair makes funny shapes when it's long. I love your humor and your generous heart. You love me? Roll down a mountain, dive into lightning sand, and fight off rodents of unusual size love you. Oh man! Gary blurted out. Levi cut his eyes to the stairs and gritted his teeth. Shut up, Gary. Sorry. Levi brought his attention back to Maggie. You love me. Yes. You love me, he said it again, as if the words were finally making sense. Maggie smiled. You once said you'd never kiss me unless I asked you to, and I'm asking you to kiss me and never, ever stop. If you want me, I'm yours forever. Bet you wished you'd brushed your teeth now, huh? Gary called from the stairs. Levi narrowed his eyes and growled. Shut up, Gary. Shutting up. I would love nothing more than to kiss you. Like, you have no idea how badly, but Levi looked down at himself. I was going through a blue period. Yeah, did you order an entire case of Cool Ranch Doritos? They're my sad chips. Right, because that makes total sense. Levi smiled and snapped his mouth shut. I really need to get cleaned up. I'm going to go shower, and when I come out, you'll still be here? Depends on how long you take. Levi frowned. I'm kidding. Yes, I'll be here. He gave her a peck on the cheek, then sprinted from the room and up the stairs. Gary, get a trash bag. I swear I saw tentacles down here, Maggie said. Yes, ma'am. Maggie busied herself with cleaning the basement while she waited on Levi. Gary smiled like a cat who'd caught a mouse. This is so great.
By the time Levi cleaned up and came back, he could see most of the floor from the stairs. He stopped on the bottom step and stuffed his hands into the back pockets of his jeans. Gary, can you give me and Maggie a minute? Yeah, man, you got it. Levi tapped him on the arm as he walked past. No eavesdropping. Gary muttered under his breath and left. You can see the floor again. Maggie chuckled. Levi stuck his hands in pockets and looked around. Thanks, you didn't have to do that. She nodded and shrugged. Yeah, actually, I did. Something touched my leg, so. The corners of his mouth quirked up, and he stepped closer. He couldn't believe she was standing in front of him, and she'd told him she loved him. It was like a dream. One he'd had over the last week. I didn't think you were coming back. I didn't think I was coming back. His heart was beating 1,000,000 times a minute. But you're here. I'm here. He took another step toward her. And you love me. I love you. I heard you. I just like hearing you say it. Like? More like loved hearing her say it. She loved him, and she was all his. I love you. Levi wrapped his arms around her waist. You said forever. I did. I can't imagine loving anyone else. Her hands slid up his chest and around his neck. It was like he was still in his dream. Maggie was in his arms, telling she loved him and wanting to be with him forever. It was the best thing he'd ever heard. I can't either. I feel like I waited my whole life for you. I'm unemployed, so I hope I don't get on your nerves. His smile faded. What? The board asked me to step down because of all the press. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. Maggie shrugged. What's done is done. It's actually kind of freeing. Levi smiled. I might have an idea. What's that? You could marry me and help me run Geeks. I did enjoy helping you. Levi pressed his lips to her forehead. I missed you. You have no idea how much I missed you. She palmed his cheek. I missed you too. I'm sorry I made you worry. You did ask me to kiss you, right? I wasn't hearing things, was I? He'd waited so long to hear it that he wished he'd recorded it. No, you weren't. So, if I kiss you, just shut up and kiss me already. Levi cupped her face, leaned down, and brushed his lips across hers. Maggie melted into him. He didn't have to worry if he was overstepping his bounds or pushing her. She was in his arms, kissing him like she was making up for lost time. He deepened the kiss, and she buried her hands in his hair. They kissed until Maggie leaned back, breathing hard. I love you. I feel like I can't say it enough. I love you, and I can't hear it enough. And she had no idea how great it was to hear. The first time she said it, he almost thought he'd heard her wrong, and then she'd said it again. His heart had thundered in his chest the moment the words left her lips. Maggie swept her fingertips across his cheek and down his jaw. This past week was horrible. I wanted to come sooner, but things kept stopping me. Today, I was coming to see you even if I had to parachute down. I don't care. You're here now, and I'm never letting you go again. He captured her lips with his and didn't stop kissing her until his own lips felt bruised. When he finally broke the kiss, Maggie's face was flushed and her lips were red. I was serious before. I want to marry you. I don't want anyone else. I know you worry about my acting and on-screen romance, but I'll quit if that's what it takes. I won't lie, it makes me nervous. But I trust you. I know your heart, and you'd never do anything to hurt me on purpose. Levi wanted to jump and yell. So, you're okay with me acting? She nodded. It'll take some adjustments on my part, but I'm okay with it. He lifted her off the ground and kissed her. She was his, and he could continue acting. He would have quit for her. Maggie was more important to him than anything. He broke the kiss and touched his forehead to hers. Will you marry me? Yes. A lump formed in his throat. He'd never been happier. I'll make it official. We'll go out to dinner. I'll get down on one knee and tell the whole restaurant how wonderful you are. And then I'll kiss you in front of everyone. Maggie laughed. You don't have to do that. I know, but I want to tell the world how happy I am. She tiptoed and kissed him, soft and slow, as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Levi's heart raced even faster. She was pouring all of her heart into the kiss, letting it say even more than her words could. With a light peck on the lips, she looked into his eyes. You can tell anyone anything you want. I'm not going anywhere. I'm yours forever, Maggie. I love you, Levi. She set her forehead against his and took a deep breath. Levi squeezed her tighter. I love you. I love you with all that I am.
This has been Love and Charity, written by Bree Livingston, copyright 2023.